All right, welcome everybody to the Super 16 race number 7. Super 16, we've been doing this for 7 years now, and it is a race of 16 Super Nintendo games. We're racing, in most cases, short goals of these games, in some cases kind of long goals of these games. And we have at least one full game, 2 full games in this list this year, so that's pretty good. And this is, I would say, maybe one of our hardest lists overall, but I think the players are up for it. The players have had 2 months to work on practicing these games. The players must beat the games in order. Looks like we have a fair number of racers in this one. 16 people in this so far? Pretty good. Players must beat these games in order. They get a 45-second break in between each game, and they're going to get an extra long break after Hagane. After the 8th game, they'll get a 2-minute break so that they can use the bathroom, get some water, do whatever they need to do. And yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see who wins. We've full game runs where they have some sense of how long this list is going to take, but we don't really know exactly how long this list will take. We're estimating somewhere in the mid 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Some people are saying it'll be more than that for the top finishers. I don't know. We'll have to see. But in just a moment, we're going to start the racers off, and then we'll get going. I don't know. What do you guys think of the game list this year?
It's a tough one, for sure. Yeah, definitely the toughest one so far. And yet I've just seen the whole thing from an outside perspective, because I've heard a lot of people complain about the games, the goals and stuff. But yeah, I can tell this one is really tough cookie.
Yeah, I can't really complain too much about it. It's got 3 of my games in it, so...
I slowly come around to actually really liking this list. Learning it was difficult. I learned 14 out of the 16 games on this list. Learning it was difficult, but once you've learned them, it wasn't too bad. It's just there's only 1 or 2 games where it's like 6 or 7 minutes. So yeah, it's going to be kind of testing on their endurance when we get towards the end.
I forgot to introduce my fellow commentators here. I'm sorry. So to start off, I am Fiesel, one of the people who designed the game list here and who runs this race. And I am joined by, in order here, Le Hulk. Hi, Le Hulk.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
And I've got Mr. Freet. Hello, Mr. Freet.
Good evening, everyone.
And we've got Omnigamer. Hello, Omnigamer.
Hey, Fiesel, good to be back.
All right, then. Looks like we're just about ready to get going here. Let me just check one more thing. Oh, I got to make sure you guys can actually see the stream, don't I? That would be helpful.
I think it'd be a lot of fun to just guess.
Just guess where everybody is? That's a great idea. Let's do that.
Yeah, we just need to check everybody's... all the individual... streams by everybody and guess where they are.
Okay, there you go. You should be able to see the screen share now, yes?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and those in chat, if we're going to try to show the front runners on the stream here, but if you happen to see, if you happen to notice that somebody else has pulled ahead of one of the people we're showing on stream, let us know, because it's hard to keep track of all these people at once. And we would appreciate your help in tracking how everyone who isn't currently on the stream is doing, and let chat know, as well. You can provide some updates, kind of help us out, crowdsource this a little bit. And we will see them starting up in about 30 seconds here. right, looks like they're off.
Good luck, everybody.
Am I the only commentator who's played this game? This is a pretty tough game for the run. They've got to do the intro and 3 stages, and they could, if they choose to, take a death roll during this. So at the end of the intro, at the start of the first round, we're all going to take a death. But the main idea of this game is you just want to kill everything on screen. There's going to be random upgrades that you get. Depending on the runner's learning of the game and the way that they take out enemies, they're going to know when they get the weapon upgrades, but they're going to be random. And it's going to make a difference. They've got big bombs that they can use, which is sort of to take care of the boss. They'll be used for certain bosses, but they'll also be used when something almost inevitably goes wrong. It's very difficult in this game to be consistent because enemies don't always shoot at the same time. So it'll force you to move, and falling behind on this game hasn't really nasty.
My experience with this game is mostly from a more casual standpoint, but all the same, just there is a lot of that randomness, and not only comes up in terms of, like Freet was saying, and just in the times that enemies might shoot, or just your precision, it plays a part in that too, but also the power-ups you get. You might get Pop Gun, in which case you want to avoid it at all costs, because you won't do damage for some 30-odd seconds. But a lot of it is still just a bit of memorizing and coming up with the right plan. This goal is intro stage, which is fixed, but then 3 stages afterwards, and you get to select which one you're going through. I don't remember for this version of the game whether or not it has some rank up difficulty scaling, like if you complete too many stages in a row without continuing, it makes the following stages more difficult or not. But there is some planning that'll go into which one you're going to try to tackle next. So after they're through with this boss, you'll get to see a nice stage selection, and I think we're probably going to see most of the players take the similar route, but I'll be interested to see if anybody tries to go off the beaten path.
Yeah, there might be some differences. I'm not sure, but I've heard people...
When I was learning, I went to the armored train after the intro stage, just to try things out. So we'll see a death here to get a game over. This will skip any bonus rounds. In this game, if you can just go through the game and you don't die, you'll go through bonus rounds. Which, if you just die once, you'll avoid all of them.
Is there a reason why everybody's picking Annie instead of the other character? I guess it's because of the lasso?
Annie moves faster.
Oh, that's true.
I think Clive has a more powerful bomb, but Annie moves faster.
Okay, but both have the lasso.
I think Clive also has the lasso.
Yeah. Yeah, the lasso is really important to stunlock some enemies, especially some of the mini bosses.
Yeah, so you'll see a green bar to the left of the timer. So every time they kill an enemy, the timer ticks down by 1. It'll naturally go down, but every time they kill an enemy, it'll go down. So there is a lot of optimization with killing enemies quickly. But there's a meter there, and it's for the Vulcan gun. It's going to be very useful to be super fast to take care of some of the bosses. And with the lasso, it helps you on those mini bosses just control how much meter you get, because you optimally really want to get it at certain times. Not only just for pace, but it makes you're invincible when you have the full gun, and you get that meter by shooting enemy bullets and by lassoing an enemy that is shooting. It's a really technical.
I didn't quite see what happened earlier, but it looked like Sin accidentally got a game over towards the end of that boss, trying to maybe get the death at the end. But he's back through into the intro. Everybody else has moved on, trying to take out the canyon, I believe it is.
Yeah, the Desolated Canyon. That's the risk with this game. If anything wrong like you just get a weapon upgrade and then you die, you lose that weapon upgrade, and now you've got your default weapon, you're snowballing because everything's on screen. If that happens and you get game over, you lose minutes. It's a really punishing game. It's a tough start.
Apparently, you can cancel enemies' bullets by shooting them before they come at you.
That's what fills your meter. It's
also
knowing, So knowing to do that, how much meter to have is a big thing in this. But it can really, if you end up getting the meter too early, it can really mess things up, and then you're stuck at a big boss and you've got nothing, no.
Yeah, this is what Stu is using right now.
Early on, there's definitely some concerns with this being the opening game, just because it is difficult and moderately inconsistent. A lot of folks felt like they might get through part of it or end up eating an extra death or game over and put them substantially behind going into the following games. But still, I mean, everybody's in that same boat. So I'm interested to see kind of who is able to pull it off despite that and move into the next game, starting it out.
This is a game where I don't really have any speedrunning experience, but I've played it before with a friend. It's actually a very good co-op experience. So this is a solid game to play casually. Yeah, it seems like the speedrun has to focus on a lot of things, canceling bullets, and I don't know if it's really possible to manage exactly when you get this Vulcan weapon.
You can manage it to some extent. As they were saying earlier, you get meter based on shooting other bullets out of the air. So if you're consistent at that, you can kind of wind up getting it at reasonable times, but otherwise you might have to play it a little bit safer. And yeah, I played this a fair bit with friends too. They had a re-release on Switch, Wild Guns Reloaded. Well, I don't want to say mostly the same game. It is a similar game at the very least. And probably what we're going to get to when we get to some of these mini-bosses, you might see them throw out these lassos periodically. And timing the lassos is kind of one of the most important aspects of this, just so that you can keep at least mini-bosses stun-locked for a long period of time. It reduces their threat to you, and you can just kind of wail on them in the time being. But the timing for that definitely takes some practice. Got to get a few button presses in and release it at the right time, because otherwise it's kind of a build-up move otherwise, and let it go too long, you're going to miss your shot, and then you still have to worry about dodging everything. With this type of game too, you're on the same screen a whole lot of times, so it's not simply a matter of, oh, I'm going to memorize this stage layout and you can use cues as you're going through. It's all still the same screen, so you have to memorize the waves you are in, like what's coming up next, how things are going, and for some people that actually is counter to how they normally will establish their progression in a game. So right away, pitting people with a different set of memory style than they might encounter in a lot of the other games on the list today.
Alright, I just hopped back in. It's my sound a little bit better. Apparently I was a bit quiet.
Yeah, it's much better now.
Alright, where have we gotten up to?
Zakatsu is currently fighting the... third boss, I think.
Yeah, third boss. This guy, I see he's just finishing with the Vulcan gun. Without that weapon, it takes a long time. So he'll have managed his meter just optimally together. So well done for that.
Are you invulnerable when you're doing the Vulcan?
You are completely invincible. So not only does it make the boss fight quicker, you just stand there, hold the shoot button, and you win. But on the opposite side, if you get it inside of a level, it makes the level nice and easy, but you're just going to have a slower boss. So at least getting the Vulcan gun is good.
just like that. Zoku is... Okay, yeah, no, he still has one more level to complete.
Based on your experience with the game, Mr. Freed, are they going in the stage order that you kind of expected?
Yeah. This just normal order just seems to be the best. I tried messing around with doing some levels out of order, but it will change depending on how the runners will kill certain enemies, because only certain enemies will like tally up a score to unlock the ability to actually like get those weapon upgrades. So depending on how many they kill, it will just change. And on the other levels, it seems like it's not that good. And for meter as well, it's just not that great, because the players will try and get some meter in the intro stage, and then they'll game over, and then the first stage will carry that meter over, and it's a little bit awkward if you do it in other stages.
Let's talk a little bit about the controls that players have access to here. So clearly they're in this kind of foreground, shooting into the background, shooting gallery style. So that's part of it, but you also have access to a dodge. You can double jump, I believe.
Yep, and you can change direction on the second jump as well midair. So, like, very useful.
Mm-hmm. And occasionally, when you have guys that are approaching you in the foreground, is there anything special you have to do to deal with them?
Just push the shoot button when you're in front of them, and you'll take care of them. You'll also be invincible during that, so it's pretty good. The only way to when you're shooting, you are forced to stand still though, so that's one thing.
That was something that was changed up with the newer characters in Bobble Guns Reloaded. They have several with different shooting styles, and some of which I believe you can fire while still moving. But that's not this game. This is the original.
No, I think you could play as a dog in that one as well. As one of the characters.
You control a dog with a robot that shoots off into the distance, and somebody else who throws grenades. Certainly more accessible than this. And actually, looking through the list, I don't recall enough of the prior game lists, but I have an inkling that this might be the most expensive Super 16 that you've had. Just in terms of if you're trying to acquire the carts nowadays.
Oh, interesting. Which is there a good amount that are expensive, or is it just a few that are?
Like off the top of my head, Wild Guns itself is probably $300 to $350. Zero is $150. Mega Man X2 is at least $60. Hagane is about $500.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Super Adventure Island 2 is I think around $200. Ninja Gaiden Trilogy also about $250. Metal Warriors about $350. Castlevania Dracula X is about $250, $300 if I remember. And Terranigma is Terranigma, if you're getting the...
Yeah.
So, there you go. It's very expensive if you're trying to play these on real hardware.
Yeah, fortunately, we have other ways of playing the video games.
Thank goodness for modern technology.
I'm happy I'm not a game collector.
See, Zokushu's just finished, and now he's on to Jungle Strike, which is honestly... What's your experience with Jungle Strike, if any?
I have some experience with Desert Strike, if that helps. I don't really know anything about Jungle Strike, nor or how similar it is.
In terms of the speedrun, it's actually not that bad, but this I could not find a single speedrun video on the Super Nintendo version. Everyone plays the Genesis version, so when learning, the runners have actually had to learn a completely different route than anything they could do, because on the Genesis version you could do, so the players will have multiple missions to do inside of a level. They have to do 2 levels for the Super 16, and on the Genesis they could do them in whatever order they liked, but here they have to do the objectives in a certain order, not in a super strict order, but there's a clear route that's a lot faster. But the thing about this game is the aiming is random. You may notice that the runners are going to shoot enemies like the minivans or the different trucks. The rocket will visually hit and it just won't destroy it. So it's because you've got co-pilots. It's a mechanic in the game, and different co-pilots have different stats, and one of the stats is accuracy. And as you can imagine, the very first co-pilots are not very good. This game is just about
one of the more difficult missions right off the bat too, without any, good pilots to back you up.
I could see it with Zokashtu there, just multiple missiles failing. That's so unfortunate. This first level is really difficult. Level 2 is a lot calmer. It's still kind of difficult, but level 1, the game just throws you into the mess. And this game has no music as well. All you hear is the sound of the helicopter. It's not a bad run though. Actually, came to enjoy learning this pretty quickly. But it's very punishing. If you make any the runners are going to have to like pick people up. They're going to have to escort vehicles, destroy vehicles. If they accidentally kill allied vehicles, it's a mission fail. You have to go fly back to the base and do the entire level again, which can be 5+ minutes. It's brutal.
Oof. Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, so it's really interesting that the people had to figure out the strats for this entirely for the Super 16, because you couldn't really base off of what the Genesis version does.
The videos gave a good amount, but like in terms of routing, but a good amount of that routing did have to go, and it plays differently. Like on the Genesis version, you've got 3 different things you can fire. You've got a machine gun, which is infinite. You've got small missiles, which you've got 60 of, I believe, and you've got big rockets, which you have 9. And there's pickups you can get. You'll see runners get armor, ammo, and fuel. And yeah, it seems like a lot to manage, but it's not that bad. The hardest thing in the game is learning how to move, because you'll see these minivans shoot those big rockets. They deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, I remember this, at least Desert Strike to be pretty difficult to manipulate, to maneuver. And something I'm remembering about that game is that you could change the way your character, the way the helicopter controls, so that you could strafe. But is it not possible in this one?
If you hold the R button on the Super Nintendo version, you'll be able to strafe. You can also select a movement where there's no momentum. So like there's like inertia of slowing down and moving, but you can completely turn that off. So when you stop moving, you stop on a dime. So there's different ways to control it at the very least. Yeah, this was a game.
The same vein then as Desert Strike and I think Urban Strike. Is that a real game? I feel like
that sounds like a real game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never played the other ones. This was scary I know for a few of the runners seeing this game, they were really like, oh gosh, this is gonna be a nightmare. But it wasn't that bad.
I think a lot of the problem is just that it's kind of obtuse. Like you don't have a lot of direction, and just you can fail and you don't really know what happened. Some of the participants went through and actually made maps that I think helped out a lot of folks, but still, just the fact that you don't have that full control of your aiming, and the mission itself is not all that forgiving. It was a tough one to get started out, but I think so long as they get through this first stage, then it should be smooth sailing.
Yeah, there are some tricky... This is definitely a tricky game, maybe one of the most unintuitive of the games in this list, but it certainly represents like a genre that you're not really going to see represented in many other SNES games, so we really kind of had to include this, I thought. But...
Yeah, I saw it and I first played it. I was like, "Oh no, what is this doing on the list?" That was my initial reaction because of just how crazy how crazy the first impression is. But I quickly came to actually quite enjoy it a lot, and it definitely is gonna test different skills. And you'll see this motorcade, this limousine that players are following around. they have to destroy stuff and keep the limousine on screen. But if they die, you'll see low armor at the bottom of the screen flashing. If they die and crash into the limousine, they have to start this game again. So, and he's right at the very end of the level. So it's a really scary thing. Extremely punishing.
Is that a bug or is that on purpose?
No, it's you just crash into the look. You can destroy it yourself if you shoot at it. That's something that I've done when first learning. It's a key thing is knowing what angles to take shots from, just because of your co-pilot, which you have a choice of two. I assume most runners went for Scott Antonio, just because he's slightly better. On to level 2 though. This one's completely different.
Mission.
Yeah, and there's nothing really. You can't speed it up. You can just try not to die. But most of the time, you're gonna die at some point in this level. But that's fine. So you only get 1 armor potential pickup in the entire level, and these minivans just shooting you with machine guns that you just like realistically can't avoid while trying to stay fast. Oh, one huge thing that I didn't mention, diagonal movement is huge in this game. So you may notice runners will approach things at weird angles and they'll just be moving, strafing diagonally, and it's just because you move like, I'm going to say about 30% faster. It's quite a big difference. So that's also makes it like pretty interesting to play.
You see Chrono and Sin right now putting in a code at the start before they actually get things underway. And the reason for this was actually allowed as part of the event. But this just basically maxes out their lives so that they'll be able to complete it. Every death is still a slowdown, and obviously entering this code is also part of a slowdown. But it's worth it, I guess, in terms of what amount of practice would have taken to be able to get through this consistently without fear. So a lot of folks, I think, are going to be utilizing that password. There's also a second password for the second stage to max out lives on that one. However, it sounds like that one's going to be less necessary, except for the people who maybe just need that extra safety net.
The second one will be completely necessary, because when you use the life for the first level, you'll start the second stage with 0 lives. And doing the entire second stage, you do get a life in the second stage, but that's really scary, especially if you're using the life for the first stage in the first place. So if you're going to use the code for level 1, you're going to use it for level 2. But
what happens on a game over?
I just start the level again.
Okay.
But that can be anywhere between like 3 to 6 minutes, maybe even 7 minutes if you die towards the end. This is really difficult to do without dying. You kind of just have to practice how to dodge the big shots, and if you don't, you have to take those lives. It's not really controllable. If you like blind runners would have to take the code. This would be crazy to do blind with no codes. If someone's doing this blind with no codes today, I wish them the best of luck, because that's going to be extremely like just crazy information to have to figure out for yourself.
Yeah, I think that's true for several of the games on here that have not necessarily new codes, but notable information that if you're seeing it for the first time is not going to be apparent and is going to lead to a bad time. Not necessarily the bad time in completion, but just a bad experience is what I mean.
Yeah, maybe not knowing about how to access bad ending in Dracula X.
That was an issue for a little bit, but at least the rules were clarified later on. It's just like get any ending, and still you got to know what to do to access that most efficient ending.
Yeah, I'll be severely impressed like if someone does make it through that section without falling, because I think you can fall at any point during that screen, and if you do, you just move on towards the bad ending. And that's a really difficult screen. If you're doing the game blind, the controls in that game are not they're not intuitive. They're good when you learn them. They're very difficult to do really fast stuff, but you get knocked around a lot, and yeah, we'll see if Saul manages to do it. Just noticing that we've got the hovercraft, so there was some new tech, and I think this would be an improvement as well on the Genesis version. So normally you get to these submarines, you have to take them out one by one. They're scattered. And the normal strat would be to just shoot them, but you have mines, and if you approach the subs at a certain angle and drop the mines, you'll place them right in front, and the submarines slowly move forward, and it saves like 20 seconds for each sub, something like that.
Oh gosh, yeah, they just inching forwards, but
yeah,
there are whatever works.
Yeah, 3 subs move, the last one doesn't. Almost like it knows what happened to the other 3. Yeah, it was me and one of the runners, Fikun, where we learned this game together for a session, and we were messing around, and yeah, we figured that out. It's pretty useful, because the alternative is spending about 50 seconds, and it's random as well because of the aiming, how long it takes, just shooting them, and then after every submarine you'd have to go and find an ammo pickup. But now you don't even need any ammo pickups. Pretty big time save there.
We like those. Time saves are good. New discoveries, just as a matter of practicing for an event, always welcome.
Zokshu's approaching the final submarine, I believe. It's so easy to get lost when learning this second level. The first level, you've got roads that you can use as lines, and you'll see a lot of runners just use the roads as lines. But in the second level, it's just open water, so you just have to know where to go. There is a map, but the map in this game is questionable even when you know it. It's not very good.
Yeah, there's a lot of memorization involved.
And sometimes it just doesn't work correctly. Like in this second level, there's armor pickups you can get, but they don't show up on the map, or they don't flash on the map until you've done mission 4 for some reason. I'm assuming that's a bug. I don't know why it would be that way, because everything else shows up. But yeah, it's really weird. And there's some other weird stuff with the plutonium, which was one of the missions where they had to destroy a bunch of vehicles and then collect a pickup. And if they accidentally drive into the pickup or shoot it, if they drive into it too quickly, they'll blow it up. And if you do that to 2 or 3 of them, restart level. Pretty scary. There's just a few things during this run you have to be very mindful of. But other than that, it's pretty safe, pretty consistent. There should be nothing for the runners that have practiced this a lot to have anything like devastating happen, but it requires a lot of memorization.
So it looks like Zakerstu is on to Zero Kamikaze Squirrel, which is one of my specialties. But looks like between is it Fikun and Superman Taylor, they're not too far behind.
Fee's just finishing up. Just about to get back into the helicopter to finish up Jungle Strike, and we'll be on to Zero within a minute.
What was your experience like trying to play around in Zero, Mr. Freet?
I loved this. Honestly, I loved this game. That stage 4, the one with the robot spiders and the double frame perfect stuff, that's difficult. And that's going to be a big swing, regardless of, unless you've got really, really good execution. I don't know how you feel about those double frame perfect inputs.
They're awful.
Yeah.
They're terrible, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I really like the run though. The controls are really fluid. It's got some nice tech. Yeah, good run.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like one of those input-heavy games, but there's a lot of possibilities to improve your time just by being a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, that's
really engaging. game in
there's a
terms
lot-
of movement.
Yeah, there's a lot of tiny little things. Like, there's one thing that it's really difficult but is useful is the faster you can double jump in this game, but the faster you push the second input, the higher you jump, and that's really useful in certain sections.
It's
There's-
really unintuitive for a lot of people too. Just the fact that you don't want to delay your second jump, just jam it right away, and you'll end up going a lot further and higher. But already, Dr. Stu's through the first 2 stages, and that's kind of to be expected.
Very
There's some
very
mem-
short stages, but
They're short, and so long as you have it memorized, because you are moving Sonic speeds basically the entire way through, so you do have to memorize them. But when you get into these caverns, it's a lot more about actually remembering the particular way and your fine movement in getting up and down.
it's actually approaching level 4 now. This is I believe he's going to go for the double frame perfect. I'm almost certain he's going to. Yes, it is.
I would advise against it. So what he's trying to do right now, you slam into the wall. There is a single frame after you slam into a wall that you are standing, and you can jump right then. There's one, and in this particular instance, you need to do it twice in a row to be able to clear up here. There's a different way that you go around. It's slightly longer, but you only need to do one such jump and you get through. But yeah, I would not advise that racers learn this particular strat for the race. However, if you're doing record level attempts, then this is kind of necessary, unfortunately.
How much does this save?
If you do it on your first try, and you compared to doing the other way perfectly, it's about 8 seconds.
Oh, it's really not that. Okay, I thought it would have been a bit more. I just seen him get it nice. Yeah, it's really tricky. When I was practicing it, because I was thinking if I was gonna do this race, I was thinking of switching over because I was having decent success with it. But if you're under pressure as well, and it's just not working, and it's going to be really hard because you've just got to do 2 frame perfects in a row, and it's the first frame of the animation, right after you do the splat.
There's not really any good cue for it either. It's not like you can train your memory on it beyond just like knowing when you hit the wall and then pressing at the appropriate time. You're not going to get much success if you try to mash it either. So it's tough. It's real tough. And
really
then you
tough.
need to do one more to skip this mini boss, but that's just one, so much easier.
There we go. Yeah, when I was learning this, I was having to do like phantom inputs to get like a time, and it was awful. One's not that bad. You've not got any danger of the mini boss hitting you or attacking you, which is good. You do have the sound it makes though, which is distracting. At least it was for me.
Just a bit. A little, some notes on movement in general. You want to be maintaining as much forward speed as you can. And if you kind of mess up, as what happened to Super Taylor, unfortunately, like your entire route through the stage kind of falls apart. And that's just because of the fact that you're relying on having enough speed to clear enemies as you're jumping and so on. But even the speed that you get is somewhat inconsistent. You'll probably see a lot of them try to go through and do you want to fly down at an angle into a slope and time it right so that you go out, and that's actually a much faster speed than running. If you do it too well, you can actually outpace the camera, and in that case, you're going to run into the wall. The camera acts as a wall, so not a good.
Oh, I've not experienced that. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is less common, but that is too fast. So less than that is preferred.
It was very jarring when I first saw this game with just the speed that you move, but yeah, if you've played like Sonic even for just a little bit, you get used to it.
And really, it's just these first couple of stages where it's just one long horizontal section that you have to memorize. Like the rest, you really have to use the rest of your movement options to kind of help support you along. Like even just watching Soccer or Fee, they went through and there's a lot of jumping at the right time and knowing kind of which way in this little maze to move in these later stages.
Yeah, there's a lot more level design past level 2, like you say. It's just if you do everything right in the first 2 levels, you can just fly through most of level 1 and like half of level 2. But yeah, for the rest of it, that fly's pretty much gone until near the end.
Zuckerstew's at the boss for the end of this game, the segment. This is Firebug, and what you want it to do is to fall to the ground and fire the laser beam, because that's the only way that you're able to hit him with the nunchucks, which do 2 damage, whereas everything else that you can do to him does 1. And
I was curious about that damage.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know that a lot of the runners didn't know about the throw for the mini boss before this at the end of the previous level. You know how you can do like a spinning shuriken, yeah.
Yep.
Zokish dude, he didn't know until the other day. Well, about 4 or 5 days ago, and that was mentioned. He was like, "What?" And obviously, if you do, it takes 5 hits, I believe, with the spinny throw, and I think it's 10 without. So big time save.
Yeah, it does 2 damage, whereas everything else will do 1 in those scenarios. Being able to pull it off and make sure it connects is actually rather difficult on that boss, just because he's got some iframes in weird places. Getting up these buckets is really annoying.
I found a nice path when I was learning it, but I found that getting to the buckets without falling in one of those I just think they're like meat grinders. I know they're not grinders, but that's all I think of, because you just instantly
the rock grinders.
Yeah, that's just oof. But I found that the difficult bit. I could never do this swoop left though.
So just to talk a little bit about the movement options you have. So we mentioned before doing the quick double jump for extra height, but based on how high you are, when you start this kind of like Superman pose, you press L or R to get into that pose, and you press once more and you kind of do a swoop, and then you can maintain it horizontally. Your ability to stay in the air is dependent on how long you held that Superman pose down before that happened. And there's a lot of instant deaths here. A lot of lives. There's one more swoop that kind of like quick up and down. That one is you just press down in the air, down and jump in the air. However, you do want to be careful. There you go. Just because you can't control yourself, so it's committal as soon as you're into it, and right there running into a lot of the flames for instant KO.
Hopefully Fee doesn't get the flame attack, which is the attack you really don't want to see, especially if you're low on lives. I'm not sure if you can avoid it if you just run away to the other side of the screen. This attack here...
You can, but it's still inconsistent. The ideal is to just kind of stay in the air and keep swinging that way.
Okay, he's coming to the ground though, getting a lot of damage in at least.
Yeah,
he's got this.
Yeah, no problem.
There we go.
Nailed it.
He will be able to join Stu in the next game, which is a puzzle game. Puzzle Bobble. Yeah. Yeah, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say only recently the runners are doing the Japanese version of the game, because the NA version is so much more difficult. It's so difficult.
Is just the patterns of the stages are different?
There's the layout is mostly the same, but they just have a lot more of the same colors there. It's just the layouts are just a lot nicer. Like someone, when they made the American version, was like, okay, we want to make it as hard as possible for players to just do the levels in the few shots. It's like round 9, if we see Zokish on now, the layout of this is, it's got a column that's just different colors that run straight through the middle, and it basically makes it so you can't do the level super quickly. It's the NA version is so much more difficult, but the Japanese version really, it's still not easy, because this game has some precise shots, and this game has a lot of RNG. Like, even if you play well, sometimes you're just going to be sat waiting for a color, and the game might just not give it to you, and you just have to kind of deal with it. But there's about 8 or 9 of these 25 rounds that have got some shots like Soxju there, just shooting at the top there, just with the very first shot to clear the entire round. There's some shots that can just make the rounds go a lot quicker. And there's some mechanics like the lightning bolts. They're semi-controllable, but it's a bit weird to explain how you can control them. But they basically just delete a line, and anything under it is gone.
Yeah, but not the whole line. It's just the line from where they start.
Yes, that's correct.
Shooting. Yeah, so that's why he couldn't erase the two big blobs of balls there.
In this instance, though, he could have, whichever one he hit, he could have pointed it to go the opposite direction, and then he could have shot the other one and pointed that to go the other direction, and it would have taken care of the entire level. But I'm not sure the Zoxju actually knew about that. I didn't know about that until pretty recently, that you can control which side the lightning bolt decides to go. Yeah, outside of a few rounds, this is not that difficult. In the American version, we were thinking that dying on certain rounds was actually just faster on average, unless you're really, really good at the game. Just because when you die, you get a line that guides your shots, and it makes everything so much easier.
Yeah, the game gives you that for free in the first level, and then takes it away unless you die.
It takes it away immediately. I had such an awful first impression. I thought, oh, this game's going to be so much fun. It's cute. It's going to be like a really nice Wario's Woods. No, I mean it did end up being a really nice Wario's Woods in terms of ease.
This is a really fun game. It's one I know. I've completed it before, and I also played the arcade game back in the day. It was super cute. The music is great as well.
Yeah, I like the music. It just does suffer with the Wario's Woods of just doing the same song over and over. So if you played this for like 6 hours straight, you're gonna go crazy. But other than that, yeah, really cute game. Zoxju on one of the harder levels here, but looking for is the greys there, like you just did, to get rid of the sides, and now you're just looking for purple to just aim and take care of the rest of the level. If you miss those shots, and a big aspect of this is to not block your shots. Like those big important shots, if you end up blocking them, then you can make the level so much more difficult on yourself. It's very easy to just miss a shot and be like, and put yourself in a situation where you're in trouble.
How precise does the aiming feel? Like, do you always feel like you're kind of in control of what you're doing, so long as you?
In the NA version, there are a lot of shots that were pixel perfect, and you can adjust the movement of like your control pixel by pixel with the L and R buttons, and that's what I was doing, and other runners were doing for the NA version. But in the same shots in the Japanese version were easier to make. It seemed like they had a 3-4 pixel window. So if you know the visuals, it's really not that big a problem. But you'll notice that after a certain amount of shots, the level's dropping, and that is obviously going to change your angles. But to answer your question, you feel like you've got a good amount of control if you know exactly like how it works with like how the bubbles like stick to each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you have to anticipate where they're gonna end up after each shot. You quickly develop a sense of gauging that, but yeah, you have to work on it. Yeah, eventually it makes sense, and you really feel like you have control, and you know pretty much how to orient the next shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like placebo, but I feel that the NA version was just more precise. It may not have been, but round 2, you can do it in 2 shots with a red and yellow. That was pixel perfect, and in the NA version, you can just swing the arrow and be like, oh, it's in the general direction, and it'll work. So
I actually didn't know that you could use L and R.
Yeah, that's what I was using for a lot of for the more finite shots. I figured that taking 2 or 3 seconds to line up was a lot faster than messing up the shot, and yeah.
I did not know that. That's a revelation.
Pretty useful if you just know, oh, if I have this color, I can just push it left 4, L 4 times, and then I'll take care of half the level. Then I'll push. Yeah. Really useful. Zokushu on one of the more difficult levels doesn't look like it, but this level, if you don't know it, you get like you kind of just get baited into thinking to try and send shots up to the side to hit the purples, but you can't do it. You have to break through the middle to get to the purple, and it's a lot more difficult than it seems. And in the NA version, it was so difficult. Sure what round Zokushu's on right now? Probably around 2023. Okay. So like this level's a good example. There's a lot of ones like the purple. There's 2 purples. There's 2 blues. There's 2 reds at the top. In the NA version, everything was just an individual color. It was so nasty. And they would have more colors per level, and the chances of you getting the color that you'd want is just really low. You'll notice that there'll be 2 colors left, and the runners are looking for the red, for example, to just drop everything, and they just get greens all day. And knowing where to place those useless shots is also really important. I never fully understood this waterfall mechanic. I just know it changes the colours, and then you hit those colours, and it's really odd
I don't know
how it works.
Yeah, I don't know what color it chooses. Is it one of the nearby?
I don't know. It seems like it's the majority colour that's nearby, but I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe it's just pre-programmed into the
nice shot off the wall.
The water jar itself. You just don't know. But yeah, it might be pre-programmed. I don't know.
Alright, final round. And then moving on to Mega Man X2. Which I think, personally, is the hardest run on this game, in terms of, like, for the Super 16 goals.
Ooh, okay, Zokushu decided to suicide there.
I think, see, like, this is probably the hardest stage, the hardest round to do. You just have to. I'm not sure if the death was intended or not. I think he was just. I think he was just firing he's firing useless shots off to the side so that he can destroy them with the bolt, but just didn't work out in his favor.
I think he missed getting to the lightning bolt, and then he decided he clearly suicided.
Okay, he blocked his shot. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And he's done. Mega Man X2.
There we go. And then X2, let's go.
And runners are going to have different routes for this game. So I know that Zokushu is going to be doing a non-buster upgrade route. I know that Fee is going to be doing the any percent route, but because this Super 16 isn't dealing with anything past the Mavericks, runners can decide to just not pick up armor and health upgrades if they want. They'll pick up some because they're kind of on the way, and it's very easy to die in this game. This is a very difficult game. But this will be interesting. It's the most, I would say, in terms of inputs per second, this is the one that's going to be the most taxing on your hands.
Yeah, because there's always a lot of dashes everywhere. Dashes, jumps, shoots.
And
it's very input heavy.
Yeah, I'm assuming all the runners are going to have different control configurations as well. A lot of people like to set the dash to R or L, or keep it default at A, which I think is crazy.
Yeah, because you're doing everything with your thumb.
Okay. I guess that's piano grip, right? You have to piano grip if you.
You don't have to. That's how I played the game as a kid. All of the Mega Man X games, and it's kind of like you just hold your thumb across 3 buttons at once, and you get used to it.
That's how Fikun also used to play the game. So I believe Fikun's the only participant today who used to run this game, which gives a big advantage. It's still really difficult, but it gives a lot of advantage in terms of learning and not having to learn all of the faster strats. Because if you don't do certain strats in Mega Man X2, you kind of just want to do a different route altogether. I'm not sure what... Okay, so he's on to the first stage, Wire Sponge. Just did the intro stage. A lot easier than the rest of the game. It kind of gives you a false impression of the difficulty. And Wire Sponge is one of the hardest stages to do. I think casually, you're not... I mean, you can choose to do whichever Maverick you want, but I think Wire Sponge is one of the harder ones to do first. But it's really good for the upgrade, which I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. Oh, it's the... I can't remember what it's called. I think you used against Gator.
Yeah, it's something... I don't remember the name of it either right now. I remember it's something silly. It's something wire.
So this first stage, you'll notice there's rain and there's sometimes sun. That's a random mechanic that you want the sun if you want things to go quickly, but it also changes how the level is. So you kind of, when learning this game, you kind of have to learn 2 levels for Wire Sponge a little bit.
I believe the weather is controllable based on destroying the orbs earlier on, but I could be just...
Oh, yeah, you may be correct there. I think... Yeah, most runners aren't going to go for that. I'm not sure how long it takes to destroy them. You could be correct there. Wire Sponge. This boss is tough. So there's multiple attacks he can do. The one you don't want to see is when he's spinning his weapon in front of him. You'll either have to wait it out or bump into him to cancel it, and then which will cause you to take damage. But yeah, a lot of RNG in this fight. He also has a second phase and a transition. You can skip the transition to the second phase entirely, but you kind of need the RNG to do it. You're mostly just looking at not getting a lot of spins, and I don't think Zokistu even got 1 spin there, actually.
Yeah, I suppose this is like in the first MMX, where if you dash and shoot, then the shot will deal double damage.
2 damage, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the community calls it the lemon, the normal projectile. Yeah, normally it deals 1 damage. If you dash and attack during it, it'll deal 2. Very useful for a lot of bosses, but the speedrun has a route in such that from this point on, except Stag, all the bosses are going to be fought with a weakness. For I believe only Fikun's going to be doing that, though. There may be some other runners doing that. It's a hard route. Zokistu's just going past the Buster upgrade, which is a trick when I was learning this game like a year ago. I hated it, but then I found out that I had a bad visual the whole time, and now I still hate it, but just less. It's not like a pixel perfect jump, but it's precise, and Mega Man X games, they move really quickly. There's a lot of different tech. I'm curious to see the difference of Zokistu's route and Fikun's route, because it's going to be different, completely.
I think at least going through the rest of the list, Mega Man X2 is probably the most commonly run game. Maybe not among our current participants, but just all of the Mega Man.
The most popular, probably, yeah.
The most explored. So a lot of this has been discovered to death at this point.
The top end of this game is so extremely high. It's kind of fascinating watching really, really good runners of this game if you've played the game and even tried to do speedruns yourself, because they're so good. The strats are insanely difficult. Zokistu's on Gator now. Not a lot of people's favourite boss. If you're using the weapon that he's using, there is a 3-frame window after you hit him to stun lock him and do it again and repeatedly do it. over and over. So you can make this fight go really, really quickly, but it's not just a free frame window in the sense that you also have to look out for the distance between you and the boss, because if you're farther away, you're going to have to do it later. There we go, he's got 3. There, he got 3 attacks in a row. As long as you get some chains, it'll speed it up. Yeah, this boss is a killer for speedruns. There we go, got another 3. Not too bad. You should be happy enough with that.
Yeah, well played.
Like, even if you practice that for a long time, doing the whole thing without missing it's really, really difficult. And with everything else, it's not really worth learning over and over compared to, you know, learning all the stuff on this list. But now he's on to, I'm not sure if I think he's doing Stag next, or he might move to Moth. I'm not, honestly not sure. He's on Wire Sponge. Not sure what her RNG's been like so far. She could get phase 2 skip here though, potentially. Oh, one more hit. Oh, 1 health away. Unfortunate. Oh, he did go Stag third. This stage, when learning, is really difficult. It's hard to explain how it feels on your hands playing Mega Man X games. I don't know what it's like with other control setups, but I have dash on R, and it just feels like you're gripping the pad, because you're holding R and letting go and then repressing immediately so much in the game. It just feels that you're gripping the pad really hard the entire time. That might just be me though.
No, it's a normal sensation when playing the game like that. Yeah, I also used R for Mega Man X. It feels like the most natural because you're using 2 fingers. So yeah, it feels like you have more control. But yeah, you have to make sure you don't get cramps, and yeah, don't be too violent on holding R. But yeah, it's hard. It takes a toll on your hands if you
a really fun run though. Like learning, just getting. It's one of those games where you're just constantly gonna get better as well, just because of how difficult it is and how much there is to learn potentially. But it's a really fun game.
Yeah, very steep learning curve.
Suckshoe doing a really good job with Stag here though. Getting some good RNG there as well. You like that? So now I think normally for the speedrun after Stag you'd go to Centipede, but I think Suckshoe's going to choose to do Moth here. The Centipede stage is probably the most difficult thing in the run in terms of like actual levels. The bosses I think will vary person to person just because the strats to deal with all the different bosses require different skill set. Going for Moth. But thankfully with the game, the game is difficult, but runners, if they decide to, they can pick up health upgrades. They can also pick up energy tanks, sub-tanks, and to help things, so it's not, you're not forced to go down a brutal path.
Yeah, it's nice to have these games in the list to give some latitude to the runners, some options to change how risky they want to be and how much learning they want to do, how involved they want to get with the games.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that, but this is probably the game that has the most of that. Maybe I was gonna say Castlevania, but I think Castlevania is kind of a lockout just because doing anything really good in that game is so difficult. It's so precise and it's so punishing. But yeah, this game, runners can decide how to do things in a lot of different factors. And just with naturally how hard the game is, it's people's run times are going to be different. Even if you're a really experienced runner at the game, if you just don't nail Gator, that could be a good amount of time. And Centipede, if he doesn't behave and give you the move that lets you do the glitch, that's just more time. And there's nothing you can do about that.
And I think that there's still a lot of that is still some extra leeway, but this is a game where you can get through and still get like a respectable time, even without knowing necessarily the speed strats or proper. Well, probably you'll know proper order, but just it's not something where you have to be at some even mid to top level to still get like a reasonable performance out of it.
Not at all. If you've played, especially if you've like played the game before, but you can just spend 20 seconds to get the armor upgrade, which means enemies deal half damage, and that allows you to play a lot more. Like, you don't have to worry about getting hit as much, and it allows you to still go fast. Like, there's a lot of different stuff you can do that doesn't cost a lot of time, like picking up extra health, which will allow you to just get hit a lot more. Because sometimes just running through an enemy, damage boosting, is just faster than dealing with it. Especially because dealing with enemies in this could require a fully charged buster or just like mashing. Thankfully, Mega Man X doesn't do a lot of mashing. I don't know about Mega Man X, but X2 certainly doesn't, which is nice. Where's Soccer Stew going now? Is he going Centipede? So most of this game doesn't have a lot of instant kills. There was some death pits in Wire Sponge level, but there hasn't been a lot of insta kills. This level changes that a lot. There's a lot of falling blocks that if you so much as touch the bottom corner of one of those, you're getting squashed. The small ones are fine, but these big ones that Sockstew's in front of now, you've got to be careful around them. He's choosing to play it safe and smart.
Yeah, he probably knows he's ahead. There's no need to take risks.
Yeah, like the tricks in this game there's a lot of them. They'll save tiny amounts of time. Some of the tricks for the bosses save good amounts of time, but there's a lot of tricks that just save a little bit of time, but they're really difficult, and the risk is potentially huge and not something you want to go for, potentially, if you're not super comfortable with it. Trying to avoid these alarms. So depending on how many of those like spotlights you go in front of will determine how many and how quickly these blocks fall. And if you get hit by a bunch of spotlights, it could be pretty nasty. And he makes it through. Still got a bunch of health, which hopefully you won't need for the boss, but if he doesn't behave, he most likely will. Didn't see what stage Fee finished. She finished Stag, so she'll be moving on to the same stage now, but she'll have access to Buster Upgrade, which I didn't talk about, but she'll have climbed. I watched her do it, but I didn't mention it. Where she climbed to get the Buster Upgrade, which will let all of her different weapons be fully charged. And every weapon has a different effect when fully charged. And usually deals increased damage. But the most useful one generally is the burner, which you'll see be used just to gain extra speed and to iframe through certain enemies.
As a reminder too, this is Super 16, and we're a little more than a quarter of the way through the list with our top tier folks in the front. But there's still plenty of games to come. This is kind of the reprieve for this section. It's a long set of games, but they're all entertaining. Let's just put it that way. And these runners have gone throughout the past 2-3 months, practiced each of these goals, and well, trying their hands at it now in the live format. So it's always exciting to see what happens, regardless of however much practice and effort they're able to put in. It's all just can come up in the heat of the moment and turn out some other way. But that's why it's a fun and entertaining event.
I'm really curious to how the blind runners will fare today. I think it's gonna be interesting.
It might be a very long day for them.
Yeah.
A very long couple days, possibly.
Maybe. Zoxju not managing to get the skip on this mini boss, but he did have Centipede behave. I didn't mention it, but he got the glitch. You can glitch out Centipede's one of his attacks, and he'll just stand there and you can just shoot him. It's kind of tight to do. The timing's weird, but he also has to do the move. Gets through that mini boss. Didn't take too long. Whereas for Fee, Centipede is not behaving, and Centipede has this move here where it'll like drag you towards his tail, and if you stay in it for too long, you've got to mash to get out of it, and it gets harder each time he does it. He'll take your abilities away from you. He'll stop you from being able to charge, then he'll stop you from being able to dash, then jump. It can snowball really badly. But he's dead. She's through.
If you have the weakness in, then the tail goes away.
Which is
a very different battle.
That's the scrap, which I think you get from. I think it's the scrap, right? From Moth.
I believe.
Pretty
it's from
sure.
Moth.
Yeah. I love watching this snail fight. Just bumping the shell. The crab just doesn't know what to do.
Every time.
Yeah. Snail stage for Fee as well. Not sure where Zoxju's gonna go here. Can't remember. I think it's gonna be Ostrich, yeah.
Did you have a particular starting point when you played this in pre-speedrunning days?
I was silly and just went for Stag Third, which is kind of the more difficult option, but it worked out okay. I went with the route that Fee's choosing to do today, which would be Wire Sponge, Gator, Stag, Centipede, Snail, Ostrich, Moth Crab.
I just remember eventually kind of did it all the ways, but I remember Ostrich being the starter for me pretty much universally. I don't know why, I just thought he was easy and went through with that in mind.
Yeah, I think I would have definitely had an easier time if I didn't do Wire Sponge first. I had a lot of difficulty with that stage when learning. Looks like she's made it through the level though. He kept the bike over the big jump. You can, in the any percent, there's a health upgrade that you try and use the bike to grab. But in this Super 16, there's a change that you can do where you just take the bike to the very end. I'm not sure exactly how much time it saves, but it's a time save. It's also a little swaggy. Dealing with Ostrich. Thankfully, this is, if you're using his weakness, which is the ice, this is one of the simpler and easier bosses to deal with. If you have the time, and you'll notice that Zoxju will have stunned him in the air, and then he'll have shot him while he was stunned. That's I'm not sure if it's a 2 or 3 frame window to do that, but it speeds up the fight. And I think Zoxju's on his final stage, or has he got 2 more? I think he's on his final one. I think it's Crab. And then he'll be moving on to Lemmings, which is one of the 2 runs that I've not looked at. I've watched 3 or 4 of the runners go through it. I know the route that they're going to be doing, but I've never played a Lemmings game before. I've never really enjoyed that type of like gameplay style. So I've not got much to say there.
Yeah, for Lemmings, it seems like it was a collaborative effort of all the runners to figure out the best routes, because it really was not obvious to begin with.
Yeah, I think
there was a lot of testing involved.
Is the leaderboard just individual levels as well? I'm not actually sure. I think I read that somewhere. Maybe it's not. So they didn't have like a good basis on which worlds were the fastest to do. I might just be making that up though.
No, I think that's correct. You have to do 2 worlds, and there was a lot of testing to see which ones you should do.
And I still think a couple of the runners are going to do different strats on the levels just because of the mechanics of that game, and it's one of those runs I've been told from a couple of the runners on screen today that it's one of those games where you can be really greedy with the fast forward, but if you make a mistake, it's not good. Really not
good.
So
you get to manage the risk you take with that.
You can pause it too, right?
You can pause it totally.
I feel like I've seen someone like pause gameplay. Maybe not though. If you can't pause it, then that makes it a lot more dangerous. You can pause. Okay.
As Rayo says, apparently all the intel was taken from the DOS version, because there doesn't seem to be many runs available for the Super Nintendo version.
Oh, that will probably that's probably increase the difficulty of them being able to learn.
Yeah, just like Jungle Strike, the runners really had to figure out stuff by themselves and collaborate, which is a testament to how, even though this is still a competition because people are trying to be the fastest, but it really was a big collaborative effort just to figure out how to deal with each of these games, and people were usually helping each other out. So it's a great experience to be part of this.
Yeah, I think it's one of the greatest aspects of doing a big event like this with so much preparation time, because it's like say it's a competition, but with that preparation time, it allows for a lot of collaborative effort, and people want to compete against each other, knowing that people are at the best as well.
Yeah, you have all the people who will learn just with you, and that's pretty nice. You can compare your progress, check out the other people's strats, and learn from them. So Stu has started already. Apparently, he has picked the Egyptian level.
Oh, interesting. I think other runners, I think most people are going to do cave, and I think it's caves and Egypt. But everyone I've seen has done caves first, but I guess it makes no difference. Don't think there'd be a reason. I guess he just prefers to do this one. Maybe this one's more annoying, so he's just going to get it out the way.
Yep, getting the difficult stuff out of the way first is always a valid strat, but usually more for when you can reset and start again fresh.
I'm not sure if I would. I don't know. I think I'd probably go down the same route of just get the difficult stuff out the way. If it doesn't work out, okay, whatever. It's done. You're not thinking about it the whole time. You're not building up to it. That would be my approach.
I'm more familiar with the first Lemmings on SNES, and here this one seems to have a lot of more powers and jobs that your Lemmings can do.
I think
that's interesting to see.
So I know that people are going to be picking I think Feed, Zokashtu, they're going to pick the same levels, but I think they have different strats for the levels. Like I say, that the extra abilities, because there's 8 you can use, and they do change per level, but you can use different strats to get through.
Yes, a lot of Lemmings strategies usually having one Lemming do all of the pathing and try to block all the others, and then when the pathing is done, release everybody and win the stage.
Like your choice of words for release.
Yeah.
In this game, it's just that you just blow them up.
Yeah, when you have the proper amount of Lemmings you have to save, you can just blow everybody up.
I think Zokashtu just Yeah, so with this level here, you get like a Superman lemon, and you can guide it with your cursor. But unfortunately, the lemons are not very intelligent, and he just walked right. He just decided not to turn around and go to the goal, and just walk off a cliff. So, yeah, not played this game, but I've heard that it's tricky to learn.
So in the chat, someone asked if these are the top runners. So I'm pretty sure Zocus has to be first and Fikun second.
Second, by the looks of things, yeah. And Super and Taylor third, yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. There might be other people who are not displaying right now who could be. Maybe we want to swap if they're doing well, if they're passing other runners. I don't know how Sin is doing, how Chrono is doing, and some
Sin
of the
is
others.
currently on Wire Sponge for. Yeah,
Okay,
which will be the first level.
yeah.
So he'll be right behind the race here.
Okay. Yeah, the Lemmings 2 powers are very funny. They have a jump, like a sword fight, to blow up portions of walls.
Yeah, they have a lot of them are kind of similar in the sense that fencer, the sword one, you use it to destroy what's in front of you. But they also have one called like Basher. They've got a flamethrower, and they have a shovel. It's weird. So Zokushu's going to do a bit of an exploit here. He's going to rope up, wait till the lemon turns around, and then place a platform instead, and just avoid that entire level. A little bit tricky though. Sometimes if you don't wait for the lemon to turn around, he's going to platform inside and go left, and it'd be a nightmare. So I only see a fast forward. You can pause, but I only see a fast forward button. So I wonder if the pause button is an instant press. So if you could just like tap L and it pauses. If you can do that, then you can really make this safe for yourself and just plan out what you're gonna do. And like especially for the blind runners, they can just sit and process everything.
I like the lemming turning Superman. That is so hilarious.
So I think there's fall damage too in this. If your lemons fall too far, they just die.
Yeah, they just die. Well, that's definitely the case in the first Lemmings. I would assume it is the case here too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, we can see that Stu is adapting the speed of the game's engine. When he has to do some precision move, then he will reduce the speed, and then when he just needs to wait for the lemming to go where he wants him to, he can just fast forward. So most of it is fast forwarding, but some of it, when you need precision, it's going to be he will resort to normal speed.
Yeah, that's the choice you can make. How greedy do you want to be? Probably you don't want to be too greedy. Yeah, this level that Zokushu's doing here is kind of a weird one. You've got to be careful just towards the end here. Because if you don't select, I think it's the basher, to hit this wall on the right, you're going to stomp through and fall into some water and die. There we go. And if you're a little bit too late, he'll walk into the wall and then turn around, and then you're in big trouble. There we go. Bit of a scary level from the looks of it. No personal experience, but that looks like one of the scary levels for this run.
Yeah, you have to be mindful of all the twists and turns.
I see the Raze is also picking up the Buster upgrade. Maybe he's also going to do the route that Fikun does.
Yeah, I like how Fikun is doing something different. Let's pick a different stage to start with.
She gone for the caves. I don't know if it's caves or I think it's outdoor. I'm not sure. I think it's caves. I'm
Yeah, it looks more like Gaiden anyway. I'm not even sure what's going on Stu's screen right here. Maybe the
I think the
Lemmings
Lemmings, yeah, it's off
screen.
screen, and the game pauses when the camera's moving around, so he's saving time. He knows that the Lemon is just going to walk to the exit, yeah.
That's good.
Going for the, that's a scary health upgrade to get. But I was definitely getting it when I was first practicing for the Super 16. Sin is like right behind the race by like a few seconds. It's very close between them.
Yeah, maybe it would be nice to have both of them on the screen.
I'm not sure which Maverick this is for Nin Taylor.
Yeah, just if the orders are going out of...
Yeah, everyone's going to just be doing different orders. Just
Well, it'll be clear once we get to Lemmings on everybody, but yeah, right now, hard to say.
we're going to watch the Lemons on Fee's side now just defy physics and make a platform into thin air. I can't remember why. Maybe this is just to avoid. Don't know if I actually can't remember the rest of the strat. Oh, the jump at the end. Okay. Oh, I remember that the level that Fikun's doing. You do that and then you just wait in. I think they're just going left to right across the screen. I think they need to parachute here, otherwise. Oh no. No, it's the fencer, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, fencer is swordsman. Yeah, that's how you call it in English.
What are the what's substantially different about Lemmings 2 versus Lemmings Vanilla?
Yeah, apparently the fact that you can, yeah, there's a lot of themed levels that you can choose from, and there seems to be a lot of different jobs for the Lemmings. Because yeah, from Lemmings 1, I'm pretty sure there's no swordsman or firefighter. Oh, no, I mean a flamethrower. It seems to be a little bit more advanced in terms of the powers that you can use.
What about the level design?
There's no jump also. Yeah, the jump is
levels
also new.
Is the levels the same size?
In original Lemmings, the levels are more horizontal. I'm pretty sure there was not a lot of vertical scrolling. The levels could be pretty big horizontally, but not really vertically. From my memory, at least.
Apparently, Lemons 1, they give you a set number of lemons for each different stage.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, so that's why they're doing everything with just one lemming, and they need to get him to the end and not even care about the others.
Oh, now I get it. So in Lemons 1, you'd have to kill off all the extra lemons every single stage.
Yes.
Oof, dear.
Yeah, you'd have to do that every time.
I like the way they all just like on Fiku's screen. Then when they blow up, they all just kind of like go everywhere. I don't know. A little sadistic, I guess, but. Right, so Zakashi, I noticed he's in the caves now. I'm not sure which level in the caves this is, or if he's almost done. But most of the screens are short, but I think like Egypt has 10 levels, and they all have 10 levels, I think. So this is 20 different screens that they have to learn.
Yeah, you even have bat wings.
I don't think I've seen
That's
that
a power.
upgrade before.
There's a lot of insane powers. I really didn't know about this game. I knew it existed, but I didn't know anything about it.
Super Taylor getting into the Lemmings party.
Yeah, congrats.
I think this is the... Actually, no. At first, I think this was one of the longer games for runners, but I think after practice, a lot of the runners brought their times down on this. I was going to say this is one of the longer games, but I don't think it is. I think it's just around the average.
Yeah, longest is probably...
X2.
It's supposed to be Terranigma, I guess.
Oh, no, sorry,
on
you're correct.
average,
Yeah,
yeah.
Terranigma for sure, yeah.
Yeah,
On
this is the one that's
average.
supposed to be
Oh,
the-
no,
the
actually, no,
longest.
on average, it would be X2 in my opinion. I think it's
Yeah.
a lot easier to stay closer to the... Within like 5 minutes of the top time in Terranigma
Yeah,
compared
probably.
to X2.
Yeah, in terms of top time, yeah, Terranigma is the longest, but in terms of how hard it is and what you expect it to get after just 2 months of practicing all games, yeah, I guess you might get better at Terranigma quicker than at MMX2. I think that would be my guess. And
Two of the
Castlevania is still
runners-
there also.
Yeah, Castlevania is one of the more difficult ones as well. That's a tough run.
Yeah, it's
backflips.
wild. Absolutely hated when I tried it for the first time. And hey, dude, how come the jumps are committed completely? They are faster than walking.
Everything's a commitment, and you want to move a little bit faster. You jump. Did you jump at a wrong time? Watch yourself. Watch something bad happen.
Yeah.
I did. The run did grow on me, but it's a difficult one, and trying to improve in that run is going to be like that must be a painful process.
Yeah, my sentiment would be that it's a game that's much more interesting when you already have learned the speedrun than when you are discovering it all by yourself casually. Because yeah, I've played through like 3 or 4 levels casually, and it was not a very pleasant experience, to be honest. Yeah, when you have to scrupulously learn the run, yeah, you get more comfortable with the inputs and with how it all works. I guess it should be better.
For me, I've not played many Castlevanias, so for me it was really unintuitive to have to hold up to land on any set of stairs or ladders in the game. Well, ladders, I guess there aren't ladders, but for stairs, if you get hit by something and you can just fall to the bottom of the stage if you're not holding up. That's really unintuitive.
Yeah, it kind of is, but at least that's consistent with Super Castlevania 4. I'm pretty sure. It's a Castlevania thing. Castlevania stairs. It's just a very.
I've heard that
story.
the Drac X stairs are actually like some of the better stairs as well. When I was watching the tutorial, so Zoxstew on Top Gear. This is the easiest in terms of like for blind runners. They're going to be completely fine with this game. You as long as you pick easy, which the runners for today, it's going to be one of the few games where they change the difficulty. This run is completely. You just hold accelerate and you'll be good. If you bang into stuff or like anything, trees, cars, you don't get punished at all. Whereas for other games like this, I remember like Hang On, where if you touch anything, you've got to sit through like a 10-second scene to get back in your vehicle. This game's not like that. There is one little thing where there are bonuses you can get. There's 5 different bonuses each stage, so you'll get extra money if you don't hit a car, if you don't go off track, if you don't hit anything on the track, if you use a boost while crossing the finish line, and you get money for that, and you can purchase vehicle upgrades. Not super useful in this because the runners are only going to be doing 4 different races, but they'll be wanting to get a better engine and a better gearbox. So I'm not sure if Zoxstew hit any vehicles. Ideally, he didn't hit any vehicles and he got 70k. So he gets 100,000, then 30 for, I can't remember what that is, probably not bumping. So that's normal, A and D. Oh, he got E as well. Okay, he's not going to be able to do anything. He didn't get the 70,000, but it doesn't really matter. It's just a little bit of extra time. but it may not even be that much faster because the speedrun on the leaderboard is in-game time only. So the time you spend in the menu isn't actually included in the final result. So I've never actually timed what it's like just doing it without upgrades, but it's probably slower than the 6 seconds you spend upgrading. But I never timed it. This second level I think is the hardest one. When I say difficult, I mean just to not bump into 200 things, because that's all that's really going to go wrong while playing this.
There are jumps in this game.
Yeah, I think this is the only level. Maybe level 4 has it as well, but there's 2 jumps and I think there's a boost. Or there may be 4 total different ramps on this level, and 2 of them have boosts. I'd say there was a boost on that left ramp. I'm pretty sure. Pretty simple game. The platforms, that like the blue is repairing him for damage. I've played this sloppily, like really sloppily, and I've never like not blown up, but I've never like died from taking too much damage. So I actually don't know if that's going to play as a factor for anyone in this race. On the easy difficulty. It's probably really brutal on the harder ones, but we don't have to worry about that, thankfully.
Yeah, you go really fast in this game.
Really fast, yeah. And it's one of those, if you don't use the boosts, the in-game clock, the max speed you'll get is like 192, 193, but when you use the boost it goes to like 240. So you kind of want to save your boost for when you can either use it how Zoxju used it there to crash and then use it immediately to get acceleration. But I'm not sure, but it might be optimal to wait until you can use that boost to get past this like 190 limit that is currently stuck at. But I've not timed it, I don't know. And the world record.
Once you have boosted, do you get to keep a little bit of that extra speed even after the boost, or do you immediately go back to
no, it stays. It stays. So if you were to travel in a straight line, it would stay at like 234, I think it is. It just stays there. So that's why like you really do want to try and stay over that non-boost limit.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You lap vehicles a lot, and it's really hard just to not bump into anything. So this game would be a nightmare. If you're going for world record, it'd be an absolute nightmare. But just doing the Super 16 event, super chill. As long as you do what Fee's doing and change the difficulty to easy. Because I don't think you actually have to place first. I think you just have to qualify to actually finish this. So
yeah, so it's even more lenient.
Yeah,
I suppose. Yeah, you have to have one of those decently easy games, at least one. You need a nice breather before Hagane.
So Hagane is.
I was about to say Hagane is like. I think it's one of those games. If you practice it a lot, it's going to be consistent. Like I think if you can just make sure you get the manip in 1-1, it's a pretty consistent game.
Oh, that's.
But it's not easy. But if you put the practice in, it's. I'd be way more scared of something going wrong in Mega Man X2. But Hagane has the issue of if you die, you lose your max health, and if you don't know how to do all the stages with 3 health as opposed to 4 or 5, that's gonna be trouble.
It does change a lot of the strategies as backup, but hopefully they've encountered those in their regular practice, and they might not have strats for it, but they can at least take the stages easier.
I think Hagane is a really fun run, and I think the Super 16 for this year is like 90% of the game. I think that they do to stage 5. And I think
you finish to the end of stage 4, and stage 5 is the last. It's one of the longer ones, but it's
okay.
Yeah, it's a game that's really good, but also has a reputation of being difficult. However, it's nice to see that there is consistency in the speedrun.
I would compare it to a lesser version of Lion King. You know how Lion King has the reputation of being an absolutely full game casually? It's so difficult, but when you learn the speedrun, it's like, okay, it's difficult, but I got this. Like, if you put time in, I think I would equivalent like Hagane to an easier Lion King.
Oh, really?
I'm reading Softlock.
I don't necessarily agree on Lion King itself, but it's definitely a game that once you realize that it does some weird things that aren't the same as you might encounter in other games, it's not too bad. Like the fact that most enemies don't have any contact damage, you can just kind of go through them. Like, it becomes much easier once you just understand some of those quirks.
I'm reading, I think Sin's softlocked. At the very least, he'll get a password. He's just checking in his VOD now. He'll be able to get a password and input that password to get back to the level. He won't have to do the entire game again. That's good. I don't know how the softlock happened, but yeah, that sucks. At least he can get back to that level. Not sure what happened there.
Very sorry for him. I didn't know there was softbox in it.
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure. I can't think of any. I mean, there's got to be one. It just happened, but I can't think of any. That's a shame. At least he doesn't have to do it all again, though. That would be pretty demoralizing, I think. I think he was near the end on his last Mavericks. I'm sure he was. Or getting close to, at least. Speaking of getting close to, I think Duckstew's getting close to finishing Top Gear. And I've only seen him hit one or two things. I've not seen him bump into a lot. So you'll see here Hulk how he just uses boost, but while if he stays at it goes up to 250. I didn't notice that. If he doesn't crash, it slowly depletes if he's turning, but if it goes in a straight line, it will stay. So it won't.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
So I'm really not sure what the optimal way would be, whether to get the instant acceleration on a crash or to get the max top speed. And it probably changes depending on what vehicle upgrade you've got. There we go, he crosses the line.
Yeah, great performance so far from Zokusu. To be honest, we didn't really expect anything less.
He's definitely at the lead of most of the pre-race, not really leaderboards, but their time logs.
The times on the sheet. Yeah, I think there was only 3 or 4.
Where he does, there's 4 games where he does not have the top time.
Yeah,
Castlevania is one of them.
Yeah, me and Zoxju have talked a bit. It was one of the games he's along with X2, he was really not comfortable with. Castlevania and X2 were 2 games that he was like, oh gosh, they're hard. So, and if you've not played them before, it's just brutal. Especially because we know he's a really good runner, and he's going to want to try and do the best he can, the best strats he can. And for Castlevania, is going to lock that out immediately. And then you try X2, and it kind of locks a lot of things out, but you slowly have to learn it. And then you have to go, okay, so I'm going to do this route, this change. Yeah. So he's on Hagane 1-1. There is a manip you can do. There's different ways to do it as well. The way Zoxju does it is different to me, but he basically gets a few extra bombs and a maximum health, which is very useful.
Yeah, the RNG is consistent only from kind of things that you can control, and so you set that up in this first stage by the fact that you can move through pretty much the whole thing by using just some of this automatic movement. And so long as you keep up that process and kill enemies at the right time and make sure that they don't go off the screen and different things like that, you'll make sure that you get some extra bombs, some extra health, and that's the ideal. Is you come out with a couple extra bombs, an extra blue flame, which is a max health increase, and you go through beyond that. The rest of these mini bosses that you're going to encounter most of the stages, there's usually a quick kill option that you can set up with these tumble attacks. The tumble attacks, you kind of flash and you do these flips. When you get to that third flip, you can do a super powerful vertical kick, which is what you're going to see them using on pretty much everything. Or there's some other fancy fire flips and things like that. Those really don't matter because basically the next highest damaging move in the game will do 7 damage, if I remember right. That vertical kick does 25. So long as you can line it up, you will just obliterate most of the enemies, and that means using some visual cues, like lining yourself up ahead of time. I ended up using a lot of audio cues in this too, so that you know exactly when to start your tumble. And so long as you can hit it right when they become vulnerable with that, you should be able to keep most of the bosses fairly consistent.
You've got a bomb as well. I think I remember reading somewhere that does 3 sets of 2 damage, so 6 damage, I think.
That's right. And
Okay.
benefit of the bomb is that you can use it. It doesn't take you out of whatever else you're doing, so you can launch it while you're setting up a tumble. It'll do some extra damage, and then finally that vertical kick will do the rest of the damage and take them out.
Can you stack damage with the... So if you're attacking while the bomb's going off, I'm assuming that you can kind of stack damage, but if you attack on the same frame that it takes damage from the bomb, it's not gonna like do double. It's not gonna stack at that point. Because there's a boss in this that's gonna be really random, and it's I think it's in stage 2, like the elevator boss, and you do the big up kick for 25, and then you bomb and slash. And sometimes you'll one cycle, sometimes you won't. I'm pretty sure it's execution on your slashes, but I'm not sure if you want to slash while the bomb's going off or not. I actually don't know.
You can slash while the bomb's going off. It doesn't hurt. Even if there's some overlap, let's say, of your sword, the sword has active frames for like 2 or 3 frames in a row.
Okay.
The bomb is only doing 1 tick of damage every couple frames. So like there should be a place in there. I don't remember if they specifically allow overlapping, but there's usually no risk that you're going to like miss a hit because you were trying to do too many things at once.
Okay. I just noticed that Zakshu on the 2-1 mini boss, he did the up kick a little bit early, and then he started throwing those bombs. I'm not sure exactly what they are. I didn't realize they do so much damage. He killed him in like 4 of those bombs. That was pretty crazy.
The grenades?
Grenades, yeah.
Yeah, the grenades do... So you have 4 main weapons, and you can swap between them with L&R. Or not L&R. You can swap between them. They each do 2 damage. You usually want to use the sword, which has a name that I don't remember. It's like Seryu or something. You want to use the sword just because you can keep putting it out there, get active frames for as long as you want. The bombs, they will do 2 damage. Their splash, there's a little X splash that comes out from them, does 1. And the kunai also do 2 damage. The grappling hook does 1, but has fewer iframes. It doesn't really play a part in any boss, but it's something to know. Okay, yeah, pretty much all of these mid-bosses, they have some randomness to them, but so long as your timing is right, there's only a few that might screw up your attempt. And the rest is just kind of understanding how to bounce off these walls correctly, time on pistons, like...
Oh, this section learning it's pretty tilted. But once you learn it, it's fine. But oh man, learning that, it's like just feels like the world is against you.
That's fair, and realistically, it is.
Yeah.
Those initial hits, while it first comes down, don't do anything.
I was about to say you can hit it at the beginning, but I think it heals.
It doesn't take any damage whatsoever.
Oh, okay. So it just doesn't take damage. So here you're hoping that it's going to do the good attack, and it did. Very nice. So you can get this kick. If he does that in the middle, doesn't get the 1 cycle, but that's fine. He got huge damage at the start.
Yeah, he started the kick a little bit late. There's some spacing that you kind of want to get to, this boss is the first kind of random piece because he will not only do random attacks, but his motion before he does an attack is also random. He takes the same amount of time to get wherever it is, but like the
Where he
distance
ends up is
travel
different, yeah. That he had really good RNG in that fight though, just good attack into good attack. Like you say, he did the kick a bit late and maybe a little bit left, although being left was fine. But
yeah, the main thing was just he missed out on probably 2 sword slashes that probably would have done it in the boss.
Yeah, I suppose this is not the kind of RNG that you can manipulate, just like in the first level with the item drops.
Theoretically, you could, but there's many
Probably
things
not
that use RNG, and outside of the first stage, you kind of start to lose a handle on that because it has to do sometimes with how many frames an enemy is alive, whether how many explosions spawn before they got off screen. So it's really
too chaotic, probably too unrealistic.
I think the stage that Zokastu's on right now is probably going to be considered the hardest for most of the runners today. There's semi-safe ways to go through it, and if you do the same thing at the same time, you'll have the consistent results, but you've got to be really precise. I had some strats that had me stand still for like 2 seconds, but I didn't take any damage, and if I was running today, those would have been the strats I went. Even though they were slower, it was a lot safer. Yeah, this stage is crazy, and this boss is a pain, because I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong on me, but I'm pretty sure you cannot guarantee to kill this boss in the 2 kicks based on its movement.
I think you can.
You can, okay.
It's more precise movement, but the main thing is just when you're doing your tumble, you can't land on the platforms or it'll screw it all up. There's also a quick kill strat that I believe not even the record run currently does because it requires extra bombs. But you can quick kill both of them like just as they're spawning on screen because you can damage them well in advance of when they actually show up, and you just use like I think 3 bombs and then take them out that way quick.
Interesting. So if you had a really good run and got some, because you'll notice that enemies drop a lot of items. If you get really lucky and get extra bombs, I guess you could go for that strat if you were confident.
You take a lot of confidence, yeah.
Oh, okay, it's one of those, is it?
Somewhere else to get additional bombs.
And I assume messing that up is going to just cost you like time.
Yeah, you just have to fall back to the old strat.
At least 3 and 3-4 are just auto-scrollers. I don't think there's anything, especially if you've got 5 maximum health, I don't think there's anything to worry about. The worms can be a little bit...
Yeah, but if you can kill off some more enemies, especially in this aerial section, there's going to be like some weird snake things that come around. They drop a ton of different resources, and if you get lucky, you can get some more bomb refills. It doesn't matter too much for this race, because bombs are especially helpful in like Stage 5, which they're not going to go to. But, you know, can't say no to more resources.
Especially if something goes wrong with the mini-boss coming up next. I've had some issues where most of the time I'll do the fight and I'll only take 1, maybe 2 hits, but sometimes I don't know whether it's my movement or whether bad attack patterns, but sometimes I can almost die to that fight, and when that happens I'd like to just use a bomb. So getting some extra bombs definitely can be a bit of a lifesaver. He just got 1 there, nice. Take that. Where's Fee up to? Fee's up to 2-2. I think this is probably if 3-2 isn't the most difficult stage, it's the one that Fee's on right now, because you really don't want to be taking damage just because the end is, even if you're going for the good strats, like the really fast strats, if you just mess up, it's like you need your health.
Absolutely.
Otherwise,
it's tricky to get through because a lot of these jumps are actually fairly tight. Like right now, Fee is missing that platform, and that's not because they're doing anything particularly wrong, but it's tricky.
So yeah, the tumble that she's doing there, the rolling forward into the wall, you cannot do that if you've already reached the top of your jump. So if you're not still moving up during your jump, you can't tumble. And for this jump here, she has to do it right near the top.
Yeah, it looks like unfortunately she's doing it a little early.
A little early, yeah.
Try and have to go around the back, but that 2-2 is really rough. There's some nifty things you can do, hanging onto platforms, flipping through fire, all that stuff. But the main thing is you got to get to the end and hopefully have enough damage to tank through, because otherwise it just takes forever to try and get through this naturally.
She should be fine. There we go.
Yeah,
and depending on how quickly the stage went, those platforms that you're damage boosting through, if you don't have the health, they're going to be in different places, and you kind of just need to know about that if you're gonna, because you can do some different moves. You can backflip through the singles, and you can do the single like the single charge kick to get through the double platforms, but it's kind of sketchy. Well, not sketchy, it's completely consistent. It's kind of scary, I guess. Right, Zokishtu on 4-3. This level has a pretty big skip in it that's not very nice. I actually really didn't enjoy learning the skip. But once I learned it, it was pretty darn consistent. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, he moved forward a little bit too much. So the idea here is, when he gets back up, he wants to do that kick off the enemy and bounce off the side of the wall. But he's having some difficulty getting back up, and I think this is harder than doing the actual skip itself. Getting back up here is such a pain. If this happened,
like if you fall, then it doesn't really make sense to try and get a reset. Just it's another thing to have to worry about.
Would you just say? Would you just continue the level then? If it was like, oh, I didn't make it, just continue the level.
Yeah, you would just continue the level. Like it's a little longer, but it's not so long that it really caused much problem. But I will say, when you get that skip, it feels really good.
Oh, it feels really good.
It's just like, oh yeah, I'm on top of the world. Look at this.
And you know there's basically nothing left, especially for the Super 16. Obviously, with the rest of the run, you've still got stage 5, but Super 16, you know, you've just got this boss, and this boss is mostly manipulable. He does have different stuff. I couldn't get super consistent with the bomb on all of the, like, he's gonna send off these like panels, and you want a bomb when he's got no panels, and it'll destroy them all. But I wasn't able to be consistent with that, so I had to come up with a different strat here, where I just, in this final phase, I was luring him to the wall. It looks like he got the quick kill. Nicely done, and that's Hagane done for Zokishtu. He'll be taking a 2-minute break.
Yep. Just to help preserve some sanity and also to kind of recover nerves. So that's halfway through. We're at just under 2 hours, and really good progress. Basically,
yeah, really good progress.
Not too far past his own PBs.
Yeah, it looks like it's going really well for Stu so far. Not many hiccups, not many problems in his run so far.
Okay, I'm curious if any of you two have got experience with True Lies.
I have played it, and I know that you roll a whole lot.
You roll a whole lot, and if you don't, you take damage. That's pretty much this game.
Yep. I know that it's pretty unforgiving if you're actually just trying to play casually. You really don't have a whole lot of options for dealing with a lot of these enemies. And you'll tend to run out of ammo of everything that is useful.
And it's extremely easy to do double damage to enemies, and enemies do double damage to you, which is really not good. I mean, it's good if you can control it, but yeah, casually, there's a mini boss in like the 3rd level that could shoot you, and it just takes half your health. It can just feel a bit crazy. I enjoyed the run though. At least for the Super 16 portion, I thought it was pretty good. The last level, the park, is a little bland because it's just a lot of rolling. There's not much to do for optimizing your movement because enemies are shooting you, and you are just going to need to... There's a lot of health in a bunch of the levels, especially in the park level. There's a bunch of health you can get, but even then, you need to just roll 90% of the time just to avoid all the damage taken. So the optimizing your movement is there, but I don't even think the current world record has, like, you know, super, like, in terms of pathing, optimized movement. Yeah, I think you really need like tasks to get that kind of stuff, because you can't worry about it. You just die otherwise. So there'll be a lot of rolling for Stu in the next 10 minutes. See, Sin got back to X2. I'm not sure if that's his last Maverick. That might be his last Maverick.
Just a little bit of that heartbreak earlier with the new soft lock out of nowhere. But
did anyone
He's
catch
gonna
where
be
it
happy
was?
about finishing.
Assuming no one caught with that. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD later. And
I
see
saw
that.
in the chat somebody mentioned that just he was trying to dash through an enemy before the boss door, and that was that.
Okay.
Just something completely weird.
Well, it's on his final Maverick now, so he'll be moving on to Lemmings soon. And then Taylor on 1-1. It looks like he's going for the manip that me and Kuhn would have done. I think a few other runners. It's the simpler version. You just let those rocket guys shoot and just backflip all the way. And then there's a little bit of movement here, but as long as you get the health, you're golden. I don't think missing out on bombs in Hagane is like tragic.
It's not, especially in the later stages, and without having to do stage 5. You do need several more bombs for stage 5, and the more you can get, the easier the final boss. But you don't have to worry about that. So everything else is just icing.
Yeah, Zuckerstew on the second level, True Lies. This is a level where you can actually worry about optimized movement. When I was learning it, I never really learned it. I learned how to do like the first 20 seconds consistently really well, but it's a lot to memorize. There's so many different paths, and there's a couple of items you want to pick up. There's a life there that Zuckerstew just picks up. Most likely gonna die at least once. If someone completes True Lies today without dying once, I'll be super impressed, like mega impressed. It's so easy to die. Is even though you're completely invulnerable during the roll, you don't have any iframes when you come out of it. So the time in between the rolls, you can get shot and you're gonna take stray bullets all over the place. Zuckerstew moving on to the mall. I think this is probably the outside of the boss that's at the end of this level. I think this is the easiest level, but there's a couple of things you've got to watch out for. The grenades in this level can do some serious damage. If they hit you point blank, sometimes not even if they just hit you right, they'll deal a third of your health. It's not good. That can happen right before the mini boss. Hopefully it doesn't happen to Zuckerstew, but I've seen him pull through that boss, even if it does, so he might be fine. And he'll have the lives. Dying in this game is just a bit of pace. You respawn exactly where you died, so it's pretty forgiving.
Super Nintendo, unfortunately. So this is they're in an auto-scroller stage, but it is somewhat unforgiving as well. If you have a jump.
Did he die? Oh, he got that. He got the manip in 1-1 as well, and that health's gone. That's sad.
Yeah, just the explosions and the floors drop out always in the same place, and you can actually kind of hang out in the front so long as you know what to avoid or what's coming up. But still, like an errant jump can sometimes just put you in a pit, and especially that long jump that.
If you don't hit that tumble, it's bad news.
Yeah, and you can tumble forward or you can tumble backwards and still clear it. Just whatever is most comfortable. But still, it's a matter of if you don't know that there's a big pit there.
It's one of those things where you have to know it's coming, because the first time if you go into the game blind, I think every blind runner's going to die to that gap, unless they're just like kind of having fun and do a tumble in midair and cross it, because there's no way. And right before it, you have to deal with 2 explosions in the ground and then land on a tiny bit of platform. It's pretty nasty little section.
And their Stu just died in True Lies.
Yeah,
no deathless completion.
No, it's I think did he have 1 health as well then for the second life? Almost killed him a second time. So the double damage in this game, if you're point blank and you shoot diagonally, you and the enemy will deal double damage. And that boss there has a shotgun, and if he shoots you diagonally point blank, it it deletes your health. It's just gone. So
that's so weird.
it's so you want to abuse it, but they want to abuse it. And also the mini boss kind of moves weird, so it's not just about knowing the movement. You kind of have to react to what he's doing, and you can lock your position. So if you just move the D-pad, Arnold's gonna move around, and his perspective of where he's looking is gonna change. But you can hold Y, and that will lock you into looking a certain direction, and it's kind of what you want to do for the bosses, and even for some normal enemies.
Yeah, so you can strafe in this game.
Yeah, you can strafe.
Yeah, that's a nice feature.
Actually useful. I came up with a strat for the boss of this level. There's a pixel similar to Solid Arm in Illusion of Gaia, where if you stand in a spot, he just won't be able to hit you. But it's a little bit random because you've got to walk in his face and then step away. And that step away, he can do like 4 different things. Most likely, he'll do something that's good. 3 of the 4 things are good. If he does the 4th thing, which is walk diagonally, you have to revert to the old strat, which is tank damage, and hope you kill him before he kills you. But he's most likely going to kill you first. But I'm not sure if Zokashu goes for that strat. I think Zokashu's going to enter the boss fight, look up, and just shoot. Which, if he doesn't die, if he does that at max health and he doesn't die, that will be a little bit quicker. But if he does die, it'll only be a little bit slower. But I believe Fikun at the very least is going to try and go for that pixel. Pretty simple strat. And if you don't have any lives, you kind of have to hope it works out, because the boss is really unfair. He moves so fast, and I don't know casually how you're supposed to deal with that, except rolling constantly. Pretty unfair.
Yeah, I guess it was just expected by the developers that you would roll all the time.
Yeah, I guess that's why they they knew. They gave the roll iframes. Yeah. Fee's completed Hagane. She's taking a 2-minute break, and we'll be moving on to True Lives also.
And Taylor unfortunately just had a death in stage 2. So that was 2-3, and went for a bomb, but there's platforms that disappear and just missed the jump following, so right into the pit.
No.
Too bad for them.
Was that a game over, so they had to restart stage 2?
They're starting from the beginning of the entire stage, unfortunately. So you got to go through 2-2 again, and then most of 2-3.
Yeah, not the worst in terms of like time. It's all about the mentality. You know, when something bad like that happens, how do you deal with it?
Yeah.
If you just shrug it off, you can recover pretty well. That chain gun that Zokashu just ran round just did so much damage to him. Yeah, okay, so he's gonna stand at the bottom and just shoot and watch this boss delete his health. But Zokashu might kill him first. Oh, he died. Boss will almost be a few bullets off.
That was a good try.
So yeah, you could fight him diagonally, but while you're doing double damage to him, he's also doing double damage to you. So it's kind of no winning.
Maximum risk.
Yeah, I don't know what it would be in terms of coding to have it like that. Like, does the actual weapon, does the weapon itself actually have a hitbox? Like when it shoots, so it stacks the hitboxes. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, why would your enemy also have this double damage property? It's very strange. I don't even understand how that would work.
Like, my first guess would be that the weapon has a hitbox when it shoots and it stacks that. I can't think of anything else. It's kind of weird.
This is the speedrunner mentality here is, I don't know how that works, let's figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be important to figure stuff out. That's how things get discovered. Anyway, Stu is now on his way to Super Adventure Island 2, a game I actually know for once.
He didn't softlock as well, which is nice. Hopefully no one does today.
Yeah, hopefully that will work for everybody. So if you don't know this game, I think it's moderately well known as a game which is quite different from the other Adventure Island games, because this one is more like Zelda 2. It has a sort of a Metroidvania element to it, where you go into these big levels, you get some new equipment, you get swords, you get armor, which improve just your stats. And it has pretty great music as well. And there's an overworld. So first you have to save the king. You talk to the king, you have to save your girlfriend who was kidnapped, and you go from island to island. And in the Super 16, the players are required to beat the first 2 islands. So it's going to be this tropical island, the first one, and then the one in the snow called Hia Hia. The first sophistry is going to get the first sword, which is actually required because you need to break a rock and empty a lake by doing that.
You need to do that with the fish skip.
Yes. Yeah, because you need to drain the lake, and you do the skip from the lake.
Oh, yes, I remember looking at that. Yeah, that screen has one. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you still need to do that anyway. So yeah, you cannot not collect this sword. So I don't think Stu is going for the skip. Yeah, he told me he wouldn't, but let's see. He might still surprise us.
I would be amazed.
That would be what he
if he did it and got it, I would be. Oh gosh, I wouldn't know what to say. I spent over an hour trying to do that, and it's terrible. It's so bad.
It's basically it's both luck and a one frame trick. That you need to wait for a fish to jump in the air in the dried lake, and when he does, you need to jump and slash at the fish on the same frame as the fish hits you, and then you get extra height when your character takes damage during his damage animation, and that gives you enough height to skip over to the next part of the level. If you do it, if you get really lucky to get the fish to jump immediately and you get it first try, it's like a 42-second save. But
that's the thing, though.
That
you can wait for that fish to jump. I've sat there for like 30+ seconds, and that fish hasn't jumped. So it's the worst thing ever. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's really at the start of the game, and the world record does it. So yeah, it's probably a required strat for world record competition.
Likely,
But yeah, for this you really don't want to risk it.
It's really, at least it is at the beginning though. Like if it was halfway or to the end of the run, I'm not sure probably you would have gone for that. If it was towards the end of the run. If the fish was consistent, it would be a lot better. But the fact that there's another skip that the runners are going to do, or at least try to do, which is just a little skip to get the fire sword. It's the fire sword, right?
That one is also luck-based, but at least it's, you just need to wait a bit, and executing the skip is really easy, at least. Just a little bit
You just got to wait for that bunny. You can get trolled a bit if the bunny on the left side jumps at the wrong time, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, this game's got...
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying, I'm wondering if it was allowed for this game to use the Japanese version, because the text is a bit faster.
Wasn't mentioned as far as I know. I mean, you say a little bit faster, isn't it? Like, so incredibly faster. The English text is... It's probably some of the worst I've seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, it's also pretty slow in Japanese, but still a little bit less slow. I think it saves like 2 minutes over the whole run. So for just the Super 16, I wouldn't know. I would assume, I don't know.
Can you confirm that so Zokustu just used an item on a platform and he'll be doing that multiple times. You have to be standing still to use items, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be tricky sometimes. Yeah, if you are still moving or still have some momentum left, even if the character appears to be not moving, sometimes you will not be allowed to use the item from your inventory. That actually happened to me in my PB run very late, and it's a bit infuriating.
Yeah, I think it's actually one of the harder things to like nail for this Super 16 portion of the game, is just to nail those chest openings, and it's really difficult. I find myself, because when you push up to open something, you can also attack really quickly after, and that can cancel the sword slash that happens after like a text box. That's really hard to do.
Yeah. We can see that there's an RPG element to this game, because in the overworld you can get random encounters. So yeah, the luck involved is completely not manipulable. The only thing you can do though is that it turns out that there are some lines in the overworld where there is no encounter. So you want to stay on those lines as long as you can.
Okay, so I was confused.
Some areas.
I came to the pseudo conclusion that sticking to the edges reduce encounter rate. So it's not. It's just certain tiles, certain squares. Certain
yeah,
lines
it's not
just
really the edges, but it sometimes those magic lines coincide with the edges of some islands. For example, if you just stick to the first island as you go to it, you will never get an encounter.
Yeah.
It's also the same for the 4th and 5th levels as well. But yeah, we want to see those in the Super 16. So now Zakusu is actually paying money to learn the trick to push boulders and push blocks. And that's pretty convenient, because the money you get is exactly the amount that you get from the king at the very start of the game. So you never need to grind for money. That's a relief, at least.
Is grinding part of any percent, is it?
No, you never need to. This is the only.
Oh, sorry. I think that's what you just said. I didn't hear correctly. Oh, that's good, because you get money really slowly. I think I've had a range of, when you speak to that old man, I think I've had a range of like 105 to 115 gold, depending on what I picked up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, farming would probably be a nightmare. So enemies will drop stuff randomly, like health potions, and I think magic potion are the green ones. Odd color, but that's good. For if things go bad, they can kill an enemy, have that spawn run off screen, or like run off screen till the enemy spawn isn't on screen, and then run back on, and it'll just spawn back. And they can do that repeatedly for health, but it's not forgiven with time. It could take 5 seconds to get a health, or it could take 45 seconds, but the option is there at least.
Yeah, and it can be relevant depending on your strat for the end game. Well, there's no need to talk about that. It doesn't really matter for the Super 16. I think Zakusu was decently lucky with encounters. I didn't count how many he had, but maybe less than 5.
I think whatever lines he's using must be the good lines, because when I was talking to him about the encounters, he usually gets a lot lower than I did. So that's why I was because we got like I on average got like 7 or 8.
Yeah, that's a bit high already for just going to here. But yeah, he got 2 before even getting close to the island, which is not very lucky. But then when he went around, he got pretty few, so that's pretty lucky. Oh, he missed the bunny jump. So yeah, the idea here is you have to wait for the bunny to jump and throw its snowball. And then you have to jump in such a way that you get hit by the snowball, which gives you enough height to get on top of the cloud. And you have to skip a little bit of the climb up there to get the fire sword. But the fire sword is required because you need to break an ice wall in order to get into the level.
Hopefully one of these enemies drops health. Maybe this guy? No, this guy? Oh, he chose not to get it. Okay.
That's
I would have I would have definitely gone for that, but it would have been slower. If he makes it without taking damage, he's gonna go for it. I think at this health you kind of have to, right? If you don't get a health like a potion on this screen or the next screen, I guess he's probably gonna.
Yeah, he can manage. Yeah, he's not even taking the armor, but yeah, I guess it's not really that important for the Super 16.
So by the time that I was like at the end of my learning of this, I was still picking up the armor. But I think on race day, like after more practice, I wouldn't have done. But The armor's going to be useful for a lot of runners, just because it does halve the damage that you take from not everything in here, but like a good amount of stuff. You take half damage, which is nice.
Yeah, that can help. Yeah.
But there's
So
also
there he
going to be
activated a switch that turns off all the star blocks in the whole game, and so
the
that
whole game.
unlocks the,
Really?
Yeah, yeah. The switches, there's 5 in the game, and they actually operate for the whole game. So I don't know if you've watched the full speedrun of this, but yeah, in the speedrun after dropping the big boulder, we actually enable the switch again, because that's going to be useful for 3 levels later. He will not do this for the Super 16 because that doesn't matter. Yeah, you need to reactivate the star blocks after.
Good luck to our blind runners figuring that out. Like, oh dear. So he's dropping this boulder. Does this just break the ground? Yes. I think it just breaks the ground on this screen here. Yeah.
Yeah. Now he can access the part with the final part of this level with the boss.
Hopefully, it doesn't land on
the boss
spikes.
is kind of weird. It's a mammoth. You have to hit his eyes in order to damage him, but he defends himself with his trunk that kind of rotates, and you have to just strike your sword a lot in order to just push back the trunk and access and be able to hit the eyes. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, the beginning is the scary part because he starts with his trunk out, and then you just want to work to hit it. You'll notice now while he's hitting him, that trunk is staying like inside. But there's also a strat to like get two hits inside of a jump. I never really fully looked at that, but yeah.
It requires a certain position of the trunk and
the trunk matters as well. Okay. Pretty good fight there, though.
It's not very consistent to get it all the time. Yeah, and this boss is actually a little bit buggy because if you jump to the right when he charges at you, you still take damage. Like the hitbox of his body actually does not move; it's still there to the right side. So if you go jump there, you get hit by nothing.
So the only real way to dodge that is to be on the left-hand side.
Yeah, just jump on place or to tank the hits if you have the means. If you have enough health to do it.
Could be time for Demolition Man, the best game on this list. It's not. It's this game is not very good. I really enjoy this run though.
Yeah, you still have the best time on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'm 2 seconds off world record. This is a fantastic game. It's got some bugs in it though. Like it's really weird. If you push and hold the jump and shoot button at the same time, you just run into an enemy, you'll deal damage to them. So think of it as like you have like a permanent defensive aura around you if you hold the jump and shoot button, and that's useful for certain sections. There's some boss shenanigans, some tech to do like some of the bosses quicker, but the main idea of the game is you'll be noticing like the jump. There's 2 different jumps. There's a long jump and there's a mid jump, and you never want to see a mid jump. And just to get the long jump, you just have to be running for just a little bit. The game feels very clunky though. It lags a lot, like a lot. It's yeah. And then you have these levels which are like kind of the top-down point of view. The control scheme totally changes. The gameplay completely changes. These levels also lag a lot, but there's certain sections where if you kill all the enemies, you can speed it up for a little bit. But actually, there's not a lot of lag mitigation in these levels. It's mostly just your movement. So that's nice at least. You don't have to worry. And there's plenty of health to pick up. If you practice this a lot, you'll only need to pick up the medkit at the very end, just before the boss, but Zoxju's already gone past 1 health kit. There's another health kit just above him there if he wants to take it. There's another one coming up. It's very generous. And this game is also extremely generous with lives. You start off with 7, and including the final level for Super 16 we do, you come across like 7, 8 lives. Maybe not that many. It's at least 5 or 6. So
okay, that's
if
pretty
if you've got a little bit of practice in this game, you shouldn't game over. So this is a run that people should be able to finish if you put some practice in. If you're going into this blind though, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. You're going to get lost during these stages with these scientists that you got to pick up, and every time you pick one up, he says "Be well" for whatever reason. It's a little memey. Fun little run though.
Yeah, isn't that from the movie?
Yeah, so this game uses sound clips from the movie. I believe that "Be well" is from the movie. Yeah. Like they just.
I would say so because it's some sort of future where everybody is quote unquote nice to each other. They have these
But as
ways
expected,
to say
the
hello.
game doesn't follow the movie
Yeah.
very
Oh,
strictly. I mean, it does a little bit at the beginning. Like if you've watched the movie, you know what's going on here. But after this mini boss on the next level, it goes wild. Okay, so this mini boss sucks. You want him to walk down, he can walk up or down. If he walks down, you can stun lock him like this. And the damage he takes is random. Completely random. Sometimes you'll deplete his health in like a second and a half. Sometimes it'll take like 5 seconds. Sometimes longer. That boss sucks. But she got through pretty damn well there. Now onto the streets. I call this level streets. I don't know what it's actually called. This is the hardest level in the game. And for calm, because the higher difficulties, everyone's doing this on calm, which is the easier difficulty. The higher difficulties have more levels, so you don't actually do every level in the game on calm. This is the hardest one though. Just picked up an extra life there. The mini boss in this, I found a bit of a better addition to the strat here. You can completely skip the health bar on this boss. You could kill him like now, but you need a weapon upgrade and you need to attack at the... It's tricky to do. I think I was the only person who probably learned how to do it. Only saves like 8 or something seconds, not big. World record doesn't do it, so you don't even need to do it for world record. But the idea is you just got to hit him 3 times, jump up. But if you jump up, there was a platform at the top left. If you jump up there before the boss dies, he will stun lock you to death. It's awful. But if you die, you just spawn back at the boss. So it's not the worst thing, but it's a hard level. This is another tricky level. You've got these things moving left and right across the top, and if you're climbing up the ladders, they'll bang into you and do like 30% of your health, like that. And you kind of don't want to get hit by all 3 of them. This part coming up for Zokastu is extremely dangerous. There's these containers, these red-orange things. If you shoot them and you're anywhere near them... Oh, he fell! He's alive, though. He's alive. If you shoot them when you're close, they're a one-hit kill. Same again, so he's going to blow those up, kill those 2 guys. Sometimes Zokastu delayed jump in there because most of the time an enemy will spawn there. And if you jump, it's very likely he's going to knock you off and kill you. So I didn't mention this, but the enemy spawns in this game are not consistent. I've only been able to manipulate the first level in terms of getting the same enemy spawns for like 90% of it. There's like one area where just like tiny little differences change things. So Zokastu just exploited this boss. If he put it into phase 2 while it was going up and down, and doing that locks the boss in place while it does that laser beam. Normally it does that laser and it moves left and right. That laser's an instant kill. It's really nasty. So you don't want to die during that. Another interesting part about this game is the level that Stu's just got onto isn't always the level that's going to happen. There is the next level after this can sometimes play instead of this one. So you've got to be on your toes for that.
Oh, is there any reason for that?
Not that I know, it just randomly will play the train, or randomly it'll play the second Be Well level. Most of the time it's the train. And when I say most of the time, I'm talking I've never had the Be Well first, but I know Zokastu, Sin, and Fee have had the Be Well before the train. Don't know why.
Okay, so you still have to do both levels.
You still have to do them
Oh,
both,
cool.
but the
Yeah,
order.
okay. Right.
But the train, this entire train level is on a cycle, so you have to react at the start of the level. Like, okay, I'm on the train, do this. And because these laser things, and you'll have seen Zoxtu run across the trains. He basically did a manipulation of the things that travel across. You have to have the same movement, the same jumps, otherwise things get crazy fast. The game kills you very quickly for trying to run across the top of the trains. But there's a cycle you can make. It's not too bad once you learn it, but learning it is a pain. And now he's on to the second B-Well level. This is the second to last stage. The final stage of this run, I know that quite a few of the runners are not a fan of. I think I'm the only person that really likes the last level of this run for Calm. It's basically a zipline section, but you're dropping and skipping 80% of the level, and it's very hard to keep track of, and it's very difficult to learn. So one thing I really like, we didn't talk about it, but when you pick up weapons and armor in Super Adventure Island, it changes the sprite, which is a really nice little detail. I always appreciate it when different gear shows up.
Yeah, everything shows up directly in game. Yeah, all the types of shields, armors, and swords.
The shield is an auto block on projectiles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's actually picking up the final two scientists and moving on to the last level. Should have no issues here, as long as you don't do anything out of place. This level's gonna look the same. But if you've never seen this before, it's gonna be very confusing to follow. Like what's exactly going on Zakashu's screen because it's just fallen.
Yeah, it looks like just a bunch of rocks flying by.
It looks like you should be hitting a bunch of this terrain, but some of it you can. Like some of it, if you land on it, you'll just instantly die. So I didn't really talk about it, but Demolition Man has 4 damage, and if you're probably, I'm going to use meters, if you're probably like 4 meters off the ground and you drop, you'll die. So, got to be careful. Yeah, it's a bit mind-breaking at first learning this, but the visuals are distinct at least. He's on the very last bit now. So those, you saw some orange spikes. If you go anywhere near them, that's instant kill.
Yeah, quite a peculiar game. I'm not sure if I would like it, but I guess there's a lot of getting used to the controls.
Yeah, it's awkward. I didn't like it at first, but it just became one of those runs that I really enjoyed. So much so, it'll be the first thing that I run after the Super 16's done.
Nice. Yeah, it's always nice that you're gonna get interested in some games after the event has passed.
Yeah, I did some Ghoul Patrol last year, but I didn't really didn't follow through on it. But it is nice to get a game for the Super 16 and be like, I want to continue that. Especially like for Ghoul Patrol last year, it wasn't the full game, so I got to learn more of it.
I'm glad that I got a few people into that, even though I understand that not everybody enjoyed it. It's a very weird game. But...
That's one of my favourite games from last year. Alright, speaking about favourite games and what's definitely not one of mine on this list, Zoxtu doing Ninja Gaiden, which is a port of the NES versions. I think that these games were more famous and more renowned for the NES. Ninja Gaiden 1 is completely fine in my opinion. I think this Ninja Gaiden 1 is totally cool. But Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3 eat inputs a lot. And you're gonna be seeing runners, pretty much every single runner, when they get to Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3, there's gonna be at least one ledge that they walk off of. And I can assure you it's not intentional on their part.
Jeez.
It's tough. It's really tough.
Just goes to show, even back then they had bad ports of games.
Yeah. It's just like the UI as well. It looks very NES. But I think Ninja Gaiden 1, it plays well enough. I hear people say the music sounds not great. I don't have a point of reference for the NES game, but Ninja Gaiden 1 plays responsive enough. There's no input eating. The tech's decent. It's tricky. I think it's a pretty tough. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 1 is pretty cool. I only played Ninja. I didn't get around to Ninja Gaiden 3 because Ninja Gaiden 2 destroyed me. But apparently Ninja Gaiden 3 is the worst out of them.
Yeah, it was a bit of a heartbreaker to see that you wouldn't participate because of this.
Yeah,
game,
it wasn't.
but,
It
I
wasn't like
understand.
it wasn't the game as much as like my reaction to it. I've been like, okay, I'm setting a goal for myself that next year it doesn't matter what games are on the list. I'm just gonna take them as they go. It sucks that I'm not doing the race, but doing commentary at least and aiming to make myself a better person for running. So it's all good. It's all good for me. And I'm happy to be doing commentary for this.
And
Totally
your
different.
contribution, it's invaluable as
and
always.
just that's like as we were talking about the Find Distracted collaboration. It's one of my favorite parts of events like this.
Yeah, totally. It's a great experience, even though we struggle through sometimes very poorly coded games. Or games that are very unfair, like with the inputs and stuff.
I think this is the only one on this list. I really struggled with Dracula X. I think that's just a hard game, but I think every game on this list, I have problems with Ninja Gaiden, but every game on this list won me over for the most part, except maybe Castlevania. That game's really difficult. I struggle with that. Metal Warriors as well, which we're going to be seeing soonish, I think is another amazing game on this list that I know that some of the top runners this year I'm not a big fan of, but Jungle Strike did win me over. I like Jungle Strike, at least for Super 16. The rest of the game may suck, but those first two levels test different skill sets. The music could be improved, but outside of that, I enjoy Jungle Strike.
Going to call a little bit of attention to we've got some rotating feeds in the lower left there. Right now we're on Mekon, who's working through Zero. I have no idea what kind of preparation Mekon did, but just still to see kind of the thought process going through, seeing perhaps for the first time, or at the very least some limited number of times, how to get through some of these stages, which the earlier runners definitely went through in no time at all, but like this game can be pretty difficult, not only to figure out where you're going, but just to be in control of yourself enough to be able to go there, because you see all these dive tests, they're specifically built up to make you, well, try to use their dive system, and that can be a struggle as people try and figure that out, not only with all the instant death around.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty difficult game to go into either blind or with not a lot of practice. Those dives are really punishing. It looks like you've got a decent amount of time, but I'm going to guess you probably only have like a five frame window maybe on some of these dives, and if you don't hit that window, you're either too early or too late. It's not as easy as it might appear.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fast-paced game as well. Yeah, if you like some of the runners that we've seen will have gone through some of these levels really quickly, but if you don't have those strats or that knowledge or experience, it's going to take a lot longer. I can't remember how game overs work in this game though. If you have to do just a level again, or
it starts you back at the beginning of whatever that region is. So
it's the region. Okay, so in this it would be levels 1, 3, and 5.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I guess
This
this is
level
also
being level
just
5,
like, just like in the NES version, if you die anywhere in the final boss, you have to go back to 6-1 and redo 3 levels before you can try again.
And supposedly, that's still a difference yet between the Japanese version of this I had heard some of the runners chatting about it. It's just it had some more forgiving checkpoints, and then for whatever reason, the US version went back to, hey, you die during the boss, do the whole thing again, even if there were reasonable checkpoints otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that dive was... I respect it. That dive to get the 2 extra health. That was super scary. Pulled it off though.
So now Stu is on Ninja Gaiden 2, so let's see how many of his inputs get eaten.
Well, he's gone past... That's the second screen that's like nasty. This one's not too bad if things go well here. He didn't get the super... There's a strat here where if you just do everything when the wind pushes to the right here, because the wind changes direction, and it's not random, thankfully. You can kind of just autopilot the rest of the screen, but if you don't get that very specific strat, gotta be careful here.
Yeah, and it looks like Stu is also just taking it a little easy, fully knowing that his inputs can go anywhere at any moment, but hanging back and just making sure that he can properly align exactly when he needs to.
Just got past stage 2 though. He should have no problem with this boss. He's got his clones, which he does. He uses the quick kill. Pretty free strat as long as you've got both your clones and the maximum nimpo. This stage, so the game eats inputs, but you can predict where they're gonna happen. Like, there's a lot of places where you're like, this is a place or a time where it eats inputs a lot. So you can kind of account for it, but you can't guarantee that your jump button's gonna work. But this place doesn't have many areas. Like this place, like this section here where he's jumping between platforms would be scary, but it actually, I've never had the game eat inputs there. So that part's not scary. And this screen doesn't have a lot of those sections, but the next one.
Okay, so it seems to be dependent on where you are in the game. So
yeah, and what's going on. Your clones don't help either, because they're like flashing and just adding stuff. Ninja Gaiden 3 gets worse, because apparently just the water affects it. Just the water just being on screen, moving, affects it.
Yeah, I remember Stu saying that he would try to jump twice or double tap.
I was quad tapping. Yeah, I was quad tapping, and it doesn't. I mean, it helps, but sometimes 3 of those taps will get eaten, and you've already run off the edge. So it doesn't truly help.
Oh, that's terrible.
Ooh, and the knockback, he just got knocked back. Didn't lose much time though.
Yeah,
it's fine. Oh. Just a little bit of a missed time on a swipe. He's going for this quickly. Got that guy chasing behind him. That's scary.
Jeez, birds are just always the problem.
The birds in this game are a menace. They're awful. They just swoop left and right. But you can, if their speed is based on the distance between them and you, so you can create distance and have them fly off the screen, and they won't come back. If they go off screen, they won't come back. That's a blessing, but it's the only one you gain. Not going for the... There's a little skip you can do there, saves a little bit of time, but he's not going for it. It's fine. May as well... I'm not sure if you had maximum nimpo or not, but for this boss you definitely want 2 clones of max nimpo. Don't get knocked off. Okay. This boss is a bit weird. You kind of just got to shoot the nimpo as he's going up and down. Missed one little bit of an attack, but that's fine. Just... This is what makes the boss weird. Like, he had one of his clones attacking him, but it didn't work for some reason. I'm not exactly sure what the hitbox stuff is on that boss fight, but he's moving on to Ninja Gaiden 3, which I have 0 knowledge. I've watched some of the runners play through this, so I know what some of the levels look like, but apparently this is a really scary Ninja Gaiden because of the input eating, but there's... The level design really forces you to take a lot of jumps. I think it's specifically 3-1. If you look at the top right, it'll say the stage 1-1B. I think it's 3-1 and 3-2 that are like the super scary ones. The other thing as well is all 3 games do play a little bit differently. 3 being the biggest difference. You'll notice that the float is the jump is a little bit more floaty. He stays in the air a little bit longer compared to Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2. So mechanics are changed a little bit, but for the most part they've they feel the same. And they
Yeah,
play the same.
this one is definitely floatier.
And also this one, whenever you attack, you go, whoa. Whereas in the other two, you're just silent.
Oh,
so
yeah.
apparently runners like that, so...
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So I think at the beginning here, like with these stages, he might run into an enemy or two, and if you just run straight into an enemy, you can... 90% of that is going to be an input eaten, but there's no death pits. At least. Final level for mid-kind here, and then they can move on. And they're so trolly with these buckets, how some you can't even make the distance when doing the double jump.
There is a pattern to how they show up. But
Yeah, there are consistent,
you're
but
not going to be able to learn like what pattern is there. You just have to kind of pick your piece, and hopefully you can make it up before you run into something you can't catch up to. And again, it's that double tap, quickly getting your double jump out as soon as possible gets you all the extra height you need. And that's something that's not immediately apparent. And like I've had some incredible SNES players who just couldn't get that into their head, and they really didn't like this game because of that.
yeah, intuitively, not most, but I guess in a lot of games with double jump, the optimal would be at the peak of your jump, but it's completely the opposite in this game. You can move on to Ninja Gaiden. I believe Fee was having less issues than most with the input tapping. She was telling me that she was doing a lot of like neutral stuff, not holding a direction while jumping was apparently helping her. I couldn't get it to help me that much, but it works. Let's hope it pans out. Oh, one. I just noticed they're... Oh, okay, they're on 2-3. They go up to D's in Ninja Gaiden 3. Only usually 1 or 3 screens, I think, for Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2. I do think that Ninja Gaiden 3 has the longer levels. But that just might be because the game seems a little slow. I don't know if you run slower in Ninja Gaiden 3, but... I don't think so, but I think it's just a jump that makes everything feel slower. Okay, this is the level. If Stu gets through this without dying, it'll be fantastic. Every time I've watched someone play through this, they fell. Every time.
So in this, your inputs get into it again.
Yeah,
right?
and you've got a lot of these jumps. And apparently it's the water. Water moving a lot causes issues. It's doing it though. But you'll notice that he's kind of stopped on certain jumps. He's kind of like just taking a little bit. He's done it. Nice. Well done.
Nice.
There was a couple of jumps there I noticed where it was kind of just stopping just for a little bit. It's those jumps, and I don't know whether he is kind of just limiting the amount of inputs that are kind of happening at once, just to help it. This screen can also do it, but stayed back there. Pretty smart to do with what was going on screen. I'm not sure if it's even beneficial to kill stuff. You know, in terms of like helping with input eating. I'm not sure if like killing stuff even helps with it. You'd think it would, but if it's like an actual like just coding issue, it might not.
It sounds like it should be just some other coding issue. It's not like there's anything particularly intense about the sprites that they're showing, considering this is still from an NES title, so there should be plenty of
that
work
makes sense
around. Just whatever option they did for porting, it ended up being really inefficient.
I believe this is the final boss for the Super 16, which means Zoxju
Yep.
did this deathless. I don't think he fell anywhere.
Wow.
He died. He died with.
He died. Okay. I was about to say if he didn't die, that would be incredible.
But yeah, he died in Ninja Gaiden 2, I think. Still impressive though.
Yeah, one death is. I'd be ecstatic with that, to be honest. What's next? Kirby's. Okay, nice little cute game.
Yeah, we're playing golf now with Kirby.
There's just like a few notes with it that kind of are different than you'd expect to play casually and like do well with, and it usually comes down to it's almost never faster to get the hole in one. There's the extra fanfare that comes from it, so you'll see a lot of times they're going to go for different opportunities to make it a two shot and close it out that way.
I'm not sure. Oh, S16. Okay, I'm happy. I said to the runners, I need a Super 16 nameplate on the day. Okay, he met me halfway. I'll take that. S16. I thought it was 516.
I thought he was going for stew after writing the S. Yeah, so you have to defeat the enemies and then the hole appears. And indeed, it's usually not a good idea to try to go for a hole-in-one because
yeah, I timed it. It's about 2 seconds slower.
Yeah, it's too slow.
If you get a hole-in-one, it's fine. You got a hole-in-one, it's just 2 seconds. It's much better than missing a shot or something else. So
2 seconds. If it's like more stressful to set up a second shot than just to get the hole-in-one out the bat, then like why not?
Yeah, usually what you're doing is, not always, but most of the time, you're gonna just spam the shoot button for the first shot and just have like basically a dead shot, and then you're gonna hole-in-one the second shot, like essentially hole-in-one the second shot. That's what you do for most of the holes. But if you mess up that second shot, then the first shot was a complete waste. So
there's some other mechanics going on here too. Just playing the game. Like timing your bounces, getting the power correct. I don't know if it's going to show up here, but there's different ways to put spin on, but those...
it will definitely show up in a few of these holes. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just timing. It's fairly lenient too, so it's not like you need to do some frame perfect stuff to be able to line up everything. Oh, that was just shy.
Yeah, there are stages like this where you see how he landed on the warp and it warped him. You can avoid that warp and go by the tree, but it's that shot you have to have the exact meter, and you also have to time those like jumps during your roll to end up in the right pixel position. So there's some cool stuff there, but it's really dangerous to do, and if you mess it up, it can cost you quite a bit. But I think I think this game is actually really fun. That was a pretty early jump there by Stu. Is he going to jump over? He doesn't quite get the shot, I don't think. Oh, just shy. But I like the spin, but I like that you get abilities as well. You get the jump for this level. There's some like parachutes. This makes it a really fun game to play, I think.
It's a Kirby game, so you have to copy the abilities from your enemies.
That's true.
Makes sense.
Oh, I just noticed. I thought you started this level that Stu's on with the parasol, but you just get it off that second enemy. I never noticed that. But yeah, this just missed. So that really wasn't Stu's fault. Most of the time, when Kirby will default when he's preparing for the next shot, he will default, and the game will automatically point you to the hole. Sometimes, though, the angle will point you off the hole, like completely off the hole. That happened to him. He didn't react to it fast enough and took the shot. A little bit unlucky. Missed time to jump there.
Like the time lost from that?
It's so small. Yeah, so small. He's put some forward spin on there for that bounce.
Looking around the rest of the table, Fee is still going through, looks like 2?
Ninja Gaiden 2. She's done the nasty stuff in Ninja Gaiden 2. Like the more nasty input eating stuff, so yeah, she'll be making her way onto Ninja Gaiden 3 pretty soon. Not that far behind Stu.
And it looks like
that's quite a feat.
Yeah, Super Adventure Island coming up towards the end for Super Nintailer.
Yep, should have about 4 or 5 minutes left on that. Just last dungeon. Though if you die during this ice dungeon, you have to return to the entrance, but your progress does get saved at least. So if you pick anything up, if you push the switch, if you knock the boulder down, all of that gets saved. Thankfully.
Yeah, it's actually abused a lot near the end of the game, because it allows you to warp to places and do some stuff, and then you can return to the beginning.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see anyone fall down after picking up the second heart, because there's just a cheeky hole right to the left of the chest. It looks like there's ground there, but you just fall through it. It spawns you right where Nintendo just has arrived. I think that's probably about 30 seconds at least. I didn't even know about it when I was practicing. I was doing runs and I was like, oh, I need the health this time. Grabbed the health and just fell down. Hit that reset button
that's
so fast.
pretty nasty. Yeah, you will get this will catch you in your first playthrough for sure. Yeah, you have to be careful when you take that heart.
Nobody moving on to Top Gear 3000. Should be a break for even the blind runners, except it can be a bit weird on the eyes. It never bothered me that much. Wow, Nintendo getting the tough jump there. I forgot what I was gonna. Oh yeah, I think any runners, even the blind runners, are gonna be fine with Top Gear. It's just visually, it's one of those games I know that can just be hard to look at. Just the speed at which it moves with the pixelate style. Not as bad as the older retro games like Hang On. At least.
S2 just got in the hole-in-one.
Is that the first hole? I only just recently found out that you can soft reset inside of this Dreamcast. So after you do hole 8 on course 1, you want to soft reset to get onto course 2 quicker. Didn't see if Stu did that, but he most likely did. Oh, just shy of the hole. Oh, I think that was his second shot, yeah.
You always want it to be that hole-in-one, but really, no. Yeah. Most of the time should be the two-shot.
Oh, Stu doing a different strat than I've seen. Interesting. I think this is probably the hardest hole for the first two courses. The sand makes it really awkward to judge how much power. He's probably going to need to put in their full power here. Oh, he jumped as well. Oh my gosh, if that goes straight in. Okay. And there, that time, Kirby didn't align himself with the hole. He had to make sure.
Just that sand is brutal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's really completely stops the momentum.
Yeah, thankfully, like, it's just going to be paced with Kirby. I think, again, even the blind runners will have a decent time with this game. They might lose some lives. Probably will lose some lives. But I think it's pretty straightforward as to what needs to be done with this game after you do a couple of holes.
It's only the first two courses. The later ones get to be kind of a little bit meaner and more complicated, but at least early on, it should be obvious most times, like, how to work towards the hole-in-one, or at the very least not a whole lot to do to get there. And Taylor fighting the elephant. Oh, one hit remaining.
Oh, is the next hit gonna kill? Oh, he's not got armor. Oh, go left, go. Oh, he killed him. Nice. Okay.
Just like that.
Yeah, that was a close call. Okay, good.
Dying there takes you back to the beginning of here, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's
with all the progress saved, so you don't. Yeah, the the hole in the floor is already
Oh
done.
yeah, that
You can
actually,
just go
yeah.
back.
Okay, see, yeah, you just have to drop down and go left. Okay, not too
Yeah,
bad,
you don't have
but
to redo the whole level. And it saves also the piece of heart that you got.
Right, what do we got next? Metal Warriors. It's another Omni game.
Oh yeah. I'm curious to see how much stuff anybody actually goes for. Because this is
Pretty much, they're gonna go for all of the strats that you know of. It's just the the execution level. Maybe not the first zip.
that's fair enough. Yeah.
Stu and Fikun may go for the first zip, just because even if you fail it, you still have to like wait. If you fail it and you've missed the time save, you're not going to lose that much time because you have to wait for it to come back up. So it's not too rough, but I think they're going to do every strat. They're going to go for the skip in 3. At least I know Sin, Fikun, and Sokastu are going to go for it. Not sure about other runners.
That's
you,
a
obviously,
good point.
yeah, and you've got the backup as well. But that can go wrong if you don't get those pause cancels quite right. For like 3 or 4 of them mess up, could be bad news. But it's only a couple. That stage isn't that long, at least.
It's not too long. Just make sure that you don't run into a soft lock. Well, I guess that's the story for this game always. But
yeah, I heard Sin soft locked. Is that when you get the message of the destroying the cores, while you also get the message about the turrets?
It's just from. There's a particular message that pops up when you pass a certain point on the ship.
That's about the turrets.
And if you go through that message too quickly, the music has not transitioned all the way yet. And if you close out, then the game just freezes up and doesn't know what to do. That happens in one other spot in the game that I know of, but that's one place where you actually want to just lay off and don't try to jam through the...
Oh, that's scary because I always try to min-max that text. Interesting. Yep.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to leave if that's okay.
We're
really
sad
sorry,
to see you
but,
go, but understand it might happen sometimes. But great having you here, Hulk. Pleasure as always.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. I wish I knew more of these games, but yeah, it's been I had a blast commentating. Yes, thanks for having me.
3 hours.
Good luck to the runners. Goodbye, guys.
So Stu just took a couple extra hits from that guy who came forward, and that was extremely risky. So he actually doubled back, got back into the mech, which restored his health. Okay, 1 hit away from death.
So I like to kill the very first 2 enemies. I like to get out of my mech late there and kill the very first 2 humans you see, just because it can be scary. Man, I bet he was... Oh, he was shaking then. I thought he was dead.
Oh, okay, so he lucked out. There's a number of random drops. In this case, he got the shoulder, the gravity power-up, which kind of helps, but only so much. Gets you through to this point, picks up the health for some security, and drops off the mech up there so a guy doesn't come out and steal it from you, which is always bad news. All good planning here. Did not actually check the other drop for a missile, which, like, if he got the rocket pack, he could have sped this up by another 4 or 5 seconds, but again, that's random. So you do what you can.
I'm not actually sure I know which missile pack you're talking about. To the left, here?
Right here, there's another.
Oh, there. Okay, yeah. Gets
here.
that drop. This is a soft lock, yep.
Yep, if you get through too fast, then it will go there. There's a pause trick in this game, so any active hitbox will continue to do damage even in the pause menu, which is really useful because it stops this ship from moving away from you.
Including yours, you said, right? I remember you saying to me, your hitbox is also, like, in danger during a pause. Ooh.
If somebody, like, there's only a few attacks, but if any enemy is, like, using a flamethrower on you or something like that and you pause, you're gonna take all the damage too. So can be dangerous. But the whole point is you keep that ship kind of as close to the stage as you can, and you just drive it back. There's enemies blowing up stuff over on the right side all that time, and normally you're supposed to take them out first, but if you get the ship back in, you don't need to care about that at all.
And there's a fail-safe where if you've realized that while doing the pause stuff that things haven't gone that well, that you're not going to make it in time, then you can decide to wait until the screen fades to white as it gets ready to show that the base is exploding. And then if you take control of the ship at that moment, it's like a 2-3 second window. You get infinite time. The downside is you get an epilepsy-inducing screen. You may see that a couple of times. The screen will flash yellow and blue really rapidly.
There's a bunch of things that can happen from that, the worst of which would be some variety of soft lock, but that's pretty uncommon.
Oh, can you soft lock there? I wouldn't be surprised to be fair.
Sometimes you can just get a solid red screen. Like, you're still there, it's just you can't see anything. Like, there's all sorts of weird stuff that can happen if you do that, but all the same, probably just try to stick to the normal stuff.
Yeah.
The stage that Stu is on right now is, in my opinion, one of the weirdest. Just the conditions to get through here is you need to make the ship survive, which is an ambiguous task, and then kill all the enemies, which is also ambiguous, because sometimes they despawn on their own, depending on where you are, and
yeah, I was going to ask if there was some like inconsistencies. They spawn in the same like kind of locations, like oh, it's this time in the level, they're going to be spawning from the left-hand side or above me in the middle, but
they always spawn in the same order and from the same places. The inconsistency comes from you, whether you're able to kill them at the same times or whether you're far enough away that they despawn, things like that. So you go in with a plan and hope that you can pull off as much of it as possible, but it's not a sure thing. And right now, I believe there's probably a guy off to the right that Stu needs to take care of. That guy was waiting on him.
And you have to clear each wave before the next wave comes up. So there there was just a couple of enemies left. I think this level can have like a 20-30 second sway, just based on the execution. These mines, I don't understand these mines. They always knock me back, but apparently they can knock you forward, and you can go through this laser beam by walking.
It's a very weird interaction because it's using data from old enemies. So
I've experienced that before.
It just happens to overlap with something that happened before. That's why
that's a Goof Troop classic. That one.
You start to just fire everything to the right, fire some missiles to the right, because you're preloading that data, and hopefully it'll take over one of them.
So you can kind of control that then.
It's far from consistent, but at least improve your odds.
Okay. Can you react to it? So it's like, oh, I had this situation happen. I'm going to get the good stuff later.
No.
No.
You're always just hoping that when you run into that first pine, it's going to knock you forward. But, Stu's clearing through the stage pretty quick. There are some risky pieces there, especially when you're out pilot on your own and you got to dodge some of the attacks. But for the most part, in the wrong spot. He needs to get past. Okay, wait for it to come back through, and he's going to finish clipping the rest of the way in. 1, 2, jump, and then 1, 2, and it's all done.
Easy boss when you know how. Super simple, super consistent, but pain in the backside if you don't do that strat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the final level, but it's a long one, much longer than the other ones. Actually, my favorite part of this run for Super 16 is this 6-1, 2, and 6-3.
Mm-hmm. This is the first instance where they're starting to throw multiple sections of nominally one stage at you, and you're supposed to infiltrate this mountain base, steal their top secret glider mech, and
sorry, he jumped that. When you jump before so you get back in your mech after you push the switch. If you jump before dropping down, that does stop the mech from messing around, right? Because there's a mech that can follow you here and actually destroy your mech.
I don't know the circumstances that it will follow you, but just sometimes it does. I think it has to do with camera position.
Yeah, I think if you jump before you drop down, I was never getting him to follow me when I was doing that. And your world record, you jumped, it didn't do it, and Stu just jumped and it didn't do it. It may not be 100% consistent, but I think that might increase the chances.
Okay, Stu's there. He can get out of the mech, but like those little missile bots are extremely
They're crazy.
dangerous.
Yeah, if you get out of your mech and just as they're about to shoot, they'll just wipe you out. It's pretty dangerous little section. This section I suck at. Oh, he got through. Nice. I always mess that up.
You fire the big shot here because it persists even past.
You're gonna see Fikun do a different strat here. She'll shoot up, and then she'll jump onto this cannon here and kill the second cannon with the ball, and then she'll get into this spider mech, jump out, and fly down. Don't know if it's faster. I never timed it, but she's gonna do that later, so keep an eye out for that. Not sure if that's quicker or not. Probably not, but
It might be slightly slower, but it's not going to be a make or break thing. But the whole reason of getting Spider is because Spider has wonky hitboxes and climbs on the ceiling and all this other junk. But the main point is that it'll set up for some clips and zips later on that only Spider can do. So you have the opportunity to take over Spider, bring it with you here. There is one kind of backup Spider, but it's difficult to get to, and I wouldn't advise banking on it. It's just easier to take that one since you need to kind of get out of the mech anyways. But just a few gates to clear out. This one will get rid of that big old laser that was on the other side. And while that's happening, you can try to clip through, which...
it's not going far in.
Nope. No. Looks like he's just bypassing. Which is fine. It's not that much slower.
Yeah, you save, like... You have to do the beginning of the stage well. If you do the beginning of the stage sloppy, you're not even going to get the cycle that this zip would save. But I think it's only going to be like, what, 8-10 seconds if you do
Something
it?
like that.
You just got to wait. This thing here's going to go up and down, and while you can go through there, but then it goes down, and you've got to wait. It's not that bad. This second zip, though, much more important. Don't know how much it saves, but...
versus the alternative, it's probably like another 10-12 seconds, but
it's also a lot. It's
it's
so easy as well. You only have to get the mech a little bit into the wall, and then they'll shoot you up when you escape.
Yeah.
Whereas
the getting into the wall is kind of
it's awkward. It's the reverse of the first zip, so you've got to get comfortable with like both directions of doing the inputs. It's a very rhythmic thing, but both of them are opposite. So I find the first zip is easier than the second. I struggle with that second one so much.
We'll see if Stu's feeling ballsy. And
so I had him a nip here. I came up with a nip that's like not 100% consistent, but he's not going to go for it. He's going to do he's going to kill the mech at the very least.
Okay.
Fikun. Yeah, Fikun's going to go for the ballsy strat, and it's basically kind of like what you do in your world record, except you stand still for a few seconds just to get the line that the mech's doing, and then you move and force him to move. It's a bit weird to explain, but...
and yeah, this is... it's all about getting the enemy to behave when the enemy doesn't necessarily want to.
We didn't talk about it, but you have 10 health when you get out of a mech. Some enemies do 1. Is it 10 or 9? I actually don't know.
It starts out at 9, but
okay.
It's so like every time you take a hit, you're either taking 1 damage or 3.
Or 5. That rocket dude in before the boss hits you for 5. I think. Is it 5? Yeah, he hits you for 5. Yeah, he's scary. He's scary.
But that
right
finishes
before the
off
mech.
Metal Warriors.
Onto Terranigma, which Terranigma is going to be practically an auto-scroller for Zokastu. It's a long-time runner of the game. He's ran it for many years. So he's going to be super comfy during this entire thing, even during Shadowkeeper, which is basically the one big scare in this run. It's I don't know what experience you've got with Terranigma, Omni?
I played it a lot casually. I know that there's plenty going on in the speedrun settings, but yeah.
Thankfully, Act 1 there's a lot of cutscenes, there's a lot of downtime. There's going to be 5 cutscenes, 1 in between each tower. I won't watch the one after Tower 5 because it'll be done. So we'll watch 4 cutscenes. Each one's going to be between 1 minute and 1 minute 30. So there's a lot of downtime. There's a bit of tech. A lot of the tech for the beginning of this is going to be your movement and your text. You can buffer text with the L button. You let go and repress after every text box. The movement in this is really difficult in the sense that you have a run button, but you can run in diagonals, but you can prioritize a diagonal. So you can prioritize vertically or horizontally a diagonal movement, and to switch them, you need to do some kind of let go repress on the D-pad. It's tricky, and it is the hardest thing to learn outside of Shadowkeeper for this run, and it does net you probably like 30 seconds across Act 1 for just the movement. Then you've got the text, which is it can be buffered, but it's all about knowing how many text boxes there are, and you can't immediately run after you've finished text boxes. You have to mash it a little bit. There's a door skip coming up here. You're supposed to hit the door twice with pots, but if you exit the screen when you actually break the door of the second pot, you'll ignore a 45-second cutscene. It's pretty big. Very simple to do when you know how. You're not rushed or anything. The inputs are, you can take your time with it. So if you know how to do it, you really want to go for it.
So let's we'll take a moment too. We've got a new commentator joining us, Lucha Jim, filling in.
Welcome in.
Hello, hello. I didn't want to interrupt while you guys were talking about Metal Warriors, a game I don't have too much experience running, but how's it going, guys?
It's going well. It's going well. Runners seem to be doing all right. Well, I had a couple of hiccups. Sin unfortunately had a soft lock, but things seem to be going pretty well for the runners on screen.
Quite frankly, I'm shocked that Zucker is in the lead, but yeah, it looks like it's going pretty well for him and everyone else.
Yeah, we still have... I know that one of Zuckerstu's weakest games, or not weakest, but one of his most difficult, because he's still strong in that game, but Castlevania's coming up, and that can break, that can make or break, so we'll see.
I think he'll do alright.
He should do alright. It's just, it's been, how long have the races been going now? For 3 hours, 12 minutes? Yeah.
I think, yeah, Dracula X has put a few people off. It is one of the more unusual games in the series for the side-scrollers, in terms of how it operates, but...
Fee just died.
Ooh, tough death in Metal Warriors there.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes Castlevania is that the controls feel clunky at a basic level. Like, if you're not super good at the game, the controls feel slow and clunky, and you have to, like, play really well and do some, like, full backflip whip cancels in order to make the controls feel, like, really smooth. I think that's what makes it hard.
I think it's that, but I think the biggest thing for most people is that in most Castlevania games, when you get hit, you have a decent amount of iframes.
That is another thing.
In Dracula X, you get 1 iframe, so you have to really make it count if you're gonna get hit.
And the knockback is pretty... I don't know what knockback is like. I think knockback is kind of consistent throughout Castlevania's. Oh, Fee, you're on 1 health left. Oh, you should have got back in your mech. No! No!
Yeah, that's not good news.
So yeah,
they're not playing on the Infinite Continues version.
I think Sin is. I know Sin is. I think some people are just confident that they don't need it. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them.
Yeah, I hope not. But that was one of my contributions here. Is just Metal Warriors by itself only has the 5 continues.
Yeah. You can't. There's none to grab anywhere either, right?
There's no. You can't get more. There's no stage select. You can't get back to somewhere that you were previously just by putting in a code or anything like that. Just if you game over, that's it.
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
And there's no stage checkpoints, is there? When you die, you go right back to the start.
Right back to the beginning. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
And now if he has full health, getting through just has to...
Just don't get stuck on these 2. Nice.
Yep, there you go.
If you die when it says mission complete, it's fine, right?
Yep, it is perfectly fine.
Mission 3. Hopefully no soft lock, no extra deaths. What upgrade is that? Did she get the good RNG there?
Yeah, that's the rocket pack. So
nice.
The benefit of having rocket pack here is that you can take out the cannons much quicker and just go at them. Like it saves time just in terms of how much time you have to spend using your lightsaber in the meantime. Yep, right there. Those two cannons, that's what those rockets are for, and it still saves some like 6-7 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy on stage 1 too, right? If you get rockets at the very beginning.
Yep, that's another random one. It's about 20%, I think. But
I thought you were going to say 20 seconds. Yeah, it's big. You can destroy 2 cannons and a door, I think, with that 1 rocket on stage 1.
2 cannons, one of these containers that's blocking you, and it saves some 7-8 seconds. Just all
right,
totally the only place that matters in the run that they're concerned with. There's 2 other places in the game of the full run that you would really want to have some variety of luck with what pops out of those chests.
If you got through the turret nice and clean, she'll have plenty of time to do the quick strat here. And Zoxtru, I think, did the first tower. Nothing really to say in the first tower. You just movement, and at the very end you just have to kill 4 enemies. There's some tech like door skip that saves like a second if you do it optimally, but people aren't going to worry about that. It's just fancy stuff. Tower 2 is more puzzle based, so it's just going to be Stu running around killing enemies that are in his way, because this game does have level ups and experience. You don't have to worry about it too much in the first 25 minutes, but Stu will have, in Tower 1 you'll want to calculate your experience so you level up on the final enemy of Tower 1, and then you'll keep level 2 till to Shadowkeeper, unless you get super unlucky and get like 15 fakes, which can happen. Hopefully it doesn't, but it probably is going to happen to someone. We'll say.
If I remember right, there was a trick in Terranigma to level up when you're basically on top of a boss, and you'll just instantly kill them.
So yeah, that'll happen with Shadowkeeper if you get 3 or more fakes. It will basically mean that when you destroy the faceplate, so Shadowkeeper has 2 arms, his face and then his like main body. When you destroy the 2 arms, you'll level up no matter what. If you had 3 or more fakes, when you destroy the face, you'll level up. And if you got the correct number of hits, you can slice in and out of Shadowkeeper and do 3 hits and 2 hits. If you do 1 2-hit slice, you'll increase your chances to level up inside of Shadowkeeper, and you get 9 hits, which saves about 3 seconds. But optimally in a run, you don't want that. You just want less fakes, because each fake is worth at best 5 seconds. So, but it's a bit of a recovery you can do if you had extra fakes. But yeah, you can level up inside of enemies, and it does damage.
Oh, looks like Fee got the boost.
Nice. Every time I've watched her do this, Omni, she's got it. So that's why I was curious if it was like something you could do, because I've watched her do that 4 times in a row now.
If she has a consistent way to get through stage 4, because that's what the enemy data that it's pulling from.
Right, okay.
And probably she has a much greater chance than otherwise.
Yeah, I could never get it. That's cool that she got it. That saves probably like 8 seconds, maybe? Maybe not that much, but it's a nice little save. Didn't get trolled by this guy. You can manipulate these mechs, but it's kind of weird. The worst thing, you don't want him to start dashing off to the left. That's the nightmare situation. See if she can get snuck in as she made the cycle. Not quite.
Gonna have to wait it out.
Yeah, I'm assuming this cycle starts from the very beginning of the level. Maybe it's when you...
It is consistent from when you load the level. So,
okay.
So long as you kind of keep up a consistent timing through the stage, you should make it in about the same cycle every time. And that's kind of the key too, is to get faster. It's not just like be a second faster. You have to be a whole cycle faster.
Yeah. Cycles are fun, except when they're really tight.
for a competition like this, it's at least not too bad. Like missing it is, oh, I have to wait another 6-7 seconds, as opposed to, oh, didn't activate that one. Stu did the same thing.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Also, she jumped and didn't get the mech as well. I think that might be the thing, but still would need a lot of data. Let's see if she does the
movement stuff. But yeah, just trying
what's
to
up
get
with the what's up with the rocket boost here? Oh, unfortunate.
Just rockets in general are weird, and you're getting beat up from behind by that that one entity, and it builds your speed and knocks you forward. So long as you're not like in contact with the ground, you don't slow down and you maintain that momentum. But it's not a sure thing. Oh, don't get blown up.
Yeah, I was about to say don't get out of the mech there. So she'll have just heard red alert on screen there, and that will indicate she was very close to dying. Let's see if she does this strat here. Yeah, so she's gonna shoot up, and now she's gonna jump on top of that rocket like this. What are your thoughts on this?
Yep, that's the correct way to do it. You can clear out that one while you still have the opportunity. You don't need to take Spider down. You can just get out right away.
Yeah,
and
that's
go back.
that's what she's. Okay. So would you say that's the faster method? I really don't know whether than
It is the faster method.
it is the faster. Okay.
It's quicker to be able to take out that second cannon as soon as possible, and there's still a little bit of travel time on the shot going up.
Almost had the floor collapse there. That could be pretty brutal if that happens, just because it's awkward to deal with that cannon that was just destroyed if the floor in front is gone. So I think we're going to see Fee do zip one.
There are several zips you can do in this stage. This first one is, as we were saying earlier, saves some time if you can make sure that you're good enough to catch the cycle. The second one is difficult, but if like you're not getting the rhythm, which is tricky anyways, then you can skip it and move a little further into the stage, and then there's a zip that you can get for absolutely free. You don't have to do anything, you literally just walk into a wall, and then you're all set and go from there.
Nicely done, Faye. Nicely done. That was clean.
Very nice, yep.
And with that stage, I think she's made this cycle. Yeah, nice. Well done. This is difficult though. It's in theory it's easier. Yeah. I would kill that guy. It's so frustrating trying to do it while someone's shooting you.
That guy can actually help you because he'll move you slightly into the wall, but at the same time,
that's with his shots. That's interesting. It gives you more of a window when he pushes you in the corner.
Yeah, but it's still annoying. So I don't blame anybody for trying to take him out.
Stu got unlucky apparently. Was he doing fakes?
I think he only did 4 kills on the fakes.
4, yeah, it's 3 is average. It's a little bit worse than average, you know. It's 20 seconds. You know, could be worse. Could be worse. It technically isn't looking okay. So Fee's doing the baiting. Nice job. Yeah. So that's the strat that I came with, and Fee adopted. It's not 100% though, because the mech can still kill you just before you get to that switch, while you're flying to the right. But yeah, good job, she didn't die.
Everything is based on whatever that mech decides to do, and just how it works.
This end trigger's really weird as well. You have to like hit a certain spot to get the mission complete. Flying to the top apparently is not good enough by itself. But she's done with Metal Warriors, moving on to Terranigma.
Yeah, well done. She's kept up pace with Zocca pretty good. Zocca's got a lot of golds on the tracker sheet, so to be on the same game as him at the end is a pretty good effort so far.
Definitely. I think last year I was at this point, which is like, well, I would have just finished at 3:24 from last year, but I ended up being over 15 minutes behind Zocca by the end of last year, so she should be stupidly happy with remaining this close consistently in second place throughout near enough this entire thing.
You
Still
never
2 more
know.
games though. There's still 2 more games.
Yep, there could be a 50 cycle Dracula for Zucker. You never know.
I didn't think about that, but Dracula can just swing a minute or two if he decides. And
Yep, yeah, there's plenty of spots in that game that can swing some time. Probably not 20 minutes or whatever, but yeah, it can make things rough and get you tilted.
thankfully, the skips with the Pink Knights are consistent if you've practiced them. If you practice them a lot, you should be able to do them almost every time. That is a blessing, because I think those skips are like really nasty, I think, if you're not super comfortable with them.
Yeah, they can boost you actually in the opposite direction sometimes, or they can just straight up miss you. So yeah, that could be an issue. But if people are gonna have an issue, like a big issue, it'll probably be stage 5. There's a decent amount of RNG on that, and it's also a health dependent stage. But yeah,
For
we'll
me,
see what
I would
happens.
have guessed stage 6. I found that stage 6, the Clock Tower 1, that screen, if you don't know how to deal with those Pink Knights, you're in big trouble. Like, they're so trolly.
Yeah, yep. I mean, stage 6 I think is harder for execution, but stage 5 is worse just for RNG.
Yeah, if you're going for pace, yeah, I can see it. And if you don't get good fleamen, and you're kind of forced to take a death right before werewolf,
Right. And you lose
you lose a bit
hearts.
of time, but your hearts, yeah, you get less hearts for Dracula most likely, and you might not always be able to have 3 on screen. Bit of a snowball thing.
Yeah, right. And I'll come to that when we get to the game. But yeah, hearts are very important, more than any other game, I'd say, for Dracula X.
Yeah, I didn't even know about that mechanic with the axes and the hearts. I was like, why am I forced to whip after an axe? This game's bugged. And someone told me. Oh, Hyena's saying
Stu has one
7
more tower.
fakesy things. If Soccer Stew got 7 fakes, that is unlucky. That's really unfortunate. That's minus 35 seconds. Nothing you can do about it though. When you enter that screen with the fakes, the RNT is already determined. It doesn't matter which one of them you hit. They're the exact same. And when you enter that screen, your RNG is just determined at that point. So you can't control it. Fun stuff. But Fee picking up the Crystal Sphere. Not Sphere. And she'll be ready to go to Tower 1. Don't think she'll have anything much to worry about for this run, but if you've not ran this game for a very long time, Shadowkeeper is always a threat. Just because of the way the game lags and changes its lag throughout the fight. It's predictable. You can be like, okay, the game's going to lag now, and it's going to lag for this much for this long. But that's knowledge, and if you don't have that knowledge, it's going to feel like your inputs are eaten. And Terranigma does actually have some input heating in the sense that when a text happens on screen, not a text box, but text that's by itself, not inside of a box, that happens while you're moving around, that will actually like lock out your next run button. So if you're running and text happens and then you do something that would cancel a run, you have to let go and repress the run instead of just being able to hold it. That will take place like 5 or 6 times during Act 1, and it's mostly going to be the enemies on the walls, the spirit-looking enemies. And that'll catch her. Oh, and then Taylor just getting hit at the very edge. I think he was almost done with this screen. But yeah, I've not played this, but apparently 3-1 Ninja Gaiden 3 is awful.
Yeah, with the Ninja Gaiden trilogy, I played this a couple of years ago because I was like, oh, Super Nintendo port of the same NES game. It can't be, too much different, just a bit of a polish up. But it's the exact opposite in all ways. And somehow, progressively, each game you play in the trilogy for Super Nintendo, the input eating gets a lot worse. And I don't know how I don't know, maybe they just got lazier with each game they developed, but yeah, your jumps on the edge will get eaten a lot, and you'll just.
We just saw it with Nin Taylor then just Oh no, maybe he did that to. Oh no, I think he did that to get his.
He might
lives
have done
back.
it to
Yeah,
refresh
yeah.
lives.
Man,
But yeah, it
knocked
can
back
just
in
become
midair.
a giant spiral of death after death after death, particularly in this stage. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3 in the trilogy, significant inputs getting eaten.
The one blessing, if you can call it a blessing, is you know the areas where it is very likely to happen. You can't do anything about it, but you know it's coming up for whatever that is worth.
Right, I'd almost be interested in getting like a turbo controller for the jump.
I tested it.
test it.
I tested it. It doesn't care. It doesn't care.
Oh, it doesn't.
It
Okay,
will.
that's
It will go
interesting.
through like. It's like there's a cluster of frames. Let's say frames 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 eat inputs, but the others don't. It feels like that. It's awful. It's like, but yeah, I set a turbo controller, and I think at least one time it ate through 5 of the B input before actually registering a jump.
Ugh,
It's
awful.
not good.
Yeah, when I first played it, I don't know, I just went into it completely blind, and I was thinking that maybe either I've become a much worse gamer or my controller was broken. But apparently it was neither, it was just how the game is.
Yeah, it can only be a case of just like kind of laziness with developing it, because it is so horrific. Any kind of playtesting would have revealed it. They had to have known. Oh my god,
Right,
that
I'm not
fish!
sure if the Super Famicom version of it is any different. I would assume not. But you never know, maybe that's slightly more polished.
Yeah, where's Sockstew up to now? Is he tower? Oh, he's on tower 5. Okay, Sockstew closing up. Be 2 or 3 minutes, depending on what the boss coming up can give some different RNG, but it's not that much time. Usually, at most, it's going to be like a 6-second sway. But what you don't want is Shadowkeeper to walk down. So he's going to start the fight, and the game just nicely puts you on the center pixel, and that actually stops in the final phase of the boss. It stops the boss being able to attack you with his laser, which generates lag and just makes the fight harder. But if the boss walks down too much, he's going to be forced to go off that perfect pixel to deal with the hands. It's a little bit weird, but you kind of just want Shadowkeeper to slam the ground with his hands over and over. The green lasers are fine, but they do introduce lag and just make the fight a little bit slower. But hopefully he's just going to slam down, destroy both the hands, and kill both of the hands by the time he's leveled up. Oh, he's walking down. You'll notice he went off the perfect pixel to deal with the hands. And now they're dead. He's going to try and now get himself back into the center pixel, because you can't hit Shadowkeeper until now. But he's not quite got it, because you can see the tail still going for him, but any adjustments, I think he's just adjusting himself. And he leveled up inside the face. Nicely done. That gets you 9 hits, which is basically 3 slices. So that's about 3-second time save. Clean Shadowkeeper, damageless. Nicely done. And now
Well
he's
done,
moving on
well
to the final game.
On to Dracula X, see how he goes. I think this is... I haven't looked at the tracker sheet again, but I think this is the only one he doesn't have a podium.
This is one of the probably the only game that he doesn't have a podium. Yeah, he was really not confident with this. Didn't really like the run, which I understand all of his difficulties with it.
Yeah, it can be a bit to get used to. You want to get used to all the mechanics and movement of it. The good thing, at least, is there's no limit on continues or anything, and there's a password if, for whatever reason, you decided to reset. But yeah, if you can keep a smooth operation going with hard count and your weapons, you should be okay.
Yeah, you get a life at the start of every new stage as well. So you get to stage 7, you're going to be 6 or 7 lives up.
Yep, and there's a couple of extra lives in the walls, some meat to refill your health if you need it. He's going for the non-bat boost strat there. Yep. It's interesting.
Yeah, it took me a long time to get that bat boost. This screen was one of the only screens where I was practiced to like got really good at it. That bat boost is so precise, just because you.
Oh, yeah,
just
that
because
one was
of the stairs. This is a really hard game to do fast. So it's a lot of commitments, and when you backflip, you're forced into a backflip unless you whip. And if you whip at the right time during a jump, you will cancel your landed animation. And if you do it optimally, you won't even be forced on the ground. Like, you'll notice some of the whips, he'll do it in midair, and if he does it a little bit late, he'll be forced to watch the whip on the ground. It's only a little bit of a time loss, but in certain screens, you kind of want to be doing the exact same thing to get the same patterns from enemies. Because a lot of this game is, in terms of enemy movement, is consistent and I want to say manipulable, and I guess that is correct.
Meat. Yeah.
Yeah, meat for safety only costs a second or two, may as well. Very unlikely he's going to die to this boss. Pretty simple,
yeah,
especially if he gets that first hit. Should be golden. Just take the damage there, even if he got hit, it's fine. Nice.
You can't really do the fight that much faster than how he did it.
No. The next boss, I think, is probably one of the hardest for Super 16. Probably, I guess, the entire run. The Bat boss, if that goes wrong, you're in big trouble. In terms of you lose your weapon, you lose your heart.
Right. There are backups for it. It's just significantly slower and a bit more dangerous. And also, I should quickly mention that the reason why he's jumping a lot is not just for swag. It's because it's faster than walking in this game. That's the best mode of transportation is just jumping.
I believed when I watched the tutorial, the guy said it's a third of a second every jump.
You're right, and
yeah, that's a big deal when you consider the fact you jump hundreds of times during this run. So it's minutes. You walk very slow in this game.
I'll quickly mention about the hearts as well. So of course you use them for sub-weapons, but the thing in this game compared to other games, I believe this is the only game that does it, but your heart count number is tied to your double, triple, and single shots. So if you have over 20, you have a double shot, and over 30 is a triple, and under 20 is a single shot. Which means if you have a triple shot, you can throw more axes consecutively compared to if you have a single shot. Oh, he's going to go for the boost here. Night boost. Let's see. Oh, he got the reverse.
It's still got up though. Like, the worst thing is if you miss and then you jump to the left side of that knight. It's like the worst case scenario.
Right, if you just don't make it up there.
The music in Dracula X is my favorite thing about it.
The music's quite good, especially on stage 5, which is ironically the most trolliest stage.
Actually trying to think of which one stage 5 is off the top of my head.
Oh, it's Fleeman Alley. Fleeman Nightmare.
I remember the stage, I just can't remember the music. My favorite is probably it's 1, 2, or 6. I don't know. 3's good as well. They're all good. This game, I may not like it, but it's got a great soundtrack.
Yeah, they do have some bangers in it. Zocca actually did not get the 2 cycles, which is what you want.
Didn't die at least, though.
He still got like the 2.5 cycle, which is what we call it when you kill him in big bat form because he only has 1 hit left. But you know,
yeah, if you attack him. Yeah, if you attack him when he's in those little bat forms, even though his life's gone, you have to wait until the end of that animation. So that's why the cycle's really nice to get if you can grab it. Getting some backflip whip cancels there, though. Didn't have to do them like that.
Yeah, this is rough for a lot of people.
3-1, yeah. I actually didn't mind this anywhere near as much as the second screen in Screen 1, in Stage 1. And
yeah.
At another room, I can't remember. The room in Stage 4 where it's got those platforms that turn and there's bat. That room, I had to find my own groove, like, for that. That was a pain.
Yeah, that was a big wall for me when I started learning this a long time ago.
This screen,
it's quite specific.
this screen that Zoxchu's on as well, I had issues until I ignored the heart, and those lizards that jump up, I kind of walk left and right. Like,
yep.
yeah, that's my strat for dealing with them, because if you mistime your whip and you're not actually, even if you are crouching, you'll get knocked back if you're inside of an attack.
Yeah,
it's very easy to just die on the screen.
Yeah, you don't want to take knockback in that screen because you're going right into that pit of water. And this is like a little skip. You don't even need a backflip there. He did it anyways, but you could just jump neutrally and you can get up to the second platform.
Yeah, there's a couple of platforms that do that. Stage 6 Clock Tower has some for getting on some of the gears where you just do a jump to a certain position.
I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with that, but that is a...
They are all consistent. They are all consistent with how far off the edge you have to be, but they are weird for sure. Ooh, goes under that skeleton. Didn't know you could do that.
Very nice. He's probably going to throw the... No, he's not going to throw the knives. Oh, into the pit. Okay.
I was watching Nobody's just now, and earlier mentioning the True Lies angled shot and the guy with the shotgun getting melted, and yeah, that happened a couple times.
Yeah.
Sorry to say.
Zaka got the boost there. Interesting.
I never went for that boost. I don't know how much time it saved. I never learned it. It's not because I didn't like it. I just was like, hey, it doesn't save that much time. I don't want to take extra damage. Because if you mess that up... there's meat here. He's going to
get it if he knows about it?
No, he knows about it. He's not going to do it because that strat there where he just walked along the last conveyor is completely safe. And
right.
I imagine he didn't want to...
coming up anyways. So...
Is that?
As long as he does not get killed by a bat
there is, yeah.
Mudman.
Oh, yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Does not want to get that candle. Okay, good. Because that candle has a knife, which will replace your axe.
Going to be keeping this axe until the end of the game, pretty much, I think,
Depends
right?
on if he wants to go for the clock strat. Okay.
Oh, no, yeah, he'll go for the clock. I forgot about Stage 5 Werewolf.
Yeah, you don't have to do the clock, but it just depends on your preference. If you want to fight the Stage 5 boss with the axe, it makes Stage 6 easier. But it will make the boss a lot harder before that. And this boss, do you want to explain this one, the juggle?
I was never really good at this. All I could do was throw an axe, walk left, throw an axe, walk right, throw an axe, and just basically do what Zoxchu's doing. I think there's a faster way of doing it, but I could never figure it out.
Yeah, mean, even though I ran this game quite a bit, I am a little bit rusty on it all, but I usually would throw an axe and then I do a jump axe back and forth, and it would make it pretty fast.
Yeah, I couldn't get that. I don't know whether I think I was throwing the axes a little too early. Because I think his hitbox isn't present while he's like high up. I think he has to when he descends. I think he has to descend to a certain point before you can actually hit him again.
Yeah, it gets a bit weird if you get off sync. Then for some reason the axes don't register anymore. He's gonna do a skip at the start. Oh,
that was early, but
I was gonna say that's very early.
But he turned around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think normally Fleaman right off the bat. Oh gosh, he's getting trolled.
This is already bad.
How many axes does he have? I can't quite see. Okay.
29.
20s, yeah.
I would. Okay, yep.
This might result in a death. He might have to die before Werewolf. He's still got a good amount of health, but if he gets hit once more, he's gonna need to probably die. One more Fleaman.
If he goes for the clock strats and he
should be okay.
Unnecessary hits, it'll be okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gets very dicey. He also didn't throw an axe there, which would have been safer, but it's okay.
It worked. Yeah, I would have definitely jumped through an axe there. I hate that crow that he just killed.
Yeah, me too. And that middle candle sometimes despawns like it did this time. He also
I think
any
of those 3 candles can despawn. I've had the bottom one definitely despawn as well. But yeah, I think it's
what the deal is. It must have been something to do with the crow.
Right, he's got the setup. Nice.
Yeah, good. As long as he doesn't get boosted backwards or miss it. Let's have a look.
There we go.
He can actually go for it now.
He can go for it. I think he's... Oh, that's a risky way of doing it.
Oh, no.
Alright, he's only got... Oh, he has to die. Oh.
Okay, so it would have been better for him to go down the stairs then and then go back up, because then he would have just spawned at the bottom.
Oh, that's good insight. I never thought about that. That's my bad. I made a video help him with these skips, and I said if you're low health, just die.
I mean, yeah, it's not too big of a deal. We'll get back. Oh no. Okay, this can happen.
A little bit late on the jump there. So you can
also
jump into them, right? Yeah, you can jump into the hitbox, and it has the exact same effects. Yeah, you don't have to wait for the swing.
As long as it retracts, he's got it behind his back. As soon as you jump into that, then you can take the boost the same way. It might have a bit less range though of how far it boosts you.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about range at least though. It's just that high. But yeah.
Yeah, so it's not usually a big deal. Do this. I assume he's gonna do clock strat.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is definitely a safe way. He should be able to melt this boss using the clock.
Hopefully, he only has to use one, so he can maybe use a stopwatch on stage 6 if he needs it.
The next stage.
Bad RNG.
Okay, no,
right off the bat.
RNG.
Okay, that's terrible.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to take a death on purpose on the next stage, just to refill 10 hearts.
I don't think so. Well, at the beginning? Oh, you mean I don't think he's going to do that.
I don't know. It depends what he wants to do with this.
I don't think the 10 hearts are as valuable.
Well, it depends if he wants to. If he can take a death there and take the extra life at the end of the stage, or he can just, I don't know, deal with it, because you do want a decent amount of hearts for the end game. Alright, he got that at least, so he's back to 7. Maybe he'll just, we'll go it. But if he uses
that, he's not doing the safe strat. Okay.
All right, sorry everybody. I have to head out, even though it's right at the end. You gotta try to see what turn out with this final time for Zocker 2, and Fikun is coming up on the end of her Terranigma experience as well. It looks like, but. Yeah, I gotta get going, gotta take care of some stuff, but it was great to be here and help commentate for a lot of the Super 16 stuff.
Yeah, it's been great having you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, especially on Metal Water.
Alright, take care.
Yeah, take care, have a good day.
Have a good one.
Thanks for being here.
So this guy's gonna crouch. Oh yeah, there we go. He's
nice. Okay, just damage boost through, just don't even want to deal with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a jump he can make onto the gear. Right, he might die here. I'd probably die here.
Or maybe on the... if he wants. It can be okay because there's a meat also coming up.
I was about to say, isn't there a snake and meat coming up?
Yeah, there is
that's stage 7. Sorry, I'm thinking of... No, I'm getting confused. I think there's meat and a snake here. Okay, this happens every time. Even when I was doing runs, I was like, oh, it's this screen. But yeah, it's
so good.
Meat is
so there's the axe which we want, and then there's a meat right here in this candle above him.
That'll be good.
Yeah, but the hard count's quite bad.
Very bad. But he's gonna pick up 30 here, right? Or is it 25?
I think there's
20. There's at least 5.
So 25, but
and there's one at the start of the fight, so he'll have enough.
He'll have enough. He'll probably have to do like a little bit of a detour on the final stage for a few more hearts, just so he doesn't lose the triple shot for Dracula. But
I think I don't know if he can keep that triple shot now. I really, unless this fight goes really well and he minimizes his axes, I think that triple shot's gone.
Right.
Like for the entire fight.
To the skull and you throw the axe, it does a double hit, which can conserve hearts and is optimal. He's on 25. Fight, though. Okay.
You get. I'm trying to think how many you get. I think you get 30 just before Drac on that screen. So.
30, yeah. And you get like 2 at the very start. So he's on 57. It does work. Just can't really waste too many axes in the fight. I kind of like having a bit over 60 for Dracula.
Yeah, I do know that Fikun, even if she dies takes the death before Werewolf, that by the time she gets to Dracula, she'll have like 70 hearts. Not exactly sure where. I just saw the raise. That was so unfortunate, that death there. I'm not sure exactly how her route changes to get those 70 hearts, but yeah, I think no matter what, she's gonna get Drac with the triple axe, unless she dies during the fight.
It's just a lot safer and usually a lot faster to have more hearts for that fight in particular.
Alright, she's on to Shadowkeeper now. This will be the first runner today to deal with Shadowkeeper when they've not actually done speedruns of Terranigma. We watched Soccerstew do it. Oh, immediate walk down. That is nasty. Stopped early though. If you haven't, if you didn't do, if you've never done speedruns of Terranigma before, this boss is really tough to learn, and he's knocked out one light. She leveled up, and she's going to have to get off that pixel now to deal with this arm.
Zarka's having a real big problem trying to get up this elevator. You can actually manip this to do it in one cycle, but he's...
Oh, that's what you meant by he didn't do the manip. You mean jumping up the platform as it's rising up? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can make that all in one cycle just by mainly crouching and jumping late.
Okay, so he's going to have like 60. He'll have his triple axe. So I was wrong.
Yeah, the triple for a bit. It's just the phase 2 is what going to be the concern. Oh, 63. No, this is fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
There's also a meat in the candle. The one candle in this room.
On the left.
I don't know who designed this room, but there's a bunch of pits in it.
So what he wants to do, if he wants that meat, is he wants to ideally wait till Dracula spawns on that platform, and then naturally by hitting him, he'll hit the candle, and then he can go grab it afterwards.
Yeah, right. Because you don't really want to waste a cycle of Dracula being in range.
If you start jumping around and you jump into a fireball, there we go. He's gonna grab the meat now.
Yeah, that's perfect. When he gets the black balls, he gets a smaller window of where you can actually hit him.
Oh, so you can't hit him 3 times. I was gonna say when he does this normal fire attack, you can hit him 3 times, but I guess you can't with the meteor.
You can get him 4 times with the fireballs, although it's frame perfect inputs basically. But the black fireballs, I think I've only gotten 2. How many times I've ever played this? Okay, final phase. Speedo Dracula, here he is.
Gotta be careful not to let him knock you off this. It's a really short fight, but it can be over for you just as fast as it's over for him. You'll notice that he just crouched there. He had to crouch where he was because that attack would have actually knocked him forward and backward. Instead of backwards, it would have knocked him off the edge. And as long as he doesn't backflip off the edge, that is GG for Soccerstew.
GG, well done.
Sub 4 hours, well done. He should be happy with that. I'd definitely be happy with that. Sub 4 is a great goal for this Super 16.
Yeah, he's done very well. Gotten well under the estimate a lot of people would have for this kind of these goals and these games. A lot of danger games, a lot of banana peels. But yeah, he did very well.
I was thinking he didn't have too many hiccups anywhere. I think Mega Man X went mostly fine for him. I think he had that death in Ninja Gaiden, but I mean, that's Ninja Gaiden. What are you going to do? I think everything else went pretty smooth. I don't think he could have really asked for much better.
No, very, very good times in basically every one of the games he did. So can't be too much more happier than that.
I'd be curious to see if he got any individual PBs in any of the games.
Yeah, me too. Hopefully he ends up submitting some of his times to the board. He may have already. Maybe he'll end up running some of these games a bit more. Maybe not.
I'm thinking getting the quick kill stage 1. She's also working on the final game. Currently, looking like she's going to be, unless something terrible happens during Castlevania, which it can, definitely can. She's looking to take 2nd place.
Yeah, she's had a very good race herself.
Yeah,
like we said before.
I think I can't remember what game it was. I think she had some issues on one game, but overall she should be really happy with her performance. So if she finishes this on her usual pace, I think we're like 4.5 minutes into the run for her, and let's say it takes another 12 minutes. She'll do this sub 3 hours 10 minutes, which 4 hours 10 minutes, sorry, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that's very good.
I think her goal was sub 4:30. So.
Yeah, very much exceeded the goal, if that's the case. She is having a bit of trouble.
I think her like top end goal was sub 4, but sub 4 is like Zoxju barely managed to pull it off. She's gotten close though, like really close.
Yeah, I'd be very happy with an effort around those times. I myself wanted to enter this, but I kind of ran out of time, and I also got a bit addicted to Puzzle Bobble, so that was my fault.
Oh yeah. She jumped into him, but didn't get the high. Interesting. I guess that was because she hit his hitbox when Richter was too low.
Yeah, it was probably a bit too low.
Yeah. She's gonna take the death. Yeah, she'll spawn back. Don't know what she's gonna do about the bats. That is now a problem.
Someone was asking about that in the Discord a couple of days ago, and I did. Oh, okay. So you can't get hit and then try and take a boost because you still have enough iframes for it to not work. So that's when the limited iframes really work against you for that. But she's definitely going to want the meat to get back to full health, and then she's going to want the knife. And what she's going to want to do is she's going to want to break up the big bat, probably from distance with the knives, and then just whip down the small bats.
Because it's too dangerous to be close with your whip while the bat's big.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I would.
You're gonna have to be careful with the positioning as well, because you don't want to trap yourself in a corner while it's in the small bat form.
You can wait a little bit and then do a bit of that.
This is not what you want to see. And the bat does so much damage. She's gonna have to jump. Oh my gosh. Oh, fate. Oh, the bat. Oh, she's gonna die. There's so much health. This boss is really hard if you don't have the strats.
If you kind of bait it into like one corner and then you throw the knives at it from distance, then you have basically the whole arena to dodge the bat. And then when he reforms, you just hit him with the knives again.
I think as well, when the bat goes from big form to small form, the pattern that the small bats take is based on your position and the bat's position. So if you're really close, you can... Like, if you're really far away, I think it makes the bats travel further. I'm not sure if that's true. That's what it seems like.
The actual, bats up and down patterns and all that...
Yeah, the up and down, I don't know, because sometimes they just go horizontal left and right. I don't know what that's about. Oh, come on, Fate.
Okay, yeah, she can do it from here. This is fine. I would use the knives now.
I would use... She hasn't got knives.
Okay, she might die.
She's dead.
Item crash. No.
Did she have hearts? She had no hearts. No, she had no hearts.
Ah, dang. Yeah, it's very dangerous to fight this boss without the cross.
Yeah, I remember when I was learning, I was like, the worst thing that can happen in Castlevania is dying anywhere in stage 2 before the bat boss, because if you lose the weapon, the crosses, super bad news.
Yeah, it's horrible. But this is kind of what she wanted to do, although with the knives would have been better, is, get him over to the very left side and now, break him up like that, because now you have all the right side to dodge them. And then just whip it a lot more when it's going back.
She should be good here. That's unfortunate. There's nothing she could do about that.
But that's still going to be ended. Yeah,
okay, yeah. Done. Hiccup. Moving on. She'll be upset with that, but that's it. Just got to get it out of your head and move on. You're almost done with this phase. Just keep going.
Thankfully, losing the weapon only sucks for that fight. Past the fight, you can easily recover in terms of weapons and stuff, because you're going to change weapons anyways.
Zoxju just raided. I'm not even sure if at some point we're going to get Zoxju in to talk about things.
I'd like to hear his insight about how he thinks he went with each game in particular. Although it might be a bit of a blur.
I do think I remember 0, the double frame perfect skip was probably something that he was like not happy with. But again, that wasn't even a lot of time.
Yeah, right.
But it was probably one of the few things I can think of that just didn't like work out super well for him.
Yeah, he's finished quite a bit of a lead. So those things would just be, I don't know, we'd call it extra curriculum, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you can do for a double consecutive frame perfect input, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty trash no matter what way you go about it. But Fikun here doing the left-right on the platform decided not to deal with the jumping lizards. Good idea.
And I should have mentioned as well, since this is the bad ending, yeah, we fall into a pit here, and it transports us to alternate stage 4. If you kept going to the left, which is actually really hard to get across and not fall in the pit, you go to the other stage 4, and you go towards good ending path, or best ending.
How many people do you think, like including the blind runners, how many people do you think would actually make that across first try?
Oh, 0.
I would be mega impressed if anyone manages to get the good ending today, because I looked at it just for a little bit. Not only is that section really long, and it is entirely pits, but you've got a boss at the end of it that's really weird, really weird. I actually don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah, you have this headless knight called Dullahan as the boss, but you get an item called well, it's just a key. But the key uses 0 hearts, so you can use it infinitely, and it also raises you in the air, so you can use it to skip above platforms, and it's really strong if you can land it on anything.
Stu saying Wild Guns, Hagane, Adventure Island, and Kirby were the ones he was really not happy with. 0 and Drac, kinda, but whatever. Yeah, it's like 0 was the frame perfect. Dracula's just not a big fan of the run, and it's just a really tough run.
Right.
It's fair. I don't remember anything that wrong going in Wild Guns. He got his Vulcan upgrades, didn't die. But I felt like that went pretty smooth.
I do recall a few people a little bit nervous about Wild Guns, especially as the first game.
Scary, yeah. Well, I mean, Sin, unfortunately, had an upset where he had to do the intro stage again. And it's not... With that game, you either lose very little time or you lose a lot of time. There's no, like, middle ground. It's... Oh, mainly the crab was bad. The crab's the crab, though. Oh, don't die, Faye. Grab that meat.
Yeah.
The crab's really hard to keep the stun lock while also getting a good Vulcan. It's whatever at that point.
Right, I think getting the Vulcan is the hardest part of that whole entire game.
Yeah.
In my opinion, just hitting those shots and timing the shots as well, because you kind of want to make the Vulcan go off at certain points to be optimal, or to even just stay alive.
Yeah, and the thing is, you've got that level with the ammunition depot where you have to shoot the minigun while it's shooting. If one of those bullets goes past, you have like, I'm just throwing out a number here, but it's like around 21 frames to react to it. It's barely reactable. And no one today, at least I don't think anyone, unless it's going to be a blind runner doing it, did the train today. But the boss on the train, legit, if you're playing on emulator, you cannot react to his bullets.
Yeah, it's really rough. It's just one of those games and runs where you kind of really need to hope the script doesn't go off key a bit. Otherwise, things get pretty hairy pretty fast. And especially when you're taking the death abuse like you do in the run, makes things a lot more scary.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Fleaman business, as per usual. She's taking a few hits.
Again, though, I believe this is the exact same health that Zokashtu exited that screen, so if she doesn't take any more unnecessary hits, she gets the skip first try, she'll be able to do this without dying. Oh, that's a crow. Oh, I think that crow's just changed things.
Yeah.
She's going to be left with, like, third health.
Because you can technically survive the boss, even with one hit to give. It's just very risky, and you have to go back quite a bit. Okay, now it's over.
Yeah.
Now
just hope she needs to do this first try.
Yeah, you can take the boost and then die.
Oh my gosh!
Go into the pit.
Okay, nicely done. Holy moly. That was scary. But she's just gonna die now. It's fine.
I probably... Okay, no, she's got enough health to still make this boost.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say go down the stairs if... Okay, that was a bit risky. Sometimes you don't go through the wall if you don't position yourself. Yep, you want to just jump in that pit when you're that low.
So if you do jump in that pit...
Hello.
Hello, Zoxshow. Good...
Congratulations.
Good luck. It's a little late for good luck. But,
Yeah, you're right.
How you feeling?
Exhausted, actually.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's just... If we compare that to the last years, it was definitely the hardest and the most.
Do you think you played better this year compared to last year?
Maybe I did.
I would say I think you did, considering how hard this game was. I think I can't think. You said you had some hiccups in some of the levels in some of the games, but outside of the only thing I could think of was that 0 double frame inputs. But that's like whatever. Everything else seemed like it went, for the most part, like nothing terrible happened. I don't think a single terrible thing happened in your run. Apparently you died in Ninja Gaiden once. I didn't see it, but that's Ninja Gaiden, so what are you going to do?
I don't remember. Ninja Gaiden 2, at least. I had a death in stage 3, I guess, like with all the stairs stuff falling down.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's like whatever. As long as you don't die in Ninja Gaiden 3, which is like the main time consumer, it's not too bad, I guess.
Sub 4 though. Was that what was your goal in terms of, like, were you looking for, I really wanted to sub 4 today? Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, I was like, PBing would be great. Getting sub 355 would be amazing. Then I like even got a low 52.
Yeah, you got to.
I wasn't expecting it to go that smoothly, to be honest.
Did well.
But RNG wasn't too bad either. Like most games were RNG wise, like kind of nice. Like Buster Move wasn't too terrible. Like Mary Terranigma was even like the worst RNG, but fakes is whatever. It's not.
Yeah, how many fakes did you get? I heard 4 and 7. I wasn't sure which one.
Yeah,
it was
7.
7. Okay, that was pretty unlucky. Yeah.
It's just what it is, but at least it doesn't take as much time as having bad RNG in Buster Move or only getting shotguns and wild guns and all that stuff. So.
Did you get any individual PBs today?
Yes, I was very happy, even though it didn't matter too much for me, but I was very happy. I was finally able to get the sub 10 for.
Oh, Top Gear, nice, well done. I was thinking, well, he's hardly crashed. Yeah. GJ.
Yeah, that was amazing. Like I thought I wanted to get it like as a PB before the race, and I didn't get it because I also did not practice it too much because it's a racing game, whatever. But yeah, that was really great. Actually, great. But I think other than that, it was just somewhere really close. But I don't think there were any PBs other than that.
What games surprised you, in good or bad, this time around for Super 16?
You mean games I didn't know? Like,
Yeah, games that you didn't know.
Yeah, like Jungle Strike, for example. At first, you may have thought it was awful, but then it turns out, it's not so bad. Stuff like that.
Actually, Jungle Strike was... I mean... Yeah, it was actually not too bad. Like, really not. It's... Especially with all that live code stuff. Like, before the race, I did additional practice for like entering the code within the setup time, and I just went for it just to be completely safe because you never know what happens. And the only bummer is that there's no music, but other than that, it's not too bad. But like my main jewel, let's say it like that, is probably True Lies because it's Demolition Man top down, just in good. That's what it is basically.
You didn't die in Jungle Strike either, did you?
One death at the submarines, I guess.
Okay. Well, you went through the entire level 1. Also, I don't think you pick up fuel on level 1, which is something I didn't know you could actually make it through that level without fuel.
Yeah, I usually never did it, but this time around I did it because like the aiming of the co-pilot was garbage, and I wasn't sure if I would make it.
I'm not sure if it was you who I saw, but someone shot one of those minivans near the beginning, like 4 times with those rockets, and it looked like it hit, but it just missed every time.
Yeah, it's just what it is.
Yeah.
Like, and I have to admit, like, even though I'm not the biggest fan, because I think just Mega Man X is a good game no matter what, but it's brutally hard. But I wasn't liking it at the beginning, but in the end, I'm like,
Grew on you.
it's not my favorite, but I have to admit it's a decent game, like, definitely.
Yeah, I think the game casually is really fun. I think the speedrun is fun just because, like, I think you would have had a lot less fun if you were forced to Buster upgrade and do all the good stuff. You have the decision to do what stages you want and what strats you want, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. I think that really helps in a game that difficult.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, since I learned I don't want to say the wrong route for it, but the low percent route, I would be interested in, like, if everybody did the normal any percent, or if anybody skipped the Buster thingy.
I know Sin skipping the Buster. I think
Yeah.
a good amount of runners are going to skip the Buster. I've only seen Fikun and Super Nintendo grab Buster so far. But maybe DeRay's? Pretty sure DeRay's grabbed it as well, I think. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people are going to grab it just because it's difficult. It's kind of difficult to learn how to do, and unless you actually utilize what that Buster upgrade brings, it might just not be worth it. And it's not like you can learn the route that you went for and then decide, okay, I'm going to get Buster now, because you have to change your route. You have to change all your boss strats. It's definitely a pain in that sense that you want to find your route and stick with it. Fikun, though, on Dracula. Hopefully she doesn't fall down. She's got plenty of axes, though, so won't have to worry about her ammo.
Yeah, should be fine. Pretty good RNG, actually. Should be one more cycle after this. Phase 1.
Alright, she gets a close spawn. She's going to have to jump away, which she does.
Go.
Right, blocks the fire, gets hit, that's fine. Just make sure to readjust. Now she has to crouch hit. Nicely done. That was good. She could have killed him before that attack, but she chose the safe and smart play to crouch.
Not do GG yet. Oh, okay, no, she's not going to go for it. There is a backflip at the end for the orb, which
she's probably going to item crash. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. GG.
GG, Fee. Second place. Low 412. I'd be very happy with that.
So in terms of games that you might want to run after the Super 16, are there any? Or there's any ones that you thought you might want to put some more time into?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, like True Lies definitely, because I saw like the Recce's also not too, like there's only one run so far, like at least on the leaderboards, and it was a marathon run even.
Apparently there's a skip on the very next level after the park that's really tough.
Oh, okay. So maybe I will not.
Yeah, there's like a train that you can do a precise jump through. I don't know. Don't let me dissuade you.
Yeah, other than that, it would probably be Wild Guns and Hagane. Also, just because we almost learned like everything of the game, just except for 1 or 2 stages.
Yeah, I think it's just Omni stage. Omni said that it was just stage 5, but it's the longest stage, and you used quite a few bombs in it.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes a big difference. I got some drops like that I did not plan to get, and it was awesome to have them as a backup in case anything bad happens. So
probably still worth a look at though, because like say you've learned 95% of the game now. I think all the harder stuff's done.
And yeah, Wild Guns, because it's also just 2 stages, and it was a lot of fun grinding the time, even though it's I can imagine it being very RNG heavy. So
yeah, in terms of not Wild Guns, True Lies only having one runner doesn't totally surprise me. I've noticed there's a lot of Super Nintendo boards with either no boards at all or just minimal runners, and therefore most likely are going to be unoptimized due to no competition and not many pairs of eyes. So it'd be cool to see you on that if you decide to.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, there'll be some improvements to be found for sure. Because that run was, I believe, that's on the board was done at an event as well. So
Yes.
it's not like, unless they got really, really lucky and just played really well at an event. Usually, event runs are not the best that a player can achieve. But sometimes it happens. And there was the skip, well, not skip, the don't die, the raise. Oh gosh. Had a few people. I think you almost died there, Stu, today.
Yeah, I had 1 HP left. Yes.
And so did Fiku as well. Both of you almost died at that exact same thing.
And the thing is, this time, like, I mean, Wild Guns, I was well prepared and stuff, but I think it kind of reminded me to 2 years ago where we had Super Bomberman 2 as an opener, because it's just so brutal as a first game, you know? All that stuff that can go wrong, and if it does go wrong, to get back to your mental state of being optimistic, and that's like
Yeah,
the
I
hardest
think,
thing.
unfortunately, I think Sin died to the boss in the intro stage, so he had to do the whole intro stage. He also had a soft lock in Mega Man X2.
Ooh.
Yeah. But thankfully he could password back to that level. Oh gosh, is he gonna get the raise? Don't lose your mech. Oh, he's put it up. Okay, good lad. Last thing you want in this game is to have someone steal your mech, because I actually don't know how you proceed if someone takes it. Right, the raise is also going to go for the skip.
I believe we're joined by yet another person in chat now.
Welcome, Faye. Congratulations. I almost said good luck to you as well. What is wrong with me?
GG.
Good luck,
Hey.
Mr. Greed. But well done.
How'd you
well
feel?
done.
Besides
I feel
tired?
exhausted.
Yeah.
Mostly fine. It went okay, except for a couple of really nasty things.
Yeah, you had that. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head was just the Castlevania bat thing. The worst thing that could happen, but you got through it. 4 hours 12. Should be happy with that.
It's not too bad. Yeah, it's about 3 minutes off of what I was aiming for. So you know.
Oh, you're
You get
looking
one
for
run,
the
so-
sub 10, were you? Okay.
Yeah.
Sub 10, okay.
It would have been nice, but you know, you get one run
I mean,
of this. And...
if it makes, if that bat thing didn't happen, you would have got that. It was just one thing that took it away from you, so.
Yep, because if I hadn't gotten gibbed by the bat, then I would have been able to play more aggressively later on too. So.
How did everything else
whatever.
go? How did,
Most everything else was good. I'm really happy with the run overall. That went way better than practice did.
Do you think that will have been helped by the fact that the past 2 days, or the past week, you've focused on every single game every time you've played?
Yeah, I think that was the right decision. Not over-indexing on practice for one game, making sure I'm good on everything, because there's 16 games, it turns out. 18, actually, this year. Thank you so much, Fiesel.
Yeah, because you can easily make the decision to be like, okay, Mega Man X2 is a really hard game, and I could save, if I practice for like 50 hours, I could save like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, but it's just not worth it when you've got all the other stuff to go after. How did
I'm
Ninja
so
Gaiden?
happy with how X2 went.
How did Ninja Gaiden go?
Okay, mostly. The game ate one important input, which caused me to die. Right before the jetpack boss in Ninja Gaiden 2 at the end.
Okay.
I went to jump and then a guy spawned and it ate that, so I just fell and couldn't get back up and I died. So that kind of sucked, but oh, hey.
I was gonna say that's the thing about the Ninja Gaiden trilogy. Not only does it eat inputs, but when you get an input eaten, it's usually gonna cause your death. Like they're usually quite important.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't need the like the calm inputs. Just the ones that are over pits or into enemies.
Yeah, 100%. But I was just thinking as well that Dracula X was the last run, but there's also a bit of context about it being more difficult because it's the last run, and you kind of get a bit exhausted at the end of Super 16. You've just cycled through 15 games, and you've been going for hours, and you're just trying to finish it up, and then a nice calm Konami game to end it all. And of course, when it goes wrong, it can kind of snowball, which is what you can say about a few of these games.
Yeah, so relaxing. Love to unwind with a good Castlevania.
Yeah, 100%.
At the end of a long day.
I asked this to Zocca earlier, but are there any games that surprised you, good or bad, in terms of ones that you had not run or played much for the Super 16?
Surprised me in what sense?
Did you enjoy them more? Do you want to run any of these games? Did you
yeah.
think
I
you'd
mean,
like any of these
ironically,
games more?
I really liked Ninja Gaiden. Actually, I hate the trilogy, but I would love to learn the full games on their original console and, play where my inputs matter. I'd love to find that. And also Metal Warriors Rules. That game is amazing. I love it.
I'm not too sure how many runs they have on the Metal Warriors board, but that is
I don't think there's that many, actually.
Well, it's gonna be one more. I'm promising you that. It may not be good, but I'm gonna get it.
How many? I think OmniGamer in his world record does the Super 16 route in 10:48, and the full run is around 20 minutes. So I think the Super 16 does half the game. Not exactly sure, but I would also be interested in doing Metal Warriors. Nice dodge from DeRays there on that rocket launcher guy. Slaps you for 5 damage. It's definitely not good. Oh, he got double hit on that robot. Cheeky. He's fine. If he got hit by the rocket, he'd be dead, but yeah, he's fine now.
Would be good to see some more Hagane runners too, because you guys said it's quite close to being the full run. The goal was.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna at least put a run up there. Might not optimize it and like get as good as I can get, but I don't see why not to put a run up there. Learn most of the game. Apparently stage 5 is difficult and long, but so's mission 6 in Metal Warriors compared to the rest, and I still thought it was a blast.
Yeah, interesting with Hagane is for quite a long time, Ohan had the world record for that. And then Condemned came along and decided he's a god as well, and got the world record.
Oh, Condemned, he's
got some recently too.
Yeah, Condemned has done some really hard runs, like ActRaiser 2.
Oh, yeah, brutal run. Good run, but yeah, insanely hard.
Let's see if DeRays does the jump here when he gets back in the mech. Okay, he does jump. The mech, I think that is the deciding factor. It's been consistent in my practice. It's been consistent across everyone else who's done it on race day. Looks like that is the strat.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but these were all 95 games, or were there some 96?
No, there was some 94s in there as well.
Oh, 94s, okay.
Yeah. I can't remember which were 94s, but there were definitely some. I don't think there's a single 96 in this list.
No, we haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
If it was 96, then the games would have been a little better.
Okay, I was about to ask if the games in 96 good. Nobody's
there are some. Well, I mean, it's like the end of the console's life cycle, so like you're getting the ones where like everybody knows really well how to make SNES games.
The last game I recall.
I think it might be harder than this year, though.
What are some 96 games that are notable?
Gosh, let me think.
Maybe X3, I'm not sure when that came out.
Oh gosh, please, I don't want to learn
X3 was
Mega Man.
late 95.
Not another one.
Yeah, not another one. I love it. Not another one, please. 2 Mavericks. I'll sell for 2 Mavericks.
Oh man, Front Mission Gunheiser came out in 96. No one's played that, but it's such a good game. Speaking of Metal Warriors. It's
I've
very
always
similar.
wanted to try that game. It looks really
Mario
good.
RPG was 96. Star Ocean was 96. If anybody cares. Kirby
Oh, so a
Superstar
bunch
was
of RPGs.
96.
Okay.
Actually, Kirby
Harvest
Superstar
Moon.
would be nice. If they just did like the first 10 minutes of that run, that'd be kind of chill.
Donkey Kong Country 3. I think.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
I
no.
really think we will have the other two Donkey Kong countries. I hope so, because that would be amazing.
So hey, here's a thought. What about instead of going by year, we like let people vote on what they want to see one of these years, so that we could just get like, I mean, it would result in a bunch of only popular games, but I'd be super curious to see like what people wanted to play in this instead of, you know.
Well, it would have
what
to be
we've done.
Ninja Gaiden Trilogy times 16.
Oh,
clearly.
oh,
That's
yeah,
everyone
no,
wants.
obviously that was everyone's favorite, I'm pretty sure. But
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see, but I think that's also a double-edged sword, because. But it would definitely be interesting to see, because there's some times where you play these games like Jungle Strike, Metal Warriors. I know that a lot of the runners don't like Metal Warriors. I love it. Fee loves it. I'm not sure how Stu feels. I think Stu's kind of mid on it.
Metal Warriors?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my bottom 3.
Oh, okay.
oh, oof. I didn't know you felt that strongly.
Oh no, the race gets crushed.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's about me, like, it's also Castlevania bottom 3, and there are many people who love it. Like Skipsy, for example, he also loves it.
I think that was Skipsy's first run of this Super 16, I think. The first time he put on the sheet was a Castlevania. To be fair, though, it was also the first game that I turned on Super 16, and I very quickly turned it off and went on something else.
What I also didn't like was Lemmings. It's not too hard. It's just so boring, and the loadings are so slow compared to the DOS.
Lemmings
Yeah, it seems like 35% of that run is the loading screens. It's probably not that much, but there's a lot of loading in between each level.
They're very bad though. Times.
Just watching, and that's definitely a game where greed can be the thing that kills you. Just being a little bit too tight with those fast forwards. But again, it's a game where you can decide how greedy you want to be. It could be as easy or as hard as you want it to be.
So I call it a day. Thanks you for commentating and having me and the event.
Yep, GG's.
And I hope next year it's gonna be a little less exhausting and a little shorter maybe, but let's see.
Hey, congrats on your sub 4. I'm really impressed.
And thank you. Yeah, like most games went well, so I cannot be mad. And RNG was also in my favor, I guess.
Yeah, well done. Really good effort. Sub 4. No small feat for this list.
Alright,
Ooh.
see ya guys.
Yeah,
Have a good one, Stu. I just saw how the Rays did a zip there. So that's the backup zip that Omni was talking about earlier, where if you don't want to go for that second zip, you can just go right and get a really easy zip. Not seen that been done before.
Yeah,
Until
most
now.
people just go for the flippy zippy, but it's super simple if you want to just walk into the little corridor and then exit because you're already in the wall as far as the game is concerned. It's only a little bit slower. It's like 15, 20
the Rays
seconds.
gonna do
maybe?
here. Okay, the Rays is doing the intended strat.
Boo.
Fee, so far you are the only person to have done my.
Really?
Yep. Zokashtu at least killed the mech with this mech. So
I see.
it's scary. Can't blame him at all, but you should
No, it's
be
can
proud that
easily
you
say
went
it's-
for that, and I think it went perfectly for you.
It did.
I think
It was actually picture perfect. I was so happy. It was a great way to close it out after mission 2 like embarrassed me.
Oh, I remember some. It was at the end of mission 2. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, at the end of mission, I died twice.
You died. Yeah. That's right. Stu was put on 1 health at that section as well. He almost died. Those NPCs are out for blood today. And Array's just finishing up Mal Warriors now. Just gotta go up. As long as nothing terrible happens, there we go. And he's moving on to Terranigma, which is a game he's very familiar with. It's gonna be practically an auto-scroller. Shadowkeeper looked like it went good for you, Faye?
Yeah, it did. That's the first Shadowkeeper fight ever that I leveled up in his head.
Oh, I was talking about the leveling up inside of the head. I can't remember who was playing it. It had to have been you. It was you who did that. GG's.
I did it. I was really happy. I was like, oh man, I actually did it. I sliced good. Look at me.
I think you also had to go. Did you have to go off Pixel to deal with his hands? Yeah. Did you get back in though? I think you got back in.
No, I didn't. I just ignored the tail and sliced a bunch. I actually kind of like being off Pixel because he'll like do the tail stab. If he's come forward a penny, then like he'll do the tail stab, right? And when he's doing that, he's not walking backwards. So I just never had to deal with lasers, which is really nice. That's really nice for getting him.
Yeah,
into the easy
the
part.
laser, the mouth laser lag is so weird. It goes on, then it goes off, but while it's still on screen, it's so unintuitive.
And then after you taught me how to like actually, do the tap slice fight and play good.
I may have skipped this earlier, but
I noticed that the
potential epilepsy warning here on Aaron's screen. No, he just got a red screen. Okay. Decided to go for the safer strat there. I think he could have made it if he went for the faster strat, but better safe than sorry. Sorry, Fee, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that after you taught me how to like actually fight Shadowkeeper properly, the tail didn't seem that scary anymore. Because if you're just
I imagine while you were
slicing
running,
on rhythm, it can't actually hit you anymore.
Yeah, it can't get you.
Like,
You're just invincible. Whereas if you had the occasional run, it's going to clip you as you're running down, and you're not expecting it. Because normally you wouldn't be able to hit you, but the tail goes to the bottom. Yeah.
So thank you for that, and for all of your other help. I would never have gotten through this race, period, without you.
I don't know. I think you would have gotten through it. It just, it would have been more difficult. But we were talking towards the beginning when Hulk was still doing commentary about collaboration just being some of the better aspects of events like these. Like, obviously people want to race and they want to win. Nice job, Sin, just sinking straight into that hole from the parasol. He'll be happy with that. I know a lot of people want to like race to win, but a lot of people also like helping each other, and at least for me, I like to, if I'm going to compete against someone, I want my opposition to be playing their best, and to at least have all the information that I have available to them.
100%.
Right, I think it makes better competition and helps everyone else. And then
did someone get the door skip? That's unfortunate. In Terranigma. Sorry, what were you saying? Oh, it definitely makes for a better competition when everyone knows that they're on like an equal playing field in terms of knowledge and what they can do.
Right, it's not more, I can save these strats and then I'll whip them out on race day, he. Everyone helps each other out and makes it a pretty even playing field for strats, and sometimes you find new things as well. You say, oh, well, this is cool, but we can do something better with this. So overall, it's good to share strats and collaborate.
Yeah, because like there's so many people looking at these games, and it's over a 2-month period. That there is a decent chance that some games are going to find improvements. Like, I think Jungle Strike, even on the Genesis version, I'm pretty sure that mine strat would work. That's a big time save for that world record holder could grab if they wanted. There's some other stuff that's been found. I can't think of off the top of my head. Little time saves. There's definitely some. I can't think of them off the top of my head though. I've made so many videos the past 2 months. It's all a blur.
I don't remember what's new. Everything's a blur in my head. It's just like I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure all those strats are what I did right from the very beginning, right, Shirley?
I haven't checked the boards for Jungle Strike. I don't know how many runs it has.
Like 2, 3,
yeah,
something like that.
2 in the roll on
Okay,
Genesis.
what I would expect.
There is 0 on the Super Nintendo version,
Yeah,
which
you-
has
if you
different
can-
rules.
Oh.
So there was a lot of routing for that one.
If you can find a single video of someone doing any kind of speedrun on the Super Nintendo version of Jungle Strike, DM me, because I couldn't find one. No one
I bet
plays
there's
that
probably
game.
some very, very random site if you Google it and just sift around for a while. I've had to do that with a bunch of runs before. Sometimes they're on Nico, sometimes they're on Billy, or sometimes they just post it on Peercast, just the time itself, which isn't very helpful. But, yeah. And I think Lemmings too, there is no Super Nintendo runs. That board is only the DOS version.
That is correct. And unfortunately, the DOS version, like, the level layouts are slightly different. So you can't do all the strats that they... Sometimes they even, like, don't give you the same powers in DOS as they do in SNES, so it's... it wasn't useful
even-
at all.
Yeah,
as
not a
the
great
guide.
resource.
Nintailor going for the horizontal strats against Shadowkeeper. Technically safer. It is slower, but it is safer. You still can get hit by this tail though. But if you're low enough down, you can damage Shadowkeeper and never be worrying about taking any contact damage. Because until you hit level 3, Shadowkeeper does like double digits in damage. It's not good. But as soon as you hit level 4, if you got more than 3 fakes, I think Shadowkeeper hits you for like 6 or it's between 6 and 8. Level 4, so yeah, you have to take quite a few hits.
That's... I think I've seen a 9 in there once or twice. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
it's probably between 6 and 9. The damage rolls when the low numbers like that are usually have like a 3 or 4 range. So the damage calculation in Terranigma is so weird. After playing the game, you may notice that while you're slicing Shadowkeeper, the actual damage isn't random. It goes for 1 second, it'll always do 4 damage each hit. For 1 second, it'll always do 2. And 1 second, it'll always do 3. It constantly is like changing. It's really weird. All right.
With that being
Dracula
said, I'm going to
X.
go off because it is 6:43 a.m. on a Sunday. So I've been up since
Wow,
absurd
you've been-
time. But
Gosh.
yeah, good work to all the runners, to Phoebe, to Zokastu, and everyone else currently racing, and Mr. Freet for his commentary, and OmniGamer and Hulk for theirs. And have a good one, guys.
Have a good one. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for giving up your morning and your sleep to commentate. That's
okay. You
Very
guys
nice
can
of
pay me
you.
back later. Peace.
Alright, so Nintailor finally onto the final game. I do not know how comfortable Nintailor is with Castlevania, but they're going for backflip. They're going for backflip cancels and bat boosts. So I'm going to assume
he
that
learned
they've
this
got.
game very late.
Oh,
in
okay.
the
So he
practice
didn't have
session.
any. Okay, he's playing like he's got some like that. There, he's that turnaround whip. He's playing like he's got some confidence here. And he went for
Yeah,
that
no,
jump. That's a scary jump. All right, okay. Gonna be curious to see what comes out here. Aaron, where? Oh, okay. Has he just done the? Oh, did he actually went for the zip there and got it? Not gonna get the cycle here, but okay. Let's see if they go for the second zip and how long it takes. I think you killed the enemy for this second zip, did you, Faye?
I did, yes, because
Yeah.
he was shooting me out of position. It was very annoying.
So Omni was saying that can actually help because he can push you into the wall. You know, like how enemies
Oh.
like knock you. But But if you've not practiced it and you're not used to it, then it's probably not good to go far. If you started shooting me and I didn't get it second try on race day, I would have definitely killed him too. Because you're just hearing the sound effect of you being hit, and it's like the metal spider in Zero when you're trying to do the frame perfect. Which how did that go? I don't recall how that went for you. Zokashtu had a pretty nasty time trying to get double frame perfect.
It went fine. I got the spider skip thing in one go. Like he just went straight up, and then I bounced on the top of him and got out really easy.
The first spider, yeah, nice.
Yeah. The second one I skipped on the second jump, so that was all that level overall went very well, and the tunnels also went great.
Seeing chat, someone saying, "Is this DBZ?" I can only imagine you're talking about Terranigma, which, yeah, it does. It's not Akira, but it definitely, like, Ark has his design. Like, it definitely looks like a Akira Toriyama design for sure. At least for me, if there was like how Chrono Trigger in the Steam version, and I think the DS remake had those cinematics from him, I could very much imagine a Terranigma doing the exact same style, and I'd be completely fine with it. Nintailor approaching the skip. Stage 2. I think both you and Zokashtu take a death for... Oh no, you barely managed to make the skip and took a death before Werewolf, that's right.
Yep.
Zokashtu had to take a death, but I think it was Omni. It may have been... I think he was supposed to, like, if you know you're going to die on stage 5 skip, you're supposed to walk down, or it's faster to walk down the stairs before you die, so that you spawn right where you're supposed to skip. That's my bad for not mentioning that. I never even thought of that, but it is simple. Fee just gonna look away from Nintailor's screen for just a few seconds. I knew as soon as you died that it's like it's the roughest place in the run to die, because you're just doing this boss whip only. It's so nightmarish.
I should have practiced it, and I didn't. I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, you mean
you were watching me learn how to whip fight the bat?
Yeah, I think maybe it would definitely help just doing that, but. It's like, it's one of those things, when you get it right, it feels easy, and it's done. You feel like you don't need to do that, but yeah. I think that was your only hiccup, though. I think your Dracula had pretty good RNG.
It did. He was very cooperative. Only one bad spawn.
How tempted were you to do the backflip?
Very.
Yeah, I knew you would.
Very, very. I thought about it the whole time the orb was there, but it was like, this run has gone so badly. I dare not risk flipping into the pit and having to do that again. Plus, I was like, not really sure how close anybody else was to me, so it was like,
yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I would really like to take second place if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it would probably. You probably wouldn't have slept as well tonight if you knew that you dropped a position because you wanted to the backflip at the end.
Still, my deepest apologies to Lucha. I know he wanted me to. I just chickened out. I couldn't.
I noticed, so Nintailor's on this screen here with the platforms. I know you noticed you were doing the walk left and right with the lizards, which I think is the strat. I think attacking them is crazy to do in a marathon.
I used to die all the time trying to attack them, but you can just like bait their spawns and it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, just like that. Oh. Nintailor takes a death to them.
Oh.
But yeah, so you want to be on the right-hand side of the platform, and then when they spawn, just walk left. They'll dodge, and then walk right. It's actually nice and simple. If you engage them, there's a good chance you're gonna take a death. There's no mercy.
Oh, that's rough.
He's on stage.
My heart goes out to him.
He's on which stage is he now? 3?
This is stage 3.
Okay, so
Yes.
he's got his vanilla lives plus 2. So he's used his extra lives from the stages. So I'm not sure if he can take 1 or 2 more deaths before a game over.
It should be 2.
Oh man, that was almost LA. Yeah, this game is hard. It's scary. If you haven't practiced it, oh, and that's the commitment of the jumps. There is no altering. There's actually one little way you can do. You know how you backflip in this game? You can force your second jump to be the opposite direction. It not backflip. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh gosh, that's tragic.
It's not that far back though. He's got I don't know how many lives.
It's like what, 3 screens? He should be back to.
I just don't know what the life situation is. I guess it's
don't
1
know.
life.
What do you start with? It should
I
be
guess
1
it's
extra
1,
life.
yeah.
So he can die twice total.
Oh my gosh! Did he
Yes,
just
well,
whip
I guess
that?
he can.
Did he just
Yeah,
whip a midair
no.
fireball? That was crazy.
That was pretty neat. I like that. It took me the entire practice period to get brave enough to try and damage boost off of it instead of just like.
Oh, I was gonna
crashing.
item crash that all day. I was not gonna improve that. I was definitely not gonna improve that. I can't remember if it was you or Sockestew who had the worst werewolf RNG. I can't remember. Did your werewolf fly straight to the top of the screen?
Yes, he did.
Okay, it was
Just
you.
right up, so I had.
It was you then. How did stage 6 go? I can't remember.
Stage 6 was perfect. Nothing about it went bad. Oh gosh!
And this is one of the aspects that makes Castlevania like a hard game. It's just one mistake, one thing not dealt with, how the developers, or just one thing not dealt with. Nice.
Oh, that's.
So so while he's looking left, the bats will only spawn left on. This happens on multiple screens, so you can see the bats are spawning left. He wants to lock his position and not turn around there, because you notice a bat just spawned to the right. Oh gosh, he's having to do 20 inputs. Okay, 1 more. Nice. Okay, it should be good. It's a scary screen. That's why I never like attacking them. The walk. Oh, the worst mechanic in the game.
Oh, oh my gosh! I actually did not know that
You have to
wasn't
yeah,
automatic.
No, you
I was
have
held
to.
up like out of hat. Oh my
No,
gosh!
yeah. You
Oh,
have to
no!
hold. You have to hold up on every single stairs in the game, and it becomes natural when you've run it. But if you haven't got a lot of practice, you're just gonna. Oh, I'm just gonna jump on the stairs, and you fall right through. Is gross. I'm so sorry.
Oh. Oh, that's the saddest thing I've ever seen.
I was going to say stick around for some of the blind runners. That's probably going to be some of the saddest stuff you're going to say. Oh boy.
They're so much braver than I am. Bless those people.
I feel like out of principle one of these years I'm going to have to do one blind. Just out of respect for those that fell before me. Going for the backflip. I think that's really
Dracula
dangerous.
X is such a rough game.
It really
just-
is.
It's one of those games where like if you play it, like you get a good run, everything goes okay. You're like, well, it wasn't so bad, because you know you just jump and whip and backflip, and then you get through, and that's it really. You get ahead of the pace of the enemies, and you're mostly okay. But the second you drop like a single bit of execution, and then the game's like, oh ho ho, I have you now, and
Oh yeah, everything changes. Like most screens,
and you
are
lose all
kind
your
of-
hearts, you lose your sub weapon, and then you realize how many of your strats depended on both of those things, and
Like
then
most
you die to a
screens are
bat
kind of
3 times in a row.
most
Shout
screens
outs
are kind
to
of
the the level up I got, or level up, the one up I got for eating the chicken at full health. Because that's the only reason I didn't game over in stage 2.
Does that give you a full life?
It gives you 1,000 points, and that ticked me over. I thought I was close, so I just like grabbed it again anyway, even though I was full.
Points.
Yeah, it's got score, and that's actually how you gain levels for completing. Or I keep calling it levels. You gain lives.
That's
for
why you get
stages.
the lives. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah, because your score counts up, and that gives you XDX. All right, he is through. He is on his way to 4 apostrophe.
Stage 4.
Apostrophe.
Is
That's
there
important because it's not stage 4. There is a stage 4 if you keep going.
Wait, that apostrophe is not always there, and it hasn't always been there.
It has always been there.
Is that the only stage that does that?
Yes, because it's the alternate stage that you get for falling. If you don't fall, then you get a key and you can go save Maria and then Annette.
Oh,
if
you
do
go
that,
to
you get the good
stage
ending.
4 normal, I guess.
Yep. Oh, but the rest of stage 3 is hell. Like
Yeah,
it is
I don't think any
awful.
Multiple of us have said that we don't think any of the blind runners are going to accidentally get the good ending. I think it's too hard to do first try.
My only thing that scares me with the blind runners in this game, apart from completing it in general, is that somebody might fall and then reset because they think they aren't allowed to do that.
Yes, I can't remember
really
which other
hope that
commentator
nobody-
said that, but they were also concerned that was a thing. But how likely are you going to reset? Because when you fall, it takes you straight to stage 4. What would make you want to reset? You're like, oh, I'm on stage 4. I know you did
don't know,
something wrong. It's a potential, but I think...
I think, like... Sorry.
I was going to say, I think they designed it well enough that the player doesn't feel like they've screwed themselves. I think the game's...
because if I was in that situation, I might, like, worry that I was cheating.
Yeah, okay. I could see that. Though... I'm not sure how many people are doing this blind this year, but I know that at least one person who's doing it blind got clarification of the distinction of good and bad ending. So we got Aaron, is he in Tower 2, I think? I think the Raze is making his way, he must be making his way back to Krista after Tower 4, so the Raze is going to be on Shadowkeeper soon. I didn't see how many fakes he got. Yeah, pretty comfy second place. Faye. Only 20 minutes behind Zockastu. And I was saying that last year, I think Zockastu got like a 305 and I got like a 325. So, last year I was 20 minutes behind Zockastu as well. And this is
He ran super well, so finishing that far behind him is not bad by my book. I was in Castlevania when he got done, so like...
Yeah.
What more can I ask for? I didn't fall more than a game behind ever.
You pretty much were like how I was, where at the beginning, I don't know how Wild Guns went for you.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. But yeah, it's you had like a decent start and then just maintained it well. Didn't have anything terrible happen, except I guess Castlevania at the very end.
Yeah.
But yeah. You got the first zip as well. I think your zip was... Oh yeah, your first zip was super clean. I remember that.
It was, yeah. I easily made that cycle.
Is that the first time you've made that cycle?
It is the second time
run.
I've made that cycle, but in a run it's the first time.
Okay, nice. GG's for that. Any PBs? Did
Oh, I should check.
Oh, you did have
I think so, yeah.
splits up. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. No, I've got them. I just need to look. Jungle Strike was a PB by about
Nice,
a minute.
well done. That's not a small PB.
Yeah.
Zockastu got a PB in Top Gear. He finally got his sub 10.
Oh, nice.
He wanted to get.
Super Adventure Island 2 was a PB.
Nice.
I think that might have been it as far as PBs go.
That's
A couple
two
were
PBs.
close. Yeah, it's more than I got last year.
Which was your okay? Excluding what happened with Dracula X, because that was like one thing that went wrong and it caused, it's like make one mistake in Wild Guns, you've just lost 3 minutes. What was your worst game today, and what was your best?
Best game. RNG notwithstanding, my best game was definitely Mega Man X2. I really played that well. I showed that I used to run the game, and it looked like I knew what I was doing, and I hit basically every strat that I was allowed to hit, except for Gator. And then Centipede was a jerk, but that's not my fault. So I'm super happy with how that game went. I hit every in-level strat. I was so far ahead of the music in Centipede Stage 2, it was amazing.
And
Felt great.
which one do you think was your worst?
Worst game, we're setting aside Dracula, so...
That's good that you haven't found an answer that easily.
Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed in Metal Warriors because of the way that started, but I think actually my worst game was, weirdly enough, Puzzle Bobble.
I mean, that's RNG though. It's like, what are you gonna do? There's obviously
it's not just
execution there.
RNG. I beefed a lot of shots. Like, there was a bunch of things that would have ended a level if I'd gotten it, and then I just stuck the bubble in a terrible place that required me to... And then, in level 11, I didn't tap left fast enough, so the lightning bolt ate the other lightning bubble. And that was just like, oh gosh, I haven't done that in a month and a half, I think. So, how do I even finish this? That's a game where I feel like you should always be like 30, 40 seconds within your PB in terms of the Super 16 goal. And I was like 2 minutes off, so that didn't feel great.
I feel like 30, 40 seconds. Sometimes you can just be waiting for the correct colour on one stage for like 20 seconds.
The trick is to not wait for the color. If you're not getting it, there are lesser clears that you can go for. You just take what the game gives you. Oh gosh, no, double KO!
Who double KO'd? Who saw? I missed
A
that.
werewolf KO'd Nin Taylor on his last hit. He got the whip hit. That was HP down, but
I thought the boss doesn't damage you when it. I thought when it goes.
No,
to...
it wasn't the ground punch thing. It was he threw a fireball and that connected at the same time the whip did. So like they killed each other.
I have not seen that before.
Yeah, the desperation attacks of all the Castlevania Dracula X enemies don't actually do damage. But whatever attack they have on the screen when you kill them does. That is such a bummer.
But RNG here though.
Oh yeah, no, he's apologizing.
That's the fireball. Oh, that's
that's
not a common move.
No, it's pretty rare. He very rarely does that. He can actually do 3 in sequence, and they all have different animations. Werewolf has like 18 attacks. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, when it's like if you want to try and do that without time, the time stop ability, that's one of those fights that you'd have to look at for quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Getting on to stage 6. Okay, everyone using a time stop here to avoid some damage on the fire. Gonna have to deal with these birds though, yeah. Using another one. I don't know if that's a good idea with slowing down the birds.
It's the strat listed on the wiki.
Is it? Okay. Interesting.
I think that's where he learned everything. I maybe am one of the... there's so many tutorials for that game, I have no idea.
Yeah, I ended up watching...
I know that's where I saw it first. And I tried to do that, and it was like it never worked consistently because my jumps are always slightly different, which makes the birds move differently.
Yep.
Which is why I abandoned that and did the other thing.
And if you move in such a way, you can, when you're crouching to wait for the birds to go off screen, one bird, if your movement's in such a way, it can actually just land on you, and you have to move, otherwise you die. So, yeah. Oh no. A little bit eager on that. Ooh, that little corner. Did you see that? The game like kind of pulled him up the rock. All right, this screen is nasty. It's getting bad RNG here. You can.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't understand how you're supposed to get up out of this screen without stopwatch.
So, if you get bad RNG
I saw Zakursu do it yesterday. I know how to. Yeah, you do damage boost on the stairs and then jump onto the platform. Yeah.
The first guy though, you gotta take him on the chin. Unfortunately, if he doesn't behave, you've just gotta kill him. But yeah, that second guy you can damage boost.
There's a strat for that if you're willing to take damage to get through him, and you still have
difficult,
stopwatch and hearts, and you move perfectly. If you make any kind of movement error, it doesn't work. But
oh yeah, if you fail any of those 5 things, you're in big trouble.
Mm-hmm. But I had 7 hearts at the time, so it's like if I'm gonna stopwatch one of these guys, it's definitely the top one.
Oh, late on the backflip, doesn't get knocked off. Oh gosh. Oh. I respect he did the right thing and turn around and prepare for a backflip. It was just a low backflip. So we haven't really talked about it, but if you double jump in this game, you'll backflip. You can choose which direction to go, but you have to do the second input pretty early. And if you do it 1 frame later, then nothing comes out, which is what happened there, where you just jump straight up and then you've committed to like the next second of your movement. And if you, for a lot of enemies that you want to backflip over, you can't just mash the jump, because then you'll do a tiny backflip. Good thing he held up to get back on those stairs. If you do a tiny backflip, you won't make it.
Yeah, the backflip timings are weird.
It's really weird.
I found that very unintuitive.
That backflip that he did to boost is a max height. And again, whoa, that flip's max height. That's swaggy. I wouldn't have done that.
I mean, he might as well at this point.
Oh, this is good RNG. This is what you want to say. Have him walk left. Oh, he's both the knights are playing nice. Look at this.
Oh, you love to see that.
You do.
Especially with that health.
Oh gosh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, you're very rarely going to see it. Like, dealing with that bat. But you do love to see that. Right, Duray's going for the 2-2 skip. I don't know why I call it 2-2. It's not 2-2. Oh. Okay. I would walk back downstairs, yep. So if you walk back downstairs, you'll be able to basically just manipulate the enemy movement, which is what Duray's is doing.
I prefer going past that guy and just getting out on the second soldier instead of doing this.
So I was talking earlier with the other commentators, and it's better to jump into the knights while they've got their spears up than actually have the swing hit you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you get the same boost off of any part of the animation, so you want to jump
and ideally
into the power pose and not the Oh wow, Impaler's flipping onto the gears. Man, what a shame. Like, he's actually way better at this game than I am.
Yeah.
It's just not paying out.
Better than I am at this game.
Oh,
how'd you like the... did you do the axe strat there? You're the only person so far who's done that.
I was so low on lives, I was like, I knew I was getting the extra one, and at that point, other than swag, you don't get anything out of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Maybe save a little bit of time on pickups.
Of course, then I didn't die ever again, so that was great that I picked up 2 extra lives in this stage and 7, and then didn't use them.
I'm running low on health here, though. Second attack's coming out. This attack's easier to dodge. Nice.
I really hope that he gets Carmilla, because if he doesn't,
the backflip
the backup fight is so bad.
Got him.
Oh, please. Okay.
It's the fire. It's the eye attack with the fire that's like really dangerous because they're separated. But when they do that second attack, you can, as long as you're not trying to be too greedy, getting damage at the same time, it's pretty simple to dodge.
If the fight drags on to the third attack, then it's scary again. The giant thunder eyes. I don't know if you've seen that one.
No, I haven't. The Rays just took a death to the bats, and that was a game over. So he's got to do that. Not a blessing in pace, but honestly, no one wants to do the bat whip only. It's because he could just game over doing that. So he just gets to reset the stage. Not going to be happy with it, but he gets to reset the stage, and it's just going to play out like how he practiced. I think this far into the race, 16 games in, 5 in this case 5 hours in, I think the occasional deaths are not going to hurt your mentality that much. I think you're just looking to get through. Like, you probably got frustrated dying to the bat, but I bet 5 minutes after that bat was done, all you were thinking about was the end.
I mean, more or less, yeah. I wasn't dwelling on it. It wasn't time to. This game's too hard to be thinking about other stuff and playing it at the same time.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I mentioned to you. Sin softlocked in X2.
Oh no! How?
Yeah, don't know.
What do you
Can't
do?
remember. I don't actually know. I didn't catch it. Yeah.
Softlock?
Yeah. Apparently
don't
so.
know that one.
That's I hadn't heard one. But yeah, apparently softlocked. He used the code, the password. He got back.
Right, that's smart.
Keep going, Sin. You can do it, buddy. You're almost there. Is he eating Teddy Grahams in his break? Self-energized, I suppose. Sin's on Terranigma. I'm not sure which cutscene this is. Oh gosh, alright. Kirby. Oh no! This is... So with Demolition Man, we were talking about how this boss has a phase 2, and he will melt your lives if
I did
you...
this.
Yeah, didn't happen today, did it?
It did, yes. I walked slightly too far forward, greeting for the perfect pixel to shoot him in, and I walked into the. But I got the fight on the second life, so it wasn't really. Okay. It was over very fast.
I mustn't have seen that.
I mean, there's a lot going on the screen. It's hard to watch 4 games at once, especially when I'm not in the lead, so you're not naturally actually watching what I'm doing.
I think we were probably talking about Ninja Gaiden input eating when Zockish was playing on it, because that's where I think he just started. Well, there's the armor thing. I don't know if you saw it, but that's the armor. It's there the whole time on the. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, you guys put that in for the race.
Nope.
That's not.
Yeah, with that apostrophe on fire. Yeah. All right, Dracula for Nintaler. Not sure how many lives he's got. Hopefully he does this in 1. Almost done with phase 1. He's got good ammo, but he's gonna run out of 3 axes for phase 2.
He'll lose his triple, yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. The double's not a bad fight.
No, he might be forced to move back. 1 more though.
It depends on where the spawn is. If he gets one of the far platforms that he can see, then he won't have to move.
No, he shouldn't be able to. No,
yeah, that's
fine.
That's a perfect spawn. He's gonna be able to get it from here.
Oh,
easy.
Okay. Oh, maybe not because he got hit. Oh gosh.
Oh no, he does have to move.
Yeah. No, I think if he had, because even though you can have 2 axes, I think you want to space the axes out
a little bit, yeah, so you don't get hit by the flames. Like if you.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
He almost did it.
The legend. He wins the race. Oh, he didn't do it. He
had me so scared.
GG. Way to go, bud. I want to emphasize, finishing this run at all, regardless of what your time winds up being, is a ridiculously great accomplishment. This is such a hard list of video games to play all back to back. Like, everybody who finishes is a hero.
Punishing list. You know, last year people were saying a lot of the runners were like, a lot of the games on the list last year were bad. The games on this list are generally better, but I think they're way more punishing on average, which makes
much,
it
much harder.
It just makes
much harder.
So much more difficult just to get through. Oh gosh. Oh, that was risky from Kirby there. See, I think you can shoot this boss diagonally.
You can.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the DPS isn't as good.
As long as he just plays it safe like this, just make sure you don't get.
Yeah, it's okay. The pattern's not too bad. Once it starts moving back and forth like this, you just.
Honestly, I didn't even know. I thought the laser was constant, but I guess that would be broken.
I mean, the intended way to fight the boss is this way, so they have to give you a way to.
I just thought the beam was just like Resident Evil.
You just thought it was badly made?
Yeah. I mean, but you can't blame me for that. I think your train was great. Yeah.
It was good. Yeah.
You did it all in one cycle without dying?
Yep.
Yep, that's a good train. So yeah, so we'll see Slim running along the top of the train here, and you've got these things that are coming across. They're not random. They can be maniped. I've never had the idea to duck down there. It might be actually useful if things go wrong.
If you
go on.
Duck and they give you a high spawn, then you don't get hit by it. So it's.
Oh, there's a low one still. What I was thinking in between
the low one will still clip you.
What I was thinking in between the carts. So in between the tray, you see how it goes down a bit? I wonder if the duck.
Oh, maybe right there. Yeah, I don't know. Actually,
that would probably be good as a backup, just waiting for one cycle to go past. No idea though. The spawns are weird. Sometimes you can wait for a cycle to go past, and then the next two cycles are just worse than just YOLOing it. But yeah, it's a tough cycle for this top bit. You want to get this checkpoint like this, usually. Oh, see, like that was a fast one. Oh gosh, that was gross. This is a good video game, by the way. I stand by it.
No, it isn't.
It's really not.
It's an okay speedrun. It's a terrible video game.
It's a terrible video game. Pretty good speedrun.
Just briefly.
My gosh, why is he getting those spawns so close? It's nasty.
When you are off the global pattern, like they increase in frequency the longer you're up there, to try and force you down into the trains.
Oh, did they?
So if you don't move really quickly, you wind up just getting hammered by those things.
Sounds fun. Another fun thing about this level is that entering this train cart gives you a checkpoint. Sometimes it doesn't work. So you could die, and if Slim dies here, he should spawn to the right of where he is.
No, not yet. He needs to get all the... Okay.
No, there's one up there as well, Faye.
Is there?
Yeah. There's two. There's one at the top and one at the bottom. I think you might have to run right a little bit to get the one on the top to work. But yeah, there's two. It's weird.
Okay. I have died in that stage like 800 times, and it has always spawned me back in the previous one.
Yeah, this bottom one always seems to work, but that top one doesn't work if you go for like fast speedrun strats.
It's like Ray's in Fleaman Alley.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite alley.
Both you and Stu had the same number of hits on this screen. Both the flea men. Yeah, they didn't behave.
They never do.
Aaron coming up to Shadowkeeper. Not sure how many fakes were present.
I believe this is his second attempt.
Oh, on the fight. So
yeah.
he should level up inside the face regardless then. Yeah, he should level up in the face regardless. If he destroyed the hands, which he did because he's achieved level 3. And he should level up, and it'll at least make the fight easier.
Oh, third time they're saying in chat.
Third time, okay.
So yeah, he easy level 4 somewhere in this fight as long as he
It might
gets
be,
the face.
Yeah, it should be the face. The arms don't give that much experience.
I have no idea how experience works in this game. I'll be real with you.
It's consistent. It's
no,
everything
I'm sure it is. I just don't know the values.
Oh yeah, all I know is getting from level 1 to 2 takes 50 XP. No, sorry, 28, and then 2 to 3 I think is another like 30 something. Yeah, never really paid attention. All right, there's the level up. Low on life though, can only take another maybe 2 hits if he gets good rolls. Okay, he should survive 2 hits. I don't think so. And if so, if they were present, they've probably been used on previous attempts. However, he is healing slowly.
I think he's got it.
I think he's got it. If he just keeps this up, keeps the rhythm. Yeah, nice. Oh, level 5. That's an extra level up. Didn't actually... I guess the body of Shadowkeeper gives a lot of experience then. On to the final game. Right, the Ray's approaching Werewolf. I'm assuming he's... No, he didn't die. He's got 31 hearts.
31 hearts should be a death somewhere. You should have more than that because
yeah, that's what I was thinking. But you can't die on the last screen.
That would be a death in the boost room because you'll get 1 heart if you respawn at the top of that.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Oh god, that was gross RNG.
Right, good luck to Aaron on the final game of the day. Let's see how Slim Kirby deals with this level.
Like, he is a werewolf. How does he cling to the ceiling? There's no ceiling. And you know there's no ceiling because at the beginning of the fight he jumps in from the background. What is he clinging to?
Yeah,
Does he grow wings? What is he doing up there? It isn't fair.
It's like
he shouldn't be able to do that.
It's just like a spider, I guess. It
yeah.
Just sticks to walls. I mean, so many.
But there's
so
no
many
wall. It's air. He's hanging in the air.
Is there not walls in that fight? I thought they were walls.
There are walls, but there's no ceiling.
Oh.
So when he's clinging to the ceiling, what is he clinging to? There's nothing solid up there. And I was just saying, you know there's nothing solid up there because you watch him jump down through it. It's not a realistic depiction of werewolves. In real life, they can't fly. I want my money back. I'm telling you,
I've never paid attention to the environment in that fight. I never even noticed. Ooh, okay, the Ray's getting it. Oh no! Oh, the bat! Okay, got it. The second bat, got it. There's going to be a third bat. There he is. All right, this is really scary for the Rays now. Oh gosh.
Not sniped. He's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the correct thing to do. That even gives him more hearts. So it's like.
And if he plays his cards right, he won't need to pick up a chicken. It's not even a bit of meat. It's not chicken. Oh, the landing animation. Oh gosh. Yeah. So if you don't if you jump from I was gonna say a great height, but it's not a great height. If you
it's
jump
a medium
from,
height.
Yeah, if you jump from a medium height and land, you're forced into an animation, and because those gears are moving forward, you're forced to sit through it, and you just die every time. So you have to whip cancel that jump if you're gonna jump there. It's usually best to just run along those cogs, but grab the
skull
axe.
doesn't always let you if you don't get that perfect.
Oh, that's true. There's 2 skull enemies that, yeah, if you don't deal with them exactly the same, and they take 2 hits as well, so it's not like you've got to get 1 attack done. Oh, don't get knocked off. Nice crouch. I always forget about the crouching in this. You know, just negating knockback or the backflip on the stairs. Okay.
fun.
Alright,
Gonna pick
Sin
up that life,
on...
and I do not blame him.
Nope. Sin is on the final level of Demolition Man, and just showing what I was saying earlier about it's way harder than it looks to know exactly where you're going. If you've not put like a lot of practice into this level, if you don't know exactly where you are and where you're going, it's a mesh of, it's a blur. Like it's the visuals are muddy and ugly, and you just can't see where you're going.
I still don't understand how that level is actually laid out. I just memorized the inputs.
I would like, before trying to go for world record attempts, I'd like to see an entire map sheet of the entire level to see what it looks like, because trying to find extra like time saves, it's hard to do, because you have to like look everywhere. Right, stage 7 for the Rays. I love the stage 7 music, because you know you're almost done, and it gives you that feeling of like, you know, the music starts and you're like, okay, it's on, just drag, that's all we need.
Yeah, no, the music in stage 7's amazing. I always wind up singing along to it. It's just so good. It's so good. It's like you can tell this is a Konami game.
How was your stage 7? I think your stage 7, if I remember, there wasn't any hiccups in it at all.
No, everything was fine. I didn't get the optimal platform cycle because I went for an extra one up. But other than that...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh,
all
good.
Right, Stu didn't get the perfect like elevator rise thing either. It's all good.
It's okay, it's fine. I got to hear more of the music.
I'm not a fan of this screen. It's fine up until this knight here on the right-hand side. You can just crouch. Oh, the Ray's going for the trickier option to try and jump and avoid him. You can just crouch to avoid that. You'll take the damage.
Through it. I don't know. There's meat in Dracula's room, so it's like, just don't be afraid of one hit here.
And he'll have plenty of hearts.
Like,
I think do you get 30 hearts here? Is it 1, 2?
You get 30, yes. 30 on the dot. If you have the axe.
If you have the axe, yeah. Or I guess any ability, since the game gives you basically everything.
Or is it 35 if you have the axe? No, it's 35 if you have the axe, 30 if you don't.
Okay. So he'll have plenty of ammo here to keep triple. Provided that Drac doesn't spawn off screen and he's going for...
If he doesn't chase him off screen, then yeah, he should be.
There you go, just grabbing that early meat. Only got 2 hits there. That might be a conscious effort to keep the triple. No, he went for 3.
If he's basing it on spawn, then he could be throwing 3 axes where he's confident he'll get triples, and saving it for where it's a little bit harder, because depending on his spawn location, it's a little bit different timing. If you're not as confident in it, then... It's like, yeah, in this position I'd be doing what he's doing, not chasing down.
I can't believe you can whip the fireballs. I jumped over those in practice, Faye. It was awful.
Nah, whip him. It's way better. You like the Dracula music, Taylor? I can't hear it over the laughter.
Yeah, the laughter's pretty good, though. I like that he just laughs the whole time.
He's such a troll.
Yeah. Like, what is this room, though? Like, he's got his throne here. It's like, what is this room for? It's just an empty pit.
I would just like to point out, this game is a prequel to Symphony of the Night. And when you do this fight in that game, there is a floor.
I played Symphony of the Night like 2 years ago for the first time. I can't remember the final boss. That was a hard game, though.
Oh, the first boss. The intro of the game, you play as Richter doing this fight.
Oh yeah, and then you climb up the stairs like the. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's like that. Oh my gosh, it's like the same in reverse. I get it.
GG to Derace. He got it.
GG.
Way to go.
So now I think that puts... Oh yeah, that's Aaron, who's currently looking to be next to finish,
Aaron.
but... Oh man, what's this bat's name? I know you know the name of the boss.
It's Giant Bat.
It's Giant Bat, okay. Well, Giant Bat sucks and has killed a lot of people today.
Yes, I hate him.
I don't like these eyes.
Oh,
Get
gosh. Oh, Sin.
Oh, I didn't...
He was doing side strats on Shadowkeeper, but it walked forward and he just got stepped on.
Yeah, so that's a huge danger. If he walks forward, obviously he's pushing you down and now you're inside of the hitbox of the boss. So if those slices aren't chained correctly, yeah, you just take instant damage. That is the risky side of doing the horizontal. You just don't want Shadowkeeper to move, really.
Ideally, you just let him stay still. Just sit there and take it, buddy. That's all I want. That's all I ask.
So I don't think he destroyed any hands, so I'm not sure how many fakes he got, but it's not going to affect whether he gets a level up to make things easier.
No, he didn't get the hands.
So... Got him. Chrono Nest just starting.
Alright.
Terranigma, is he going to get the door skip, or are we going to skip the door skip?
Through another
that's
stage.
Too high up. Oh, nice. Yep, throw it.
At least we're making forward progress.
That feels so good to get.
One fake, okay. So, yeah. Definitely not going to level up. That's going to be rougher for him. Not being able to get level 4 inside of the fight. The defense...
If he dies like 1 or 2 more times, do you think maybe it'd be worth like chain farming the cadets up the tower? To try and like get a level in the middle of the fight? I guess it depends on how many times he gets through the claws.
Yeah, if he gets through the claws, and especially if he destroys the face, then no.
Yeah, but
otherwise, maybe. Did you pick up the bulb today?
I did, yes. I didn't wind up using it though.
Yeah. That would be
so
the
thanks for costing me 2 seconds. What a friend.
Yeah, you know what it is. I caution those 3 for Demolition Man for watching the film too. That's 5 seconds. Well, 5 seconds. That's the trade away for the videos this year, I guess.
That's fair.
Going for vertical strats now. Oh, going horizontal now. He's walking back up. Gotta be careful with his tail though.
Come on, Sin.
Alright, there's the level up. Okay. So the defense, you get 1 defense, but it doesn't make a difference for the damage rolls here. It's just the health. It's the only thing that's gonna help.
The health is real nice though.
Yeah, the health is like early on. Every level, especially in the speedrun, every level is like a blessing. And then once you do the first farm grind, it kind of becomes irrelevant because you're always overpowered. But yeah, early in the game, these levels, up until the Borfs grind or the birds, massive. And that Shadowkeeper dead. Final game for Sin. Where's Aaron at here? The platform screen. It's taken a few lives today. I haven't watched how they've been dealing with Ninja Gaiden 2. They've got 3 lives though, so they're doing all right. At least I think that's a 3.
Yeah, that's player 3. What a UI!
I know, it's crazy. Did you get the boost?
One of those games like I died doing the boost.
Oh, okay.
I got the boost up, and then I went to jump, and then I fell into an enemy, and I had 1 HP, so it was just the end.
Yeah, I think only 1 person has gone for the boost today. Stu didn't do it.
I wanted to. I'm good at it.
It's weird though, because like the enemies that spawn don't spawn purely off screen. It's like they spawn a little bit inside. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't actually get a lot of time. You don't get a lot of time to react to the enemy spawning and then jump him.
That's okay. You want to jump straight up like neutral inputs and then tap a button after you get bonked anyway, so it's not a huge deal. That's the easiest boost in the game.
Okay, I was not doing... When I was learning that, I was not doing neutral. I hate this boss, by the way. When you're forced to use your shadows to hit him, it's so weird.
Yeah, his hitbox is very strangely positioned. It's not intuitive.
Gosh. Oh, he did
Oh, this
so
is really
well.
scary. Oh,
He did
bummer.
so well.
That's a shame too, because this room does not have enough Minpo to get him back to full. Like, you can recover both your clones and your fire wheel, but now that he's spent any amount of
much is he-
Minpo
he's gonna get
fighting
another
him, he gets yeah,
20
he'll get 10 more,
more.
so he gets 20.
10?
So if he yeah, that's it.
Oh gosh,
he'll
you only
be up
get
to 30
20.
out of
That's
60.
awful. That's awful.
Oh, it is only one.
Yeah,
okay, dang. That's worse than I thought it was,
yeah,
and I thought it
that's-
was bad.
I thought it was way better than that. Not gonna jinx it until the cutscene is finished. Okay. So far, no one has softlocked in Terranigma. It's extremely rare. It's completely random. Only ever happened to me once, and I've gone through that intro probably like 900 times. But it is a legit worry. I don't know what happens. I guess when Sin comes on later, if he decides to, we're gonna have to ask him what happened in Mega Man X2. I was baffled because the chat was like, "Oh no, softlock," and I was like, "What?" Never heard of that for X2.
I want to ask him what he was doing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay here just to learn. I have to know. I have to know how you softlock in X2.
Come on, you got this, nobody. The shots from the enemy are really hard to see as well, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, when he's on the sides and like they come basically out of the mountain in the background, it's difficult to see them. Aww.
Aaron getting trolled by the skeleton. Oh gosh, no, no. He was
That's
like,
cool.
nope. Yeah. So I think the jump is not random, right? He does scripted. He's got like a scripted sequence of attacks.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Just the timing was slightly off and it put him in a bad
Yeah,
spot.
a little bit earlier, a bit later would have been fine. Oh.
Okay.
Do we know how many blind runners we have this year?
I have no idea.
Alright, Sin. Is he going to go for the skip or is he going vanilla? Looks like he's going vanilla. This skip doesn't save that much time. Like, I think it's stage 5 where isn't it like a minute or something? Maybe even a minute 40. No, I don't think it's a minute 40 in save. It's a huge time save for stage 5 though.
Yeah, the stage 5 skip is obnoxiously good. Like, you would rather... Oh, Sin. Oh, Sin.
You'd probably rather die a couple of times going for that skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the vanilla path is also not easy. So
It's all it's
yeah.
it's dangerous as heck. There's gigantic sword dudes in there. They're 3/4 of the screen and they have swords that are like bigger than you are. And they're very fast. Like, you would think a big enemy, oh, it must be slow. No, those things are like lightning. It's terrifying down there.
He doesn't have a weapon upgrade here. I don't think he's going to be able to get one. He can get knives, can he? No.
There's a knife right at the end of the screen. Not that knife is very good.
You can at least use it to get the big bat on the opposite side of the screen and throw a knife to safely turn it into this small bat phase. I guess that's just for safety, but yeah, this fight is really awkward because you don't have a lot of movement options, and when the boss is in the small bat phase, it's actually just really hard to like dodge and get out of the way. Okay, that he almost decided to backflip out of the way. It was a good idea to not do that. That's the bat down. Good job.
Item crash for swag.
Got no hearts. Feels bad. Yeah, no hearts.
Yeah, he used the item crash at the very end of the
I
fight.
thought I saw something that I've never seen before. How much is that? 10? Or 15?
It is 10 hearts for the knife.
10, okay. Doesn't do huge damage
mercifully,
though.
it's cheaper. No, it doesn't. It looks like it, for an enemy that stays horizontal with you, that it would be like really good damage, but it just doesn't. You wind up spending most of the animation of it in enemy iframes.
Who is leading currently? Well, we've had 4 runners finish. Zokashju, Faye, who's with me now.
Of our remaining competitors, Super Nintendo finished 3rd, and then the Rays finished 4th.
Currently.
So that puts Aaron in the front of the rest of the pack, I believe.
Where's Sin? Yeah.
Sin just started level 3, so.
So currently, Aaron's in the lead, then Sin, then Chronos, and then nobody. But Sin's only 2 stages behind, and Dracula's time could. The swing from best RNG to worst RNG, that could cover those 2 stages. If it really wanted to.
It also depends on how well the stages go themselves.
Yeah.
It's the race for 5th is really still anybody's to take.
Please don't die to this last flea, man. Okay. Oh boy. That is not a screen you want to do again.
No, it is not.
Alright, this platform section that Sin's on has claimed a few people today. He's locking the position left. Oh, he locked the position left, so all those bats aren't going to bother him. Except right there. But that's fine. He's made it through. Okay, so nobody's approaching the. Oh, that was close.
Oh gosh!
It was I think the.
Without that boost, he does not get back up there. He would have to reset.
I was gonna say you do have to reset the screen there. That's so nasty. But I think nobody's approaching the hardest or the most annoying section of Ninja Gaiden 3 coming up. I think.
The auto scroller.
After this.
You mean stage 3? Yes,
yeah,
that part sucks. My strats for that were so wonky. Everything was about like, how do I make it so that all the inputs can't kill me?
I really don't like how different 3 looks to 1 and 2. The floaty jump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's rough. It's really hard having this be in the goal alongside the other 2, because 1 and 2, like, even though 2 is basically 1, but you don't have spin slash.
Yeah, pretty much.
You do have clones, so like there's the whole input eating thing, which isn't really a thing in Ninja Gaiden 1.
They play almost.
They play
exactly
very similar. So you learn those 2, and it really teaches you how to play these games like a very specific way. And then this comes along, and it's like, what if not? Oh gosh, that's such a bad place to take a death, though.
I didn't say, was it Aaron?
It was right at the end of the. It was nobody right at the end of the auto scroller.
Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it has no concept of checkpoints. Fun fact: if you die to that boss, you also start back at the beginning of.
I heard about that. That seems terrible.
But Aaron does seem to be back in Fleaman Alley. I missed how that happened, but game over.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't say anything, but I wasn't sure if I was like going through deja vu or something. I was like, was I talking about someone else going through?
No. Was them.
Had to have been. I'm gonna assume a game over during this next screen after these.
Probably. He
birds
was
and
low
elevators.
health, so he must have gone for a death, and then it turned out that was it. Rough game. It can chew through your lives. Believe me.
Yeah, this is swap the live situation for this and Demolition Man. That'd be good. Start with 7 lives, get another 6 or 7 throughout the run.
Realistically speaking, Demolition Man does not need as many lives
No,
as...
it really does not.
And Castlevania really needs a lot more of them.
Baiting the knights to the right here, I think. I don't think that left one's going to move. Oh gosh, that left one is not moving.
No, he appears to be stuck. That's okay, just get rid of him. Don't need to. He gets 1 shot at this, though.
I think he might get 2, Faye.
The boost does more damage. And he's... Well, okay, he's okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Made it through. I think he would have survived with the tiniest of health.
Maybe, I'm not sure. It's
I'm
also very
can't
likely
believe he's
that he
not
would have
dying
gotten
right
stuck,
now.
though, because the, Oh gosh, yeah, this is crazy. If Werewolf does a slide attack, he's dead.
Yeah. And you can react to the
every
slide.
other one of... You can, yes, but it's...
You have to notice that he's stayed crouching for a certain length of time. It's not easy to do.
You also have to know that the slide does the most damage of any of his attacks. Because he can survive 1 hit from any other attack that Werewolf does. But not that.
This is risky.
Normally when you've got enough health to tank it, you want to just eat the slide because it's such good damage.
This decision could put Sin... Could have him and Sin... Oh my gosh, there's so many flaming on Sin's screen.
Oh, that's terrifying. He's through okay, he's got good health.
Yeah, he's got great health. Oh my...
As long as that last guy doesn't...
That was super close. I'm actually not sure he didn't get touched there. Picks up the holy water, but that is fine.
Yeah, you don't need any more axes until you do, I guess.
I like to keep them for destroying these 3 candles with the bird, because 1 axe will do all of it, but outside of that, yeah. Alright, big skips in. Good luck. Oh,
luckily.
Oh, God. Oh, he has to die. What? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was all just because he didn't, just didn't take 1 extra step forward, and it's the snowball effect. Also, what just happened with that skull? That was...
Oh, if you
fair.
whip that too soon...
I've never had that happen.
Then it goes
Okay.
forward instead of backwards. Yeah, if you do it like first frame available, then he gets mad and he comes forward at you instead. It's very scary.
Oh, nicely done.
You've got to be careful. Oh, very good. Very, very good. He is in a great situation health-wise, so he
Yep,
should be...
no need for a death. I think this is...
Yes.
I'm not sure how many times
he's
he's died.
very much catching up.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm assuming Aaron... Oh, no, he's not made it there yet. Oh, gosh, if he dies, he's going to be... Maybe he did die. He did die, okay. Okay. I don't know how many lives he's got.
I don't know either. But he's got 30 hearts and full health, so the werewolf fight should be... It should go okay. I almost said it was free, but I won't do that to anybody.
Yeah, with 2, it like basically is, but if you got really bad at RNG for both time stops, Wolf could be left with half health, then it's not free.
Yes.
Then it's super not free, because like Fee was saying, he's got like maybe 5 different attacks, but when he can do them and the outcome and variables that can happen from his attacks, depending on where he's doing them, it's a lot to learn. You really don't want to learn that fight normally.
Speaking of learning that fight, normally Sin missed one of the big hearts, so he can only do 1 item crash.
That is not good, especially with an immediate jump away. Okay, you got half health. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's scary.
Hopefully pinballs, hopefully... Oh, jump! Ah. You hope you hope it's the pinball attack, which apparently he can do at any time, but it's very unlikely to get it unless it's almost like close to death. That was the hope there. Which heart did he miss?
He missed the very first one after the stopwatch.
Time stop.
Yeah, so he picked up the stopwatch and then he jumped over that, picked up the next thing, which is an axe. Because I guess he just mixed up which one was which.
Oh dear, okay.
And then he went back for the stopwatch, but didn't try for the heart because the platform was crumbling and got frightened off of it. So that's a huge bummer.
Okay, oh, he makes... Oh no, he died before getting to the next screen.
Castlevania, Dracula X. You know, there is a good Castlevania game for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. It's called Castlevania 4.
I've seen a couple of them as run that.
Yeah, that game owns. It whips, you might say.
I was going to be doing this Leonid, but 2 weeks ago I decided not to. For a few reasons. I talked about it earlier, just a tiny bit. But I'll be doing.
Stress.
Yeah, regardless of what list is next year, I'll be taking part, just because I'm making it my mission to not care what's happening, basically. But yeah, I get to do commentary, and commentary has been really fun. I've been doing this for 6 hours. It's felt like 3. Yeah, it's been nice to be able to talk about these games. Oh, this clock tower. It's been nice to talk about these games, like having a perspective. Like I've got Fee with me now, who's got a perspective on the games. Obviously, she's been running all of them today. But yeah, I had Hulk and Omni, and 3 games this year were like Omni games, where Omni's got the world record. Super Adventure Island for Hulk. But yeah, I think I was just having knowledge of all the games has just been good. Right,
Thank you very much for doing commentary. It's been, obviously I'm going to have to watch the race back at some point, but it was really nice knowing that there was going to be knowledgeable people commentating through the whole thing.
I was going to make a joke that just like, I was talking mad smack during your game, but yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. That was an awful fight.
When I first decided not to do it this year, I didn't think about commentary at first, but I think the next day I thought about it and I was like, yeah, commentary would be a good idea. Something I enjoy doing as well. I was going to take care of the skull as well.
That's smart.
I would go. Yes, good decision to go.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's on the other side.
Oh, it comes back. Oh, it's not Ninja Gaiden.
Yes.
I was thinking of Ninja Gaiden, where you could just get the birds off screen.
It's still the right move. Yeah. He got ahead of it, then you could just beat it on pace, and now he's
should be able to get the meat easy enough. Just don't forget the axe. Very important.
Yep.
Okay, I thought he was going to go past the axe. Alright, Sin is on stage 6.
So we're very much in the scenario where if one of them gets, assuming everybody get through this stage okay, if one of them gets good Dracula luck and the other gets awful Dracula luck, it could swing it.
Yeah, for sure.
At least with center pillar strats, which I assume everybody from here on out is going to do. And probably everybody, period. You can do, like, second from the right strats and hit 7 out of the 8 pillars, which really reduces the amount of RNG, but it turns it into a huge execution fest. Which, I don't know, at the end of for phase 1. Because you've got to jump to basically every...
I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah,
every spawn. You can see almost all of them and reach him and get 3 hits on all of them.
And then you also, based on the distance and your jumps, you need to time your axes to get the 3 hits. That sounds like a nightmare.
Oh yeah, no, it's super bad. I was watching Crunan's tutorial. He's got whip buffers for all of them, which help to know exactly when the spawn is, and you just put everything toward reacting to where it winds up. Which is very smart. I'm not shocked that a runner of his caliber has good Dracula strats, but... Good Carmilla fight. Little scary, but still good.
So I think we're going to watch Aaron and Sin finish out, and then we're going to raid one of the active runners.
Oh, very cool.
Teasel's just said.
It has been about 6 hours, so that
Yeah. I think
makes sense.
I know Fede PG is doing a blind run. I don't know, but I think so. I'm not sure who else is going into this blind, but
Mikan.
Khan. Okay.
There might
Oh
be
yes,
one
we
more.
had them on stream for a bit earlier. That's right. Yeah, bless their souls.
The bravest among us.
Yeah, give themselves a pat on the back when they finish.
Oh, and random 64 too? Okay. So that's three blind runners on this race.
Yeah.
Just goodness gracious. I guess if you're blind, you don't know how bad it is, but still.
That's true. Well, they will. They will tomorrow.
They know now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jungle Strike showed them the error of their ways.
Oh, that must have been
And
a
wild
nightmare.
guns. Yeah.
At least with wild guns, you know what's happening and what to do. When you're put into Jungle Strike blind, it's
it's a nightmare.
It's like being given.
I can't say what word it really is.
It's like being given a manual to construct a rocket ship, and you don't know anything about rocket science. It's like, okay, what do I do? Oh, Aaron doubling back there to get the invincibility. I am
very
smart. I don't know what you can do without
without
that.
Is terrible. Without it, I think you just have to go down and do the damage boost strat, which is incredibly luck dependent.
Yeah, good luck, Aaron. Has 69 hearts.
Nice.
That should be enough to keep triple throughout the entire fight, I think.
If he doesn't wind up spending any for hopeful hits. Oh, Sin had a good Carmilla fight. R.I.P. Annette. By the way, Lord Dump, the girl who gets stuck onto the skull at the beginning of the boss in stage 6 is the girl you're supposed to be saving. That's Richter's girlfriend.
I was going to ask, is that Maria who gets destroyed by?
That's Annette. Maria is her little sister.
Okay. So I was thinking that was the game, not hinting, but kind of showing that something didn't go wrong.
It is. That's one of the girls you're supposed to be saving.
Oh,
and because you messed up, she becomes a boss. And if you save both of them, then instead of fighting Carmilla, you fight Death.
Yeah, but that boss at the end, when you do the right thing on stage 3, that boss at the end of the walkway, the Headless Knight, is so tough. I tried messing around with it. I did not like that.
Yeah, I want to learn the good ending just to be able to do it one time, but I'm not running it.
I've not been seeing the RNG for Aaron. I don't think it's been anything too spectacular, though. It looks like he's waiting a lot at the moment.
It's been
giving Sin a little bit of time. That was
God!
scary.
Middle pillar meatballs. That's, you hate to see that.
That's a forced jump, right?
For sure. Well, you can duck and tank it, but at that health, no thank you. Oh man, what are these spawns? This is awful. I mean, he's just laughing and laughing and laughing, and I am so irritated when the fight goes this poorly. Just shut up.
I like it. I like the laughing.
I don't have
giving
for 3
Sin
minutes
some time
of
to
it.
catch up here, but I don't think he's got enough.
It depends on how Cookie Monster goes.
If he falls, this could be Sin's.
Very low health. If he doesn't break the fireballs...
He has to stop. He has to stop this second fire.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That's so
well,
unfortunate.
This is sins to lose.
Are those fireball timings random? They're not, are they?
They are not.
They're not. So yeah.
But if you're on a pillar that is not lower than he is, you need to specifically time the axes. If you're just spamming them on cooldown, then you won't break the fireballs.
Oh, Chrono Nest blocking the lasers. I didn't know you could do that.
I'll be honest with you, I forgot that you could block it all.
Pretty useful in the main game. Even at top level, there's some stuff that it's just faster to block certain sections. But even at a mid-level, block's really good for certain things. I didn't know you could do it on that, though. Makes sense. Unfortunately, took a death to Shadowkeeper. Where are we
Aaron
at?
is having a better fight, too.
Yeah,
He's actually caught up in health.
I just noticed that.
This is wild.
Yeah. So got a 3 hit there, though. Oh, Aaron paying it back, though. Only getting 2. And another 3 hit for Sin. Just needs one more good spawn. It takes him to phase 2. Here it is. He's got triple axes. So, barring any... Oh, please. Okay.
Oh, this is
okay, dodge the fire.
Okay,
Oh, dodge both fires.
Okay.
Okay, he's playing it safe and ducked. Very smart. And now he just goes in. And
yep, he's got this.
Well done. Well done. That's a shame for Aaron to die like that, but that was pretty unfortunate.
That's
just not having enough health to tank the fire hurts. Oh, and now because he died, he's locked on single axe, which has reduced his DPS.
This makes this so much scarier.
Fire. Please duck. Okay, tanked it. Oh. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
That's incredibly tragic.
GG.
The Dracula refight is much harder than
without.
The first fight.
If you die, just having the less hearts is so much worse because your DPS goes down the toilet, which means Dracula's just busy to get all up in your face.
And a lot of people only learned about the multiplier mechanic like a week ago.
Yeah,
not everybody was. In the original Castlevania, there was an item that you would pick up that would determine how many sub-weapons you could have on screen at the same time, and this game replicates that just by pure heart count. It's the only Castlevania game in the series of the classic Castlevanias where you don't want to zero out your hearts after every stage.
Yeah, I didn't like the mechanic at first, but there really isn't a problem with it.
It's weird, and I don't really like the way that they did it compared to
it is, but
it
follows the like a lot of games do with the mechanics where it's like the rich get richer with that. It follows that. And it gives you a reason to get all these extra hearts. So.
Ooh, Chrono, this is in a good rhythm with Shadowkeeper. You should have this.
It's got low health. If he gets hit once, it's going to be super scary. But is done. Moving on to the final game. Alright, how's Aaron going to deal with Drac for the third time?
I can't see how many hearts he has. His FPS
27.
Okay. Oh, yep, there it is.
El último.
It was just flashing, and I kept getting the null.
Let's go.
The null frame.
The meatballs. Okay, doing a lot better on health here.
Yep.
Still doesn't make. Yeah, it still doesn't make
correct
it easy
to only be going for doubles here.
Yeah,
just preserve your axes as much as you can.
He's gonna go below 20 regardless now, though. But yeah, he's gonna need those axes because I think he had like 3 left when he died before. Like basically, would have made it. Throw the one.
Under 20.
Did that not hit?
It did not. That did not hit either. He was slightly too far to the left.
16 axes. I think it's 16 hits to kill him.
If you hit the doubles, he is going to need to do some whipping.
He is, isn't he? No, he's not.
Is he not? No, he's
No,
not. He's
he's
getting
good.
double hits. He's getting double hits. He's
Oh,
fine.
he is, yeah. Oh, come on! You've got a DPS now.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, wow. What a finish. That's our stream, everybody. Incredible. That's the clutchest thing ever. That's so cool. GG.
So I think that's 6 runners. Yeah, 6 runners finished in the 6-hour mark. That goes to show the difficulty of this race.
1 pixel of health more than he needed. Incredible.
See McCann on Lemmings in Egypt. I wonder how that's going blind. Checking the level out. That's pretty much what you have to do blind. I can imagine.
All right, I think we're gonna wrap up now. Looks like.
Yeah, I think so. All right, I've been going for 6 hours. It's been good fun. It hasn't felt like 6 hours. Yes, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks so much for your commentary.
Yeah, next year I should be taking part. So I won't be on commentary next year, but we'll see. We'll see. Have a good night, everyone. Take care.
Bye, everybody.